Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was born earlier and became an underground hero story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. I'm sorry Ms. Midoriya, but your son he has a villain quirk. The doctor spoke quietly while side-eyeing the baby. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. She couldn't think of how her 4-month-old baby could have a villain quirk, or how a quirk could be a villain one. We found out that he can control and talk to shadows, almost as if they're people. There might be other side effects to this, I'm sorry. Inko's eyes slowly went into a glare at the doctor. She didn't get how this was a bad thing, it meant that he was special. Thank you doctor, but when can I take my son home? Izuku was now 4 years old. From what Inko could tell, his body was slowly changing. She had seen him many times talking to shadows or nothing at all. She didn't mind it since it never seemed to harm him, but now she was starting to notice things about him, like the small tail and ears. Izuku, honey, can you come here please? She asked from the kitchen. What she didn't expect was for Izuku to suddenly jump out of a shadow with his tail bushier and ears twitching. Mommy, look. My ears are so pretty. They even have a green shine to them. He yelled excitedly as he jumped around the room, showing the appealing colors that seemed to dance around them. Oh honey, that's so appealing. She praised, picking up her son and throwing him into the air. She set him down before turning a little more serious. That's great sweetie, but you're not telling me something and you're hiding it. I know I don't need to hear anything you don't want me to, but are you being bullied? She asked, looking sadly at her son. The boy's smile slowly went into a frown as he looked at the ground. I didn't think it was a big deal, that the teacher said that it was my fault for being distracting, so I thought I just needed to blend in. So I stopped talking to the shadows at school, and I stopped showing my ears. The shadows helped me, mama, they're really nice. He sounded happy when talking about the shadows. Oh honey, the way they treat you isn't good. I think maybe we should have you SWCH schools. Maybe even a move, it can be an adventure. She said, trying to make it sound exciting for him. He smiled widely and began talking about possible heroes he would meet while they moved. The move was pretty smooth actually. They had found a house that was decently sized and in a good neighborhood with a few schools nearby. But Izuku was observant and he saw how much it stressed his mother out to move everything to a different house, so he decided that if something happened that he wouldn't say anything. He was supposed to be starting school again soon too. He was around 6 now since the move had taken longer than they expected. And as he grew older, more things began to appear due to his quirk. His hands up to his elbows slowly began to turn black, almost like they were dipped into ink and allowed to drip down. Then it would slowly turn into white flowers with swirling black clouds. It was only to his biceps now, but it always seemed to be moving and growing, and the fluffy tail that now went with his ears and small fangs. He was going to a public school close enough that he would be able to walk by himself since his mom had a few long shifts during the week. He was nervous that he would be bullied again at school, especially since he got bullied worse for the markings appearing on his skin. Okay honey, I hope you have a good day, okay? And make sure to tell a teacher if someone makes fun of you, and if they don't do anything, tell me, got it? Izuku nodded his head and hugged his mom before walking nervously into the room. Most of the kids were all playing together or sitting at their desks talking, so Izuku went to the teacher. He was coming a little late in the quarter anyway. Mama. The woman looked down a little shocked but smiled. Well, hello there, you must be Midoriya. Izuku. He nodded his head. Well, my name is Ms. Akio, we need to introduce you to the class. Would you like to do it or have me do it? She asked, crouching down. Could you do it please? He asked nervously. His other teachers wouldn't have done this for him. Of course sweetie. Is there anything you want the class to know about you? Izuku thought about it for a second before shaking his head no. Okay, let's go ahead and get their attention then. Everyone. Settle down please. Everyone in the class took their spots and waited for her to continue. Thank you. Today we have a new student. This is Midoriya. Izuku. He stepped forward a little and waved shyly. Please be nice to him. She turned to Izuku. Now how about you sit in between Todoroki and Tokomi? The two students raised their hands. One was blonde with bright red wings while the other had white hair and turquoise eyes that looked piercing. 𝐒𝐿 put his stuff down and set up all of his supplies ready for the teacher to start talking. When it was lunchtime, 𝐒𝐿 put most of his stuff away before pulling out the lunch his mom had made him. "Hi." He looked up a little surprised to see Takumi standing in front of him. "Hi." He answered a little confused as to why the other was so excited. "I told why Birdie, you're gonna scare him." He looked over to see Todoroki leaning back in his chair with his feet on the desk. "What?" "No, I won't. See, he hasn't run away yet." Takumi yelled, waving his hand at 𝐒𝐿. "Doesn't mean you didn't scare him. Look at his ears, they are flat against his head." 𝐒𝐿 hadn't noticed till now, but his ears were back. He put his hands over his ears with a blush. "Look what you did too." The other boy looked over, seeing small tears in 𝐒𝐿's eyes. "Wait, that's not what I meant. It's just, your ears go back like a cat. I wasn't making fun of you, promise." Todoroki said, leaning back up and trying to find a way to calm down the other. "Geez, Chew, so nice," Takumi said, rolling his eyes. 𝐒𝐿 calmed down a little and moved his hands from his head, letting his ears come back up to their normal position. "Wait, can I pet you? Your hair and ears look really soft." 𝐒𝐿 squeaked, a little surprised at the question. "I am. Sure." 𝐒𝐿 said, still a little confused. Takumi reached out and started petting 𝐒�l's head. A noise erupted from his throat, making 𝐒𝐿 cover his mouth and blush. "Did you just purr?" Todoroki asked, making 𝐒�l blush more and duck his head. "Wait, no, Midoriya, it was cute," Takumi said, still petting the other's hair. A little after lunch was over, the teacher let them go outside to play. 𝐒𝐿 sat under a tree talking quietly to one of the shadows that sat under the tree. It seemed nice and told him about the other students that passed it, telling him who and who not to avoid, at least until Takumi and Todoroki walked over and sat next to him. "Hi, Midoriya," Takumi greeted as he sat down next to 𝐒𝐿. He watched as the shadow moved a little and settled closer to 𝐒𝐿. "Hi," he answered. He didn't get why these two wanted to hang out with him so bad. At his other school they only bullied him. "Why do you always answer with a question?" Todoroki asked out of the blue, looking up at the leaves of the tree. "I am. Well, at my old school people weren't really nice to me, so Mom and I had to move here. I'm not used to people being nice to me." He looked down at the shadow and idly played with, hoping they wouldn't notice. "Wait, you were bullied?" 𝐒𝐿 nodded his head, making his ears go back since he didn't like the thought of being bullied again for being weak. "How? You're so adorable," Takumi yelled, throwing his hands up into the air. 𝐒𝐿 lifted his head, a little shocked. He had a few tears streaming down his face. "What Birdie means is that you seem too nice and cute to be bullied," Todoroki explained, hitting the other in the arm. Yeah, they both looked to 𝐒𝐿, who was crying more. "Wait, why are you crying? Was it something we said?" Takumi asked, getting close to the boy but not touching him. No, it's just, no one's ever been so nice to me before," he explained, smiling at them while wiping his tears. Both of the other boys paused and only looked at him before both of them squashed him into a hug. "We're keeping him," Takumi said, with Todoroki nodding, making 𝐒𝐿 laugh. "You can't keep me. I need to go back to my mom," he said playfully while pushing out of the hug. "I don't know, Midoriya, I've always wanted a cat," Todoroki teased back, pulling the other boy closer. "Yeah, my mom talks about getting one all the time." 𝐒𝐿 started giggling, making the others join in before dissolving into a pile of laughter. "Hey, Midoriya," 𝐒𝐿 looked over to face Todoroki. "Can we call you by your first name? You'd call us by our first name too." 𝐒𝐿 thought about it for a second. Sure, Tuia." Both of the other boys brightened up at that before they went back to looking at the front. It was the end of the day and all of the kids were waiting for their parents in the playground. The three boys were sitting under the tree again, making it their unofficial spot, telling each other about their quirks. "Mine's cremation. I have blue flames that I can create, but that's pretty much it." 𝐒𝐿 looked at him wide-eyed in interest. "That's so cool, Tuia. Why, you could help people so much with a quirk like that. You could get rid of rubble and take down the enemy quickly by scaring them or making them overheat." 𝐼 blushed a little at the praise but didn't say anything else. Oh. My quirk's called Fierce Wings. It lets me fly and I can control my feathers really easily like this. He then pulled one of his feathers out, letting it fly around 𝐼 and Izuku like it was being controlled by wind. That's awesome, 𝐒𝐭𝐽. It's so useful. When they get bigger you could use them like swords. And other weapons. He said, grabbing onto the feather and inspecting it while he talked. Thanks, Izuku. But what's your quirk? 𝐒𝐭𝐽 asked, just watching the other look at the feather. Well, my quirk lets me travel through shadows and talk to them. That's all I know right now, and it gave me ears, fangs, a tail, and these weird things on my arms. He looked down again, waiting for them to call him a villain or something worse. Can we see? He looked up a little confused at them. The fangs, tail, and markings, you don't have to if you don't want to. 𝐼 assured him, so he didn't pressure the other. Sure. He opened his mouth a little, letting them see the fangs, then he let his tail out of his shirt where he hid it, then he rolled up his sleeves so they weren't covering his hands and arms. His mom let him get longer sleeved stuff even though she didn't see the issue. Wow, Izuku, these are so pretty. 𝐒𝐭𝐽 said, running his hand over the markings, seeing them move a little. Yeah, Izuku. 𝐼 agreed, both being mesmerized by the flowers and clouds. Thanks. Kei-chan and Chu-chan both stopped and looked at him as he blushed a little. What did you call us? 𝐼 asked. Izuku could feel the other tightening his grip on his arm. Sorry. It's just that your names are kinda hard to say, and since we're kinda friends and 𝐼 and 𝐒𝐭𝐽 cut him off with another hug, making him panic for a second until he heard them both laugh a little. Sorry, it's just most people don't like us either. 𝐼 said, finally letting the other boy go. But you're both so nice and you both treat me like a human and. After that he started trailing off into other things. They heard most of it, but they started laughing a little before petting him, making him stop. It's fine, Izuku, it's more of the fact that we're the weird kids is all. The three then started messing around more, waiting for their parents to come, though Izuku knew that when both of the other two left he would be walking home since his mother had a long shift at the hospital. It wasn't long till both 𝐼 and 𝐒𝐽𝐽's moms showed up, talking lightly before stopping to see the three boys sitting under the tree with flower crowns on. 𝐼, 𝐒𝐭𝐽, who's this? A woman with white hair asked, crouching down in front of them. Mom. This is Izuku. He's new here and he's our best friend now. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said, talking to the other woman. Hi. He said with a smile, hiding behind both of the other boys. Well, hello Izuku. I'm Sakura, I'm 𝐒𝐽𝐽's mom. I'm Rei Todoroki, 𝐼 is one of my kids. He waved to both of the women still hiding behind them. It's okay to be a little nervous, Izuku. How about we meet your mom? So you three can hang out outside of school. Rei suggested. Mom won't be getting back till later. She has a long shift tonight. Mom says her boss is a meanie since he won't let her stay home as often. He said with a small pout. Both of the other mothers looked at each other. How about this, you give your mom these papers and we can talk to her, okay? Rei said, handing him 2 papers with names and numbers. Okay. Thank you, Miss Rei. It's no problem, Izuku. Now who's picking you up? Mommy says that since it's a nicer neighborhood than our last one, that I can walk home by myself. It's not far though. He assured, with a still big smile. How about we walk with you so that you three can talk more? The three nodded excitedly, with the 2 women smiling. Once they made it to the Midoriya household, they said their goodbyes to each other. Bye Kei-chan. Bye Chu-chan. He yelled before walking into his house and getting ready to do his homework. They were told to write about their day and any interests they had. He sat in the living room on the floor with a black blanket under him and a portable desk with most of the lights off. He found that he liked the dark more than it being super bright. He didn't know why, but he had to guess that it was because the shadows were stronger. Maybe since he finished his homework early he could mess around with his quirk a little. He looked to the darkest corner and crawled over, looking into it. Hi there, who are you? He asked, placing his hand into the shadow. He watched as it slowly climbed up his arm before settling onto his biggest flower that was placed on his bicep. Good evening, my name is Kuro, who are you? Hi 𝐒𝐿𝐴. You're new. I thought I had talked to all of the shadows in my house, but my name is Izuku. Why are you here? I heard that there was a kind boy. It appears to be you. Your shadow is light. I offer my company if you'll allow me. Izuku felt excited. Of course 𝐒𝐿𝐴. I like having friends. Is there anything I need to do? He felt a small rumble before he felt and saw the shadow climb up his arm and settle on the back of his shoulder. He turned his head a little, seeing the silhouette of a cat standing proudly. No, if you allow me to stay I stay, if not I simply leave. Izuku nodded his head before grabbing his notebook and writing everything down. What do you do 𝐒𝐿𝐴? Izuku asked, watching as the cat walked down to his arm. You can summon me when needed. I will appear as a large cat made of shadows. I will assist and I take no damage. But if you are unconscious then I will go back to you to save possible energy that may be lost. Izuku's eyes lit up as he listened. So you're like a knight in shining armor. The cat nodded its head. That's so cool 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Can I give you a nickname? Since we're friends now. The cat looked to him before seeming to jump off of his skin and appear in front of him. I will allow it. You can name me as you please. The cat bowed its head. The cat was obviously female since her voice sounded almost like his mother's with the pitch. He thought for a moment before smiling and hugging the tiger around its neck. I'll call you Mayumi. The tiger hugged back with one of its paws before liking him on the top of his head, messing up his bangs a little. Thank you Izuku, I will protect you when you need me. He smiled and watched as the tiger went into him again before resting over his heart. He didn't get to see when his mother got home as he fell asleep, but he made sure to put the name and numbers in a place that his mom would see. He hoped that he and his new friends would be able to play soon outside of school. Izuku was walking to the school with his mom, who seemed better than before and more well slept. And then me, Kei-chan, and Tu-chan made flower crowns. I showed them how and made them both ones that matched them. Then they made me one. It was really pretty and I want to save it somehow. Can we? Sure honey. I'll show you how tonight, okay? I have the day off, so why don't we play with your friends too? He cheered as they finally made it to the school. Izuku. The boy looked over to see both of his new friends running over to him and tackling him into a hug, making all three fall. Kei-chan. Tu-chan. I missed you. He hugged them back just as happily. Yeah. We missed our cat. 𝐒𝐲 said, petting Izuku again, making the other boy purr quietly. The three kept messing with each other while the two other mothers walked over to 𝐿𝐴. 𝐿𝐴. I didn't know Izuku was your son. Ray yelled, pulling the girl into a hug. I see you know each other. Sakura teased. Ray, it's been so long. How is Enji? She asked with a smile. I'd rather not talk about it. Both the other adults noticed the small flinch at the name and change of mood. Nice to meet you 𝐿𝐴. I'm 𝐒𝐲's mother Sakura. Nice to meet you too Sakura. I'm glad Izuku's making friends so easily. She commented, making the other two smile. We're glad that 𝐒𝐲 and Tu-ia have someone to balance them both out more. They'll be friends for a while, I can tell. Sakura said, smiling as the three chased each other around. I agree. 𝐿𝐴 said. Would you both like to hang out after school gets out? I have a large backyard where we can sit on the deck too. Both mothers nodded since they had a free schedule. Wait, so shadows can actually be alive like that then? Tu-ia asked, a little shocked, looking at the tiger sitting on Izuku's shoulder liking itself. Yeah. Mayumi is really nice too. Izuku said, getting a nod from the animal. Can she talk to us too? 𝐒𝐲 asked excitedly, watching the cat. Maybe. He looked to the tiger, who nodded her head. Hello other children Izuku likes. Mayumi spoke, looking bored almost. That's so cool. They talked to Mayumi for a minute until they heard someone laughing. So you losers added the new kid to your little duo. The three looked over, seeing a couple other students standing there smirking at them. Back up Kasumi. Tu-ia said, like a warning, with a blue light dancing around his hand. Oh shut it Todoroki. You and I both know what happened last time you did something dumb like that. Tu-ia stood down a little, but 𝐒𝐲 stood up. And what are you gonna do, bird brain? Flap some wind at me? The two looked angry but couldn't do anything. Izuku looked between them before standing up and standing in front of them. Why are you being so mean? What did they ever do to you? He asked, getting defensive of his friends. Oh, and the villain finally comes out to play here. I know you, one of my friends went to your old school, you're a villain with that quirk. So why don't you let us heroes stop you? With that the other kids began running at them with their quirks activated and went straight for Izuku. Izuku! Both of the other boys yelled, but there wasn't a need as shadows grabbed onto the attackers' legs, making them fall to the ground, at which the teacher ran out looking lost. What happened here? She asked, running over to make sure that everyone was okay. That villain attacked us when we were playing. The leader yelled, full of rage. No, he didn't. You were trying to attack us. Tuia yelled, being held back by Kigo, who was trying to calm him down. Midoriya, what happened? She asked, looking to the boy who was crying, now sitting on the ground. They said mean things to Kei-chan and Chu-chan, and then they ran at me and I got scared and... He broke off into more sobs, making both Tuia and Kigo run over to try and calm him down a little. Kasumi, you and your friends to the principal's office now. The group looked shocked but didn't argue as they all walked away. She then walked over to the three and looked them over. Are you three okay? I'm sorry I couldn't stop them before. She said, still making sure they were okay. We're okay, Ms. Akio, I think. She looked at them longer, then nodded her head. I'll walk you three to the office as well. The principal will want to hear about this, and I'll call your parents so you can go home early. The three nodded, running back into the room to grab their things. The three boys waited in the office, waiting for their mothers to come get them. Izuku was still crying and the other two were still trying to calm him down. Izuku, what's wrong? Kigo asked. He was always better with emotions than the others. Am I a villain? He asked, not lifting his eyes from his pitch-black hands. Izuku, you're not a villain. Tuia said, sounding almost outraged that he would think that. But I am. I used my quirk to hurt them and they called me that, didn't they? Izuku was crying harder now. Kigo looked at his friend in shock while Tuia got off the chair and sat in front of Izuku. Izuku, look at me. The boy didn't lift his eyes. Come on, Kitty, look at me. The boy looked up at him but barely. You used your quirk to save us and yourself. They're the villains. Tuia then hugged Izuku tightly, with Kigo doing the same. The boy was still crying but seemed to calm down a little and was breathing more steady. Did you call me Kitty? Izuku asked with a little amusement in his voice. Tuia jumped but didn't pull away. I did. If you don't like it I won't call you it. No, I kinda like it. The mothers got there shortly after and looked to see their kids asleep in the chairs. They smiled at them before going into the principal's office to have a yelling match. When Izuku woke up he found himself lying on the couch with two other bodies hugging him tightly. He sat up a little, seeing both Kigo and Tuia holding on to him in their sleep. He was a little confused since the last thing he remembered was him crying while Kigo and Tuia hugged him. He looked around and saw their moms sitting in the kitchen drinking tea while talking quietly. He looked down at the two again before shaking them both awake. Go back to sleep, Kitty. Tuia said, dragging Izuku back down to the couch, making him giggle. Chu-chan, Kei-chan, get up. Tuia groaned before rolling off of the couch, making Kigo wake up with a squawk and Izuku laughing. Zu, why'd you have to do that? Kigo said, leaning onto the other's back, still a little tired. Get up, we can play now. Both seemed awake then and ran to where they saw their parents and asked them if they could go outside. The mothers smiled and let them play outside while they sat on the porch. Maybe I could drag Fuyumi and Natsuo to come over sometime, it would be fun. Rei said, watching as Tuia got tackled by the other boys. That would be fun. Maybe I can convince Aoi to come too, make it a bonding thing. The three started planning on when the group could all meet up and talk to each other and have all the kids meet each other. There was a knock at the door, making the boys and moms look up before the boys followed 𝐭𝐿 to the door. Hi, my name is Mitsu 𝐭𝐿. The woman at the door looked shocked beyond belief to see 𝐭𝐿 there, and she looked just as surprised but hugged the woman. Mitsuki. It's been so long. The woman hugged her back and started laughing. It really has. Man, I missed you, 𝐭𝐿. Me and Masaru just moved in next door. 𝐭𝐿 then pulled the woman in, making her see the two other women and the three kids. And who are they? She asked with a smile, already walking over. Oh, you remember Rei, right? Mitsuki nodded her head before running over and hugging the other woman. It's good to see ya, Rei. Mitsuki let her go and turned to the other woman. Hi, my name is Mitsuki, I've known these two for a while now. Mema. Me, Kei-chan, and Chu-chan are going to the park. He yelled, waiting for his mom to reply. Okay, honey. Be careful and don't get hurt. And remember, you have to watch Katsuki when you get back. He ran out the door with the two other boys close behind. They were all 10 now. The three had been stuck together for a while now and didn't seem like they wanted to separate anytime soon. They had all been to each other's houses by now and met each other's families, but it was hard to. Especially since how Endeavor was and how many siblings 𝐻𝐸a had. And they now had a little brother to take care of on top of it all, while Izuku had Katsuki. Izuku now had the markings all over his arms, they seemed to grow with him, and he now had 3 companions. He had Kuro, his original cat, Tokuge, the giant dragon, and Okami the wolf. Kuro was still the only girl he had, but he wouldn't trade them for the world. They were all sitting on the swings, not moving much but enjoying each other's presence. I think I need to get 𝐿𝐴𝐷 out of the house. 𝐻𝐸a said out of nowhere. What? Where would you go? Kigo asked, with Izuku nodding along. I don't know, I just don't want him growing up there. Endeavor ignores Natsuo and Fuyumi, trains me to the bone. What happens when 𝐿𝐴𝐷 gets his quirk? The two looked at each other before answering. Chu-chan, stay with me, Izuku said with a determined look. What? Come on 𝐻𝐸a, it's a good idea. Mama Mido is super scary and her friend's a lawyer. Kigo answered, calming down a little. But if he comes for us, you're both in trouble. That made the two look at each other again. He could hurt you guys and I can't have that. 𝐻𝐸a, I'm willing to do anything for you and your family, they're like my family too, and if Endeavor is the bad guy, we gotta help. Izuku explained. I can't live with that. 𝐻𝐸a yelled, standing up. The two followed and pulled him into a hug. We can, please, just trust us, okay? Kigo assured as he hugged the other. Do you guys want to stay the night at my house this weekend? Izuku asked as he laid on 𝐻𝐸a's stomach with Kigo doing the same. Yeah. Kigo yelled, shooting up into an upright position. I don't know guys, what if he does something while I'm gone? 𝐻𝐸a asked. Bring them with, Endeavor has a mission that'll take them a week. Come on. We can launch the plan. 𝐻𝐸a pulled out his phone, texting his mom about the plan finally going into action. Once school was over, the three walked to the house and opened the door, walking in casually. Mom. We're home. 𝐻𝐸a yelled, not bothering to take off his shoes before coming in the rest of the way. Izuku. The boy in question looked up to see Fuyumi and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 running at him before tackling into a hug. Hi. How are you two? He asked, standing up a little. We're good. 𝐻𝐸a and Mom have been helping me after training. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said, sounding excited, with Fuyumi nodding with a sad smile. Yeah. And my teacher said that I might be a good teacher. Izuku smiled. That's amazing, you two. Hey off brats, here's my friend. 𝐻𝐸a yelled before pulling Kigo and Izuku to him. Hey, here's our friend too. Fuyumi shouted with a smirk. Nope, mine, we're going to his house, so pack anything you want, okay? He yelled, dragging the siblings up to their rooms. Good evening, Miss Rei, my name is Detective Tsukochi, I was called here to talk about your husband. The detective greeted before the group even entered the house. And I would love to talk to you, but first I want to make sure my children will be safe. Izuku pulled out his key and unlocked the door, letting the others in. Of course, I would also like you to meet Eraserhead, he's an underground hero. A man wearing all black with a slouch bowed to them. Right, my mom isn't here right now cause she has work. Izuku stepped in, letting everyone in. Let's go to the living room then. Izuku, can you take the others to your room? Rei asked, setting 𝐿𝐴𝐷 down. Of course, I'll be back down in a minute. Izuku led the others upstairs with Kigo, making sure the wing team was all set before going back downstairs with 𝐻𝐸a. Can I get you anything? He asked as we went to the kitchen with 𝐻𝐸a sitting down next to his mom. Tea for me, honey. I'll have a coffee, please. Izuku turned to look to the underground hero who hadn't said anything. Coffee. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled and went to the kitchen preparing the drinks. Right, let's get to this. This isn't going to be easy, but can you tell me about what goes on at home? The detective asked, pulling out a notebook. Well, if he isn't home then everything seems peaceful. My kids will play together, Izuku and 𝐭𝐲 will come around and keep them company, they all play together. Rei had a soft smile on her face before it was whipped away, but when he is there. The kids are scared. Natsuo and Fuyumi are made to leave and be by themselves. Tuya is forced to train constantly, even if he begins to burn himself, and Xiaotou is close to possibly getting a quirk, and if it's just as powerful or even more. I don't want them in that house, I don't want them to be like that. Rei had a determined look in her eyes as she spoke. Of course, we understand that. Now Tuya, can you tell us what training is like? Tuya looked at the detective before looking at Izuku. Izuku, can you go for a minute? Izuku looked at the other and smiled. Sure thing, gotta make sure they haven't started a riot yet. He stood up and patted Tuya on the head before leaving. It isn't training. Tuya pulled his jacket off showing burns and red skin over his arms and shoulders. It's him beating the SHT out of me until I use my quirk so much it leaves red marks. Do you know why he does that? Tuya scoffed and rolled his eyes. He wants me to beat All Might, that's all he cares about, beating All Might, he wants to beat him so much. Tuya could feel tears in his eyes but just glared. Tuya, honey, go check on the others, okay? He looked up and nodded his head before leaving. Do either of you know what quirk marriage is? What are you losers doing? Tuya asked as he looked at the group. 𝐭𝐲 was in the air with Natsuo holding onto one of his arms, Fuyumi was looking over some of Izuku's analysis, and Xiaotou was playing with one of Izuku's shadows as the other watched. Tuya, you have to look at this. Izuku's analysis is amazing. He figured out a way to even take down All Might with one move. Fuyumi cheered as she showed him the pages. I know, I've seen his notebooks, they're all pretty impressive. Izuku blushed and pushed Tuya. Whatever, but when I came up here I did some research on the detective and underground hero, both pretty new to the jobs but successful in all their cases. The underground hero was hard to find though, but I think I figured out both their quirks even though it's not actually on record. Izuku kept rambling as he grabbed a notebook and began writing it down while mumbling. Okay then. Well, what are you two doing? He asked, pointing to Natsuo and 𝐭𝐲. He wanted to fly, so I am flying for him. 𝐭𝐲 answered before dropping Natsuo onto the bed, making Fuyumi jump slightly. Okay then, well they're talking to mom right now so we got a minute. Rei. I am so sorry that all of this has happened to you, but I'm glad we'll be able to help. If you want you can call down the others now, I'm sure they have questions. Rei smiled with her eyes drifting to a corner before Izuku jumped out with a smile. I have many questions. Both of them jumped while Rei chuckled. First, detective, how does your quirk work exactly? Does it give a different color if the person is lying or telling the truth? Do you see a word? Do you hear a word? Or is it just kinda like an intuition thing? Can someone actually lie to you and your quirk doesn't catch it? Can I see if I can beat it? Or Izuku kept asking questions while the two just looked at him. Does he do this a lot? Eraserhead asked, looking a little shocked. You. Eraser jumped when Izuku pointed at him. Your quirk doesn't work on mutant types, right? But what counts as a mutant type? Could you cancel out my quirk even though it shows as a mutant? Could you turn off Kichen's quirk since it's also similar to mutants? Or wait, how do you know what our quirks are? Izuku stopped and looked at them. There's footage of you going against someone. It's short but I could tell what exactly happened and was able to map it out and could see your technique. It's actually interesting to see you fight with your capture weapon. Most would think it's a secondary quirk but you can see the small movements in your hands to see it move. Eraserhead sighed as he listened to the kid. Okay, first off, where did you see the video? Oh. It's a website for specifically underground heroes, only about 10 people have seen it. Well. That's nice, but me and Eraserhead need to leave, we'll get back to you soon. Hi honey, I'm back. Oh hello Rei, when did you get here? 𝐒𝐿 asked as she set down some groceries bags in the kitchen. Hi 𝐒𝐿, I got here a little after the boys got out of school. We've decided to put the plan into action. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stopped and tackled Ray into a hug. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. You and the others can stay as long as you need. The next day was pretty relaxing. Izuku, Kigo, and Tuya had training that day, so the younger siblings, along with Katsuki, had decided to come with and watch them. It was 1v1v1 since they all needed to work on hand-to-hand, though Izuku was beating them both right now. Come on Tuya. Kick his butt. Natsuo yelled as he flipped Izuku over his shoulder. Yeah Deku. Get him. Katsuki yelled as Izuku managed to pin both Kigo and Tuya to the ground. Izuku wins again. Fuyumi called as she added another tally to Izuku's name. Come on Kitty. Why can't we beat you? Tuya groaned as he stood up with the help of Izuku. Well Tuchan, maybe if you and Kei-chan stopped going after each other first it might help. Izuku teased as he helped Kigo up. Not my fault Birdie can't hold against me for SHT. Tuya covered his mouth as soon as he said it. Fuyumi. Tuya said a bad word. Xiaoto shouted with Natsuo backing him up while Katsuki laughed. Tuya. Time to run. The group watched as Fuyumi chased her brother before tackling him. Guys help me. Tuya shouted as his sister pinned him. Nope. Not messing with that. They both called, making the other teen sigh in frustration. Once the three decided to take a break, they all had lunch. Man Izuku, you're a good cook. Natsuo complimented. Thanks. But Katsuki helped me a lot, he really enjoyed it. Katsuki glared and tackled the teen while letting off small explosions. You weren't supposed to tell them Deku. Katsuki shouted, making the others laugh. Oh. Come on. You know you wanted them to know. He teased, picking up the other boy easily. It calmed down after a moment and they all went back to eating with a few jokes thrown around. The group walked back to the house and dropped off the kids before Izuku, Kigo, and Tuya decided to go out. We'll be back later. Izuku called as they walked out the door. Where should we go? Tuya asked as they walked down the street. Let's go somewhere downtown. I want to get more food. Kigo begged, draping himself onto Izuku like he was crying. Jesus pretty bird, all you do is eat. Tuya complained even though he was hungry himself. Come on Chu-chan. It'll be fun. We can go get some food and maybe shopping. Both smiled at their friend's excitement. They walked down the street passing by a few shops that they stopped in and bought a few things. But no, Xiaoto ended up falling and Tuya was cut off as a girl ran into Izuku, knocking him over a little. Whoa! He caught the girl who looked scared. Are you okay? She nodded her head but jumped when someone shouted. Where'd she go? They looked and saw 3 other kids looking around the area. Izuku caught on quickly and picked the girl up with a smile. Hi. My name's Midoriya. How about we go in here? Izuku dragged the other 2 into the store with him. The 3 slipped into the store and began looking around like nothing happened. It confused the girl that Izuku was still holding. You okay? Izuku asked, looking at her, which seemed to shock her even more. Why are you helping me? She asked in a shaky voice. He smiled at her again. Because. Now what do you like? He asked her, turning so she could see the full store. I really like cute stuff. He nodded his head and began walking towards the girls' section. Zuku. Did they leave? The appearance of the other teens made her jump a little, but Izuku ruffled her hair. No, not yet. Wanna help me? Find her something though. Both looked from the girl to him and nodded. You like girly stuff, right? Tuya asked, sounding out of his element. Yeah. I really like red and pink. Kigo seemed to glow at that. Does that mean you like my wings? He asked, ruffling his wings a little. They're really pretty. Tuya seemed to soften while Kigo looked like he just saw a kitten. Can we keep her? She's so cute. Izuku was about to speak up when she tugged on his shirt a little. Can you? Mama and Dad aren't around anymore. All 3 froze at that. Of course. Now let's look around. He turned to Tuya. Can you call Mom? She'll want to know. Tuya nodded his head while Kigo distracted the girl with a hoodie they found. What's your name, kitten? Izuku asked. He had a habit of calling kids younger than him kitten. It's Toga Himiko, but Himiko's cuter. She sent a blinding smile but soon covered it with her hands. It's okay Himiko, see. Izuku showed her his own fangs that he had besides, yours are cute. He ruffled her hair again making her giggle. They looked around the store with Tuya joining them and pointing out things. What about this? Tuya asked, pointing to a baby blue sweatshirt with the words My Little Hero on it. How are you so bad at this? You have a sister. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 yelled looking at Tuya confused. So? She wasn't into this stuff. The two kept messing around and didn't notice as Himiko picked up a pair of crystal cat ears on a headband. Can I get this? She asked Izuku. He smiled and crouched down. How about these ones? He asked grabbing a pair of pink ones that were higher up. Yes. She put them on and smiled and pointed to his ears. Now we match. He nearly died then and there. We do. He picked her up again and chuckled at the two. Okay, come on, we gotta head home. The two stopped yelling and settled on pushing each other every now and again. Once they paid for the headband and a few hair ties, they walked out of the store a little shocked to see the kids from before. Hey you! They stopped in front of Izuku, as Himiko cowered into his shoulder. The two behind him glared at the kids. They seemed a little scared but didn't stop. Why are you with that village? Izuku glared and showed his fangs as a dark aura surrounded him. You wanna finish that sentence? He had venom almost dripping from his mouth at this point as he spoke. The three looked scared then ran leaving them alone. You okay kitten? Izuku asked, getting her attention. Are they gone? This time Tuya spoke up. Yep. We scared 'em away. If they ever bother you again tell us. Himiko smiled and hugged Tuya, shocking him a little. Thank you. Well hello there, you must be Himiko right? Inko asked, as the three boys entered the house. Oh aren't you just the cutest? Rei said as she got closer to the girl who looked at her with wide eyes. Wow, you're both really pretty. Both the women smiled as Izuku handed her to Rei. Well thank you honey. Now why don't we all Izuku tuned them out as he turned to the other two with a smile. Why don't we have the others meet Himiko? After that it all went into chaos. Fuyumi was glad to have another girl around. Natsuo immediately made friends with her to cause chaos, while Xiaotou seemed a little more nervous about the girl. They all still seemed to play though. It distracted them enough that Inko was able to call the detective and report Himiko so they could adopt her. Everything had been going smoothly for the families. The charges against Endeavor were dropped on the account that Rei would have full custody and that he would receive a mark on his license. It was less of a charge than the family wanted, but it meant they were away from him and now with the Midoriyas. The adoption process with Himiko had been a little difficult, but she was now officially an Midoriya. So what high school should we go to? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked as he laid on his stomach. Well, we all want to be heroes right? Tuya asked from next to 𝐒𝐭𝐲 on the ground. Yep. Izuku called from his position on the tree branch. Both looked at him a little confused. Why are you laying in the tree like that? Tuya asked. It's comfortable. Leave me alone. He grunted, throwing twigs at them. What did I do? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 yelled since he was mostly hit with the twigs. You didn't help me. Izuku defended as 𝐒𝐭𝐲 flew up to him before he was pushed out of the tree. He smirked before falling into a shadow and appearing back in the tree. Nice try Kei-chan. Izuku chuckled as 𝐒𝐭𝐲 glared at him. You kinda remind me of the Cheshire Cat, Kitty. Tuya pointed out as the two messed around. You remind me of the caterpillar then. Izuku teased now hanging upside down from the branch. No Kitty, I meant it in a good way. It could be like your hero name. Tuya explained while rolling his eyes. Really? Cheshire Cat? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked as he landed. No, just Cheshire, sounds cool right? Tuya asked. Yeah it kinda does, I'll use it. You three want to go to UA? Rei asked as she did Himiko's hair. Yep. Some of the best heroes are from there. Izuku explained. I think it's a good idea, but it's going to be hard. Inko warned, though the three seemed even more excited. We know, but we wanna be the best right? Tuya defended. Okay, as long as you're all going to work hard and stay safe. That's how the three found themselves here. Sitting in the auditorium getting ready to take the written exam and the practical exam. They were all sitting next to each other but were going to be placed in different rooms. Good luck, Kitty. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. The two called as they left the other so they could begin. Good luck, Kei-chan. Tu-chan. He waved before entering his own room. He sat down at his designated spot and waited for the call to tell them to open the booklet. Once time began, he looked over all the questions and was getting close to finishing when he noticed an extra part to the test titled, Analyzing Situations and Heroes. He would be lying if he said he wasn't a little bit excited about that. He opened the extra part and began writing right away. Once the written part was over, the three were able to meet back up and sit next to each other as a pro appeared and began explaining the next part of the exam. Holy CRP. That's Snipe. He's an up-and-coming hero. Kigo and Tuya smiled as they heard Izuku begin to nerd out quietly. Everyone listened though as Snipe explained the point system. Now, everyone change into your other pair of clothes and head to your cities. The three had been separated, but they didn't mind since they all knew they had this in the bag. They all stood at the gates in their separate areas ready to go. Go! Izuku took off past everyone, not waiting for anyone else to go. When he entered the area, a few robots locked onto him quickly. He smirked as he pulled shadows and had them turn into claws on his hands. He jumped over the robot before slicing into the backs of them and making them fall apart. He continued on, but got held up every now and again by saving some of the other participants from falling Ruble or other robots. 5 minutes left. He said out loud to himself as he dodged another hit from a robot before slicing it. He breathed, catching his breath, hearing his three companions silently talking to him. Izuku, there seems to be something approaching quickly. Mayumi warned before Izuku even saw it. There was another loud rumble before a giant shadow appeared, covering everyone from the sun. Mayumi. Okami. Make sure everyone is away from the robot and near the entrance. The tiger and wolf jumped off of Izuku's skin and began running towards the other students, making sure they were far away. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽. Survey the area and make sure that no one is trapped somewhere. Hero, follow and help. The dragon and bear left, leaving Izuku to face the giant robot. He felt himself let go and fall into the shadow before appearing above the robot and landing on its head. Using another shadow, he made a long staff and used it to pry open the hatch before jumping into the robot. Everyone is safe and away, Izuku, we await your command. He smirked. Come back to me. The 4 shadows appeared on his skin again. He looked around the robot before spotting a collection of wires. Time to cause chaos. He destroyed the wires before falling into another shadow and appearing near another examine as the robot fell. Where did those animals come from? One of the teachers shouted as the black animals began running around, moving students out of the way. From him, someone pointed to the kid still facing the robot before he seemed to disappear. Who is that? Nezu smiled as he pulled out a document. Midoriya Izuku, shadow manipulation it seems. There was another crash as another robot came crashing down with a student flying away from it with a huge smile. Tokomi Kigo, fierce wings. Another crash with blue flames surrounding the robot. Todoroki Tuya, those 3 are going to be fun. The 3 walked home with varying moods. Kigo was jumping around excitedly telling the others about what happened in his area. Tuya was just smiling and nodding, and Izuku looked like he was about to pass out. And then I flew up and you okay? Kigo asked, noticing his friend's ears were back laying against his head. Yeah, sorry, just really tired. To many people, overuse of my quirk, then recovery girl had to heal a few cuts I ended up getting. He explained, though it was a little slurred. The two looked to each other before Tuya picked him up and carried him on his back. Here. I'll carry you then, after all Pretty Bird got to carry you last time. Tuya threw a playful glare at the other while Kigo had a cocky smirk. Izuku wasn't awake enough to answer as he felt even more tired with the warm feeling coming from Tuya. When he woke up again, he was a little surprised to see he was on the couch with Kigo and Tuya wrapped around him, Himiko and Shoto both sleeping on his chest, and Natsuo and Fuyumi next to their older brother. He slowly sat up, making sure he hadn't disturbed them when he did. and went into the kitchen to grab some water. He knew that Ray and his mom wouldn't be there since they were both likely at work since Ray had just gotten a job at a small cafe. He saw that it was almost dinner time and heard a knock at the door. He walked over and saw some of the others begin to stir awake. "Izuku, how are ya kid? Feels like forever since I've seen you." Mitsuki dragged him into a bone-crushing hug. "Honey, let him go, he can't breathe." Masaru pointed out as the woman finally let him go, but he was soon tackled again by Katsuki. "Deku, did you win?" He smiled at the other boy as he let them all in. "I don't know yet, Kaken, but I'm sure I did great." "Good. If I have to follow after you, then you have to be the best." Izuku chuckled as he saw the others getting up. "Morning to you all too." He joked as the older ones just groaned at him, while Xiaoto and Himiko looked happy to see the blonde in his arms. "Katsuki!" Both cheered before Izuku put him down so they could tackle him into a hug. "Get off me icy hot, you two vampy." He yelled at them but hugged them both back either way. "Anyway, why are you three here?" Izuku asked, going into the kitchen. "Well, Inko and Ray won't be back for a while, so they wanted us to make sure you all were okay." Masaru explained. "Okay, well, I was gonna get started on dinner. I think we might just order takeout or something." Izuku thought, looking at the group, all still sluggish or messing around. "Sounds like a good idea. How about pizza?" Mitsuki offered, pulling out her phone. "Yes." Most of the group called back, sounding excited about the food. "Hey Fuyumi." Izuku called, seeing the girl leave her school. She waved back and ran up to him. "Hey Izuku. How's it going?" Fuyumi asked. "Terrible, your brother is insufferable and Kei-chan isn't any better." She nodded in understanding. "They keep checking the box and talking about what we're gonna do when we get in, but..." Fuyumi recognized that face. "You don't think you're gonna get in?" Izuku nodded his head. "And they both keep talking about how I'm amazing, and it's really nice to hear that, from them especially. They are both so amazing and powerful. And I'm just... You're Midoriya Izuku." Fuyumi grabbed onto his shoulder and turned him. "You're the person that's helped my family, that saved a random little girl because she was scared. You're Midoriya Izuku. You're amazing and just as powerful as them." She hugged him and he happily accepted it. "Thanks Fuyumi." They let go and began to laugh for no reason. It was really refreshing for him. "Now what about your boy and or girl troubles?" That immediately made her blush, making him laugh. The three were still waiting for their letters from UA to come and the anxiety was killing them. What if we didn't get in? What if they're trying to think of telling us a nice way? What? Tuya and Izuku watched as Kigo paced around the room trying to think of what might have happened. He totally picked up the mumbling from Yukiti. Tuya said, pointing a finger at Izuku. The other smirked and rolled his eyes before standing up and stopping Kigo's pacing. "Calm down Kei-chan, it'll be okay, got it. If we didn't get in, then we go somewhere else. When we get the letters though, we open them together." Kigo seemed to calm down and hugged the other. Okay, we got this." He let Izuku go with a wide smile. "They're here." Tuya shouted, dashing back into the house. "What? Let me see." Kigo literally flew out of his sitting position and grabbed his letter from Tuya. Izuku was a little more calm as he stood up and was handed his. "Should we open them now?" Kigo asked. He was excited, but he was also not at his own house still. "You should probably open it with your parents, they'll want to know first," Izuku said, nudging Kigo. "You're right. I'll be back later. Bye guys." He zipped out of the house and went to his own. Tuya and Izuku stood there for a minute before Tuya draped his arm over Izuku. "You come here often?" Izuku began laughing as Tuya soon joined. "Why do you always do that?" Izuku asked, through laughs. "I don't know. It usually makes situations less awkward." Tuya tried to explain as he laughed. Okay, we should probably get the others." Tuya nodded. Izuku went to get their moms and Himiko while Tuya went to get his siblings. Once everyone was in the living room, the two looked at their letters. Blah blah blah. "We are pleased to say you'll be in Class 1A of the Hero course." Tuya cheered as he finished reading it. the rest of the family began clapping and cheering while Izuku read through his own. Tears began to fall down his face, making them all panic. "Izuku, is it bad?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked, touching his shoulder. "I made it. Are you almost ready?" 𝐒𝐭𝐴 asked as the two boys got dressed for their first day. "Yep." Izuku walked into the living room with his uniform on, though they could tell that he was hiding his tail in his uniform. 𝐒𝐿 walked out looking similar, though he didn't have a tie and his top buttons weren't done. "Q-chan." Izuku glared at him. "What? I didn't want the tie." Izuku rolled his eyes before turning back to his family. "You both look great. But remember, after school you need to pick up Himiko, Xiaoto, and Katsuki, okay?" 𝐒𝐴 reminded the two just as the door burst open. "Come on, slowpokes. Time to go." Kigo called as he dashed into the living room. "Bye boys. Have a good day." Both mothers called. "Bye moms." The three stood outside the door, though they could already hear people all talking in the classroom. 𝐒𝐿 was the first to open the door, but it didn't seem to deter any conversations as the three walked in and walked to their seats in the back. They felt like they were back in elementary again since 𝐒𝐿 and Kigo were on either side of Izuku. "Wonder what everyone here's like," 𝐒𝐿 said, his eyes scanning the room of everyone. "They likely all have combat-based quirks since the exam is tailored to people with those quirks." Izuku pointed out. "I'm sure it's fine." Not long after the door opened, getting the three and two other girls' attention. The five watched as a large mouse walked into the room with a smile. He climbed up onto the podium and stood there for a moment. The five were still silent, but the class kept talking. "Hello." That got the others' attention as they all turned to him. "I am Nedzu. I will be your homeroom teacher this year." Izuku was silently geeking out. Of course he knew who the mammal was. He was an incredible hero when it came to strategy and planning. "Now, if you all will follow me, we have an orientation to attend." Throughout the orientation, Izuku could hear some of his classmates talking about their teacher and glared at them each time they did. He noticed a girl with a bunny quirk doing the same and sending him a smirk. Once it was over though, they were sent back to class to get to know each other. The three boys realized though that they weren't fans of most of the class. "Hi there." The girl with the bunny quirk and another girl walked over and smiled at the three. "My name's Rumi Usajiyama." "My name is Ryako Tatsuma. Pleasure to meet you." "Name's Todoroki 𝐒𝐿." "Izuku Midoriya." "Kigo Tokomi." The five seemed to connect right away and began talking about what their quirks were. "Wait. We're animal buddies," Kigo declared, pointing at Rumi and Izuku. Izuku playfully rolled his eyes while Rumi grabbed them both. "Hell yeah." They all laughed for a moment. Until Izuku and Rumi heard someone talking. "Wonder if the freaks over there are just like the teacher." Both glared, but Rumi spoke first. "What was that?" she asked with a slight growl. The other three looked confused at their friends since they didn't hear it. "Nothing," one of the people answered quickly. Izuku spoke up this time. "If you're gonna insult Nedzu-sensei, or us, own up to it." Izuku was standing next to Rumi with a glare and his ears back. "Fine, we called you freaks, happy?" Rumi glared and bared her teeth. 𝐒𝐿 and Ryako stepped forward, though 𝐒𝐿 had his hand on fire while Ryako's nails became sharper. "Wanna repeat that, but?" Some of the students back up at the sight of the fire and claws, but a good chunk didn't move. "Or, you think you can beat us with a light show? Besides, if you did even try to attack us, no one would believe we did it first." They all got defensive again, ready to start the fight if they needed. Now, everyone turned to see Nedzu watching the situation. "I believe this is unnecessary at the moment." The class looked shocked. "Will you all please follow me to the office now?" The group that first insulted them had been pulled in first, leaving the five to all sit in the hall at the moment. "Do you think they'll expel us?" Izuku was panicking a little with Kigo soon joining. "Now Midoriya, I'm sure this will all be sorted out. They have no reason to punish us," Ryako explained with a small smile and a hand on his shoulder. "Ryako's right. We didn't do anything," Rumi defended, standing now. "The ladies are right. Besides, our moms would raise hell if they did that to any of us." 𝐒𝐿 chuckled, seeming to calm down the others. "Yeah, Okay. That makes sense. Izuku spoke as he finally stopped pacing. I assume you three knew each other before UA? Ryuko asked. Yep. We've known each other since we were little. 𝐒𝐲 explained with a blinding smile. Same here. Me and Ryuko have been best friends for a while. Rumi explained, slinging her arm over the other girl. Will you five please enter now? Nezu asked as the other group left, all glaring at the five. They all stood up and walked into the office before sitting down. Now, I am aware what happened, I saw and heard everything, and I would like to thank you all for defending me and your friends. Rumi and Tuya smirked with an evil grin. The other three simply smiled. Of course, Nezu-sensei. No one deserves that SHT. Rumi declared with a fist in the air. Of course, now you five go ahead and head home, class will be over soon anyways. The five left the room before all talking to each other. We have to exchange phone numbers. 𝐒𝐲 declared, pulling out his phone. It would be fun. Soon they all exchanged phone numbers before splitting off. It had only been a week in and Izuku could already tell who his friends were going to be through the years. The five of them stuck like glue. They all ate together, trained together, and would randomly text each other at odd hours for advice, like how Izuku was texting Rumi and Ryuko now. Angerbun, all I'm saying is that they both give you nicknames and you all have nicknames for each other, Cat Thief, but we've all grown up together. Isn't that normal? Dragon Princess, in certain moments maybe, but me and Rumi see how they both look at you, how you all look at each other. Honestly, Angerbun. Yeah, I thought you and Bird Boy were gonna start drooling when Fire Boy used his quirk and then kicked that other kids, but Cat Thief, not gonna lie, not my proudest moment, but did you see him? Angerbun, we all saw him, was kinda hard not to since he was the only thing on screen. Angerbun, we also saw you two Fing losing it and looking like love struck. It is Cat Thief. Mom, she's bullying me. Dragon Princess, why am I mom again? Cat Thief, you function, the rest of us disasters. Angerbun, the fact you typed that out proves a point. Cat Thief, exactly. The group was at Izuku's place since it was the biggest and were all studying for the next few tests, or at least trying to study. Himiko, no. Izuku shouted, standing up again and picking up the girl who was laughing while covered in red paint. Next thing they know, Shouto ran out with the left side of his face covered in red paint, making it look like a scare. Okay, brat. Tuya stood up this time and picked up his little brother. Hey Fuyumi. Natsuo. Can you watch the brats so we can study? Tuya yelled down the stairs where he knew at least one of them would be. Yeah, sure. Fuyumi ran upstairs and took the two from the boys. Thanks, sis. Thanks, Fuyumi. Izuku looked to Rumi and Ryuko, who were staring at Fuyumi. I'm sorry, but are you two staring at Fuyumi? Izuku asked with a slight teasing tone and a laugh. He knew Fuyumi couldn't hear them now. Are you eye-fing my sister? Tuya yelled in outrage, making Izuku and 𝐒𝐲 fall over laughing. No. We're not eye-fing anyone. Rumi shouted back, ready to tackle the boy. Oh, you wanna go, bunny? Bring it, Crispy Beach. The two began fighting on the ground while the other three just watched. She is correct, we weren't looking at her like that, she just seems very sweet, caring, kind, and appealing. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲, while the two still tousled on the ground. She's younger than you both. By a year. Izuku rolled his eyes and stood up with 𝐒𝐲 and Ryuko following. Okay, you two. 𝐒𝐲 and Izuku pulled Tuya up while Ryuko grabbed Rumi. Can't you two go 2 minutes without fighting? 𝐒𝐲 asked in a joking manner. Tuya got an idea and smiled at both of them. Anything for you two. The two blushed and dropped him in their shock, making him yelp as he hit the ground. Beach. How does the ground taste? Ryuko dropped Rumi too, but it was more of to prove a point. Oh. Ryuko, what the hell? The girl smiled before actually helping up the other girl. You're both children. Tuya got up on his own and saw that Izuku and 𝐒𝐲 were both frozen still. They both snapped out of it and Izuku pushed Tuya while 𝐒𝐲 punched him in the shoulder. Oh! Stop hurting me. Tuya yelled like a child, that seemed to break the air again as they all laughed before sitting back down and getting back to studying. They were going to begin their actual hero training finally. They had to wait for everyone's costumes to be done first before they could though. None of them knew what they were going to be doing exactly, but the five were excited. Good afternoon. One of the teachers walked out and began explaining what they were going to do. First change into your costumes, then meet at ground beta. The teacher then left, letting the class grab their cases and change. Izuku opened his case and was ecstatic. They had gotten what he wanted exactly right. He had a black flat bill cap made so his ears go through it. It also had a small mic and com set he could use to communicate with others, a dark metal mask that had the functions of a gas mask and an oxygen filter. The top though was a little different since it looked similar to a black corset, but it used belts rather than strings. It also had parts that rested over his shoulders and connected to the front, a black leather jacket, black fingerless gloves that had grips on them, black form-fitting breaths that were padded, black combat boots, and finally a utility belt that held emergency supplies, a knife, and a retractable staff. Putting the full outfit on and finally letting his tail out, he looked in the mirror and smiled, letting the mask hang on his neck. He walked out with the rest of the group and freaked out a little at his friend group's outfits. 𝐒𝐻𝐽's looked similar to a pilot's outfit with the addition of a pair of visors, just his normal costume really. I'm not creative enough for all that, while 𝐻𝐻𝐽's was a black padded shirt with blue lines going across it that acted as coolers for his skin, black padded breaths, and a long black coat that had half sleeves similar to his villain jacket. Rumi wore a white leotard with her boots and gloves, and Ryoku wore a deep red dress and heels that looked like she was ready to go to a ball, both just their hero costumes. You guys look amazing, he cheered, getting their attention. Both 𝐒𝐻𝐽 and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 were rendered speechless while Rumi laughed at them. You look amazing too, Midoriya, Ryoku filled in while Izuku blushed a little. Thanks. Though they changed the design a little when it came to the shirt. Ryoku nodded in understanding. I'm thanking whoever did that, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said, not even trying to hide his staring. Oh, same, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 added, making Rumi laugh even harder before almost falling trying to breathe. Today you'll all be playing a sort of game of capture the flag that got most of their attention. A group of you will play the villains, another group will be the hostages, and the final will be the heroes. Everyone cheered a little excited. Once everyone was grouped together, it ended up with Rumi and Izuku being on the hero team, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 on the villain team, and Ryoku and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 as some of the hostages. Each group had 6 except the hero team, who only had 5. The villain team all had to go into the city and decide where they wanted to set up shop and hold the hostages, while the hero team planned. The hero team didn't seem to get along though. The 3 that were with Rumi and Izuku wouldn't listen to what either team thought. That's it. Rumi had gotten fed up since they weren't even trying to include them in the plan. The hell is your problem? Izuku just glared from behind her. You guys got 3 people expelled on the first day because they didn't agree with you. We'd like to avoid that, thanks. The other girl explained while glaring at Rumi. Oh, you're gonna dash. Izuku grabbed onto Rumi's arm and stopped her. She glared at him for a moment before seeing the smirk on his lips. They're right, let's go. Rumi went with him even though she wanted to beat the other girl into the ground. Okay, Midoriya. What's the big idea? Izuku smirked and pulled out an extra common mic and handed it to her. He put his own on and covered the mic with the mask. If they think they can beat the villain team and save hostages by themselves, let them. Once they're caught, we'll deal with it, so let's start planning. Oh no, villains. We're so scared, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 teased, getting a laugh out of some of the others. Laugh it up, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, but the heroes aren't gonna save you now, he declared, making a few of them laugh again. Okay, Takumi right. We gotta think of how to keep the heroes back, one of them stated as they all stood in a circle. Well, we chose this really close place so they might not find us right away. They all nodded along until 𝐒𝐻𝐽 added. The only problem is that Midoriya can transport the hostages out of here. All he needs is some form of a shadow and to be touching them. The group tensed a little at that. That will pose a problem. Let's see if we can find any lights to try and block any shadows. You 3 watch them. They were told in the beginning that there would be an announcement if anyone was out. So when Rumi and Izuku heard 5 names get called, they figured 2 were villains while the rest of the hero team had been taken out. Ready? Izuku asked. He had already sent out his familiars to scout. The group was in the building across from them at the moment, and they were on the top floor with the hostages in the left corner. Hell yeah. Izuku smiled before the 2 hopped over to the other roof. Once they landed, Rumi brought her foot up and slammed it down. making a hole in the ceiling and taking down one more villain. He wasn't super hurt though. When Izuku saw the lights though, he smirked. Or Kei-chan, you remembered? Izuku chuckled before pulling out his staff and swung it at the other teen. Of course Zuku, how could I forget? 𝐒𝐭𝐲 dodged once, but Izuku had grabbed onto his arm and dragged him forward before kneeing him in the stomach and making him go down. Rumi tied up the last of the villain team as Izuku used his knife to free the hostages. Hero team wins. The group of 5 were all at Izuku's place again, with the rest of the siblings sitting around on the floor, while the 5 took the 2 couches with Fuyumi sitting with Rumi and Ryoku. Why am I your guy's heater? Tuya asked, looking at the 2 teens laying on him. Izuku was laying across both of their laps while 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was cuddled up to Tuya's side. "'Cause you have a fire quirk," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 explained, not even looking away from the TV with the news playing at the moment. Izuku didn't answer though, seeing as he was asleep curled up on both of them. "How come you get to hog Izuku?" Himiko yelled, standing at the edge of the couch. "'Cause we're his friend's brat," Tuya called back with a playful smirk. "He's my brother though." Xiaoto and Katsuki were both now close to the edge of the couch too. Izuku stirred slightly, making both Tuya and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 jump a little. "Fine, you guys can sit with us, just don't wake up the kitty." The 3 then climbed onto the couch and huddled close to each other and laid down on Izuku's chest. "Why is my Doria so tired recently?" Ryoku asked. "Probably 'cause the boys keep him awake." Both Tuya and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 blushed before 𝐒𝐿𝐽 threw a pillow at the other girl since Izuku wasn't fully on him. "Shut up. And no, he's just been having a few bad nights is all." Rumi and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 didn't listen though, as Ryoku and Fuyumi had to make sure she didn't attack 𝐒𝐿𝐽. "Of course, I'm sure he'll be fine." Big surprise. Izuku wasn't fine. Ever since the hero training exercise and others like it, he kept being reminded of when he was alone and got bullied all the time, before he met 𝐒𝐿𝐽 and Tuya. He slowly began waking up and uncurled a little and stretched. "Cat boy's awake," Rumi yelled even though she was just on the other couch. "Morning sleepy kid," 𝐒𝐿𝐽 teased, poking Izuku in the face, who just swatted his hand away. "Feel better?" Tuya asked a little nicer. Izuku groaned and sat up a little and was surprised to see the 3 youngest now sitting on his legs. "When did they jump up here?" Izuku asked in a tired voice. "The big babies were sad we were hogging you," 𝐒𝐿𝐽 explained, making Katsuki glare at him. "Did either of you get a single word in the English class?" Tuya asked, looking at the paper like it was in a different language. "Well, it was. I did. I'll help," 𝐒𝐿𝐽 chirped before looking at the paper and beginning to explain some of the words and meanings. Izuku ignored them as he looked over the math homework for that week. He turned upside down and slowly started sinking off the couch until his head was hanging off. "Zuku, what are you doing?" 𝐒𝐿𝐽 asked, now seeing the boy hanging off the couch. Izuku grunted but didn't answer and only glared at the paper before he threw it and groaned. "Are you dying? Is that what's happening?" 𝐒𝐿𝐽 asked again. Izuku closed his eyes before sitting up quickly and looked at them. "We should go for a walk." They both stared at him a little shocked and confused. "Come on. I'm bored." "Kitty, do you have a fever? Normally you're getting on us about doing homework," Tuya joked, making 𝐒𝐿𝐽 laugh. I know, but please. We haven't been out and about in a while, just the 3 of us." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 and Tuya looked to each other. "I don't see why not." "Thank you." He tackled them both into a hug, making them all fall off the couch in a pile of laughter. The 3 walked around aimlessly and just talked about random stuff they had been doing, which wasn't much since they all did everything together for the most part. "I don't know, you guys nervous about the sports festival?" 𝐒𝐿𝐽 asked. "A little, yeah. I think a lot of our class is gonna go after us," Izuku explained with a shrug of his shoulders. "Not like it's gonna do much, we'll kick their butts anyway." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 and Izuku both rolled their eyes at Tuya, who was as cocky as always. "Yeah, but what happens when we have to fight each other?" Izuku asked while crossing his arms. "I'm sorry, what?" "Tu-chan. You know there's the 1v1s every year, so when we get to that point we might have to fight each other to win." They were all silent for a moment. "Well, I'll just have to kick your guys' butts too." 𝐤𝐸 and Izuku looked to Tuya with a glare. Sure Tuya, we'll see. 𝐤𝐸 teased, nudging the other before they both began play fighting. They were all sitting at the park relaxing under a tree, while Izuku was in the tree again. It was silent, none of them were talking, and it was the most relaxing thing they had done in weeks. Boys! Get up! Inko shouted from the kitchen where her and Rei were making food. Izuku woke up with 𝐤𝐸 next to him and Tuya on the ground since 𝐤𝐸 kicked him off in a panic when they woke up. Pretty bird! Why'd you kick me off? Tuya shouted, trying to stand up. Izuku laughed at him as 𝐤𝐸 rubbed his eyes confused. Why are you on the ground? Izuku broke down at that and laughed so hard he fell off the bed. 'Cause you kicked me down here. Izuku finally calmed down and took a few breaths before walking out of the room and going to wake up the others. He knocked on one of the doors before opening it. He saw Xiaotou, Katsuki, and Himiko all laying on the bed together in a nest of blankets. Get up guys, breakfast. He picked up Himiko as he petted the other two's hair. All three woke up calmly and smiled before the other two climbed onto Izuku, Xiaotou in his other arm with Katsuki on his shoulders. They were all still slightly sleepy though. He walked downstairs seeing the others already getting food before going to the living room. Oh look, Mama Kitty finally came down with all his kittens, 𝐤𝐸 teased, making Izuku blush. Shut up Kei-chan. He set the three down as they all walked to the kitchen and got food. He sat on Tuya and 𝐤𝐸, laying across both of them. Hey! Zuku! They both shouted, making him yell. It's what you get for teasing me. He shouted, getting comfortable on them. After a moment though they settled back down and watched the TV, it was just playing some movie that none of them knew. At some point the other three came back and sat on one of the open chairs together. 𝐤𝐸 petted Izuku's hair while Tuya played on his phone. How was your guys' sleepover? Rumi teased, sitting down with Ryako. The best. Like always. 𝐤𝐸 sassed back, lightly punching her in the shoulder. Ryako smiled watching the two play fight. I'm glad you three enjoyed yourselves. Me and Rumi went to the mall. Really? What did you guys get? Izuku asked. Him and Ryako got along well since they both liked similar things. Nothing much really, we just went there to walk around. Ryako blushed a little. Oh, glad you guys had. Izuku cut off as he looked over. 𝐤𝐸, Rumi, and Tuya were now all play fighting. I'll get mine, you get yours. She nodded her head before they both walked over. Izuku sighed as he grabbed onto 𝐤𝐸 and Tuya's arms. Can you guys please calm down? Both stopped and looked at him. Sorry Kitty. Sorry Zuku. He smiled and let them both go as they all sat down as Nezu walked through the door. Good morning everyone. Today we announced the sports festival. What do you guys think about the sports festival? Tuya asked as the five sat down for lunch. I think I'm gonna kick everyone's butts and win the thing. Rumi declared with her foot on the table and standing in a victor position. Rumi, please get your foot off the table. Oh, you wanna go bunny girl? If anything, I'm winning. Tuya yelled back. 𝐤𝐸 pulled Tuya back down and chuckled. We get it, you two are competitive. 𝐤𝐸 rolled his eyes with a smile. Oh, what's wrong birdie? Don't think you can win. Rumi teased. Oh, I'm more than confident I can take you all down. With that the three almost started fighting again before Izuku and Ryako stopped them. Izuku had recently found another aspect of his quirk. He hadn't told the others yet since he was nervous, but with the sports festival coming up, it could really help. He had found out one day that he could actually turn into a cat. He was training with his shadows, seeing if he could change his form when Mayumi suggested trying to turn other shadows into creatures like her and the others. His first thought was to turn it into a cat, and that's how he was here now. He was the size of a normal house cat. Mayumi, what happened? What do I do? He asked in a panic. The large shadow tiger sat there watching him. You seem to have turned yourself into a house cat. Try imagining yourself in your human form and it should reverse it. He focused and soon he opened his eyes, seeing he was back to normal before screaming and falling. Mayumi, I turned into a cat. How? Why? He was trying to think of how it could happen, As he mumbled, the clouds and flowers on his arms moved around in a quick manner, along with his ears going back, meaning he was still panicking. Izuku, the boy stopped and turned to the tiger. It may just be another aspect to your mutation. Since you act and behave like a cat and have the qualities of one, it makes sense that you would somehow be able to turn into one. Izuku thought about it for a second. Do you think I could change how big I am? Or what kind? Izuku asked. The shadow shrugged her shoulders. Try focusing and see if you can. He nodded his head before sitting down into a meditative position. He took a few breaths before feeling himself change. It wasn't painful or anything. It just felt like when he was traveling through shadows. He opened his eyes and looked down at himself. While he didn't look different from his house cat, he felt different, almost like he was stronger. Looking to the tree, he dug his claws in and easily climbed to the top before jumping down and changing back. Mayumi. Okami. Tokuge. Hero. Did you see that? The tiger Mayumi and bear Hero nodded while Tokuge the dragon and the wolf Okami jumped and slithered around excitedly. That's really impressive, Izuku. Okami cheered while Tokuge slithered up his arm and sat there. Thanks, but we should probably head back home. The class all stood in the prep room, all seeming to talk excitedly or messing with each other. What do you guys think the rounds will be? Do you think we'll get to work together? What if we dash? The group of four listened as Izuku rattled off questions and ideas he had about the festival. While they were all excited, it seemed like Rumi, Izuku, and 𝐒𝐲 were the most excited, or as they like to call themselves, Animal Gang. Calm down, Kitty, we'll find out soon, Tuya said while leaning against the lockers. Shut up, Tuya. This is gonna be so fun. 𝐒𝐲 shouted while jumping excitedly with Izuku. I'm gonna kick everyone's butt. Including yours, Flame Beach. Rumi yelled, punching the boy in the shoulder. Tuya glared and punched her back, which would have resulted in another fight if not for the announcement to go out to the field. They all stood out in the field while someone from their class gave a speech about the festival. Though none of them really listened, they just wanted to get on with the competition. Thank you for that great speech. But let's get to the real fun. A giant board was shown and it began cycling through things like a slot machine before stopping on something. And the first round is an escape room race. Izuku was a little shocked. He hadn't ever seen something like this in the other sports festivals. Each person will be put into their own room. Each room is the exact same for all students. And there is a time limit to make it through each room. There are 5 rooms in total. The first 42 to make it through move on to the next round, or the 42 closest to finishing move on. The rooms were made by our very own Nezu. Once everyone was in their rooms, the lights turned on and the cameras showed everyone. Room 1. Situation awareness. This room has traps ready to fire at any time if the students aren't careful. Izuku looked around the room first. It looked like a normal office, but something was wrong with it. He couldn't tell what but decided to stay on his toes. He could already see a few things almost out of place. There was a lockbox that needed a key, a safe under the desk, a computer, and the other door. He was about to take a step when something in him stopped him. He looked down and noticed small bumps on the floor. First obstacle is the mines. If stepped on, they won't cause damage. But they'll scare you. He noticed some others, spaced weirdly so it would be difficult to take a step if you were a normal person. He shifted to the house cat form and avoided all the bombs. He walked up to the safe and saw it needed a 5-digit code. He jumped onto the rolly chair to see the computer. Its screen displayed a sentence, check the chair. He stepped off the chair before changing back to his human form. He looked around the room more and at the chair. There were rails on the ceiling that someone could grab onto, and it looked like the chair had a SWCH near the wheels. He pulled himself up before hooking his legs and hanging upside down. He moved the chair and almost right away spikes jumped from the floor everywhere except where the desk was. He moved the chair back and the spikes went away. Hopping down, he sat on the desk and picked up the chair and looked at the wheels. They all had a number and letter written on it. So 1 is U, 2 is A, 3 is R, 4 is O, and 5 is X. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, real clever sensei. Izuku shouted with a smirk on his face. He put the chair back before going to the safe and typing out the code. The safe opened and showed 2 keys. One was black with a white lightning bolt on it while the other was white with a black X on it. The symbols have to mean something. He took a step back and walked to the door. The door knob had a lightning bolt on it over the keyhole, so that key goes there. Where does the other go? He looked at the lockbox. It had an X, but it was in red. That has to mean don't open, not just a color choice. So then the lightning key is the right one. He tried to pick up the key, but it shocked him. He dropped it with a yelp and cradled his hand. Maybe not. He walked over to the door knob and looked at it. He was about to touch it when he felt the same tug as before, telling him not to. Oh, you're clever. He used some of the shadows and wrapped them around his hand before picking up the key. The shadows absorbed the lightning so he could unlock the door and not get shocked. That's right. In the lockbox lies a small robot that will attack you. You need to figure out how to unlock the door with the shock key. Izuku was about to leave the key when he noticed something on it. In small writing he saw the number 1 on it. He pulled it out of the door and realized it wasn't shocking him anymore. He stared at it before deciding to keep it on him. As he entered the next room he heard something activate. He didn't notice it at first, but the room in the middle began to expand while the room on the outside began to shrink. Okay, there has to be something to activate a door to the middle room. He looked at the ground and saw a few tiles that had small scratches on them. He avoided them as he looked for something, though he was running out of time. Come on, if I was a secret door, where would I be? He stopped in front of one of the walls. He could see the outline of a door. He felt around the wall before pushing in on a certain part. The door pushed itself open slightly. He pushed against it and slowly opened the heavy door. As some of our students have realized, the scratch tiles in the second room trigger an Iron Maiden to fall and trap them. Once he entered the room there was a giant hole in the middle. There was another noise before the room he was in began shrinking again. He looked around for a moment before spotting a hook on the ceiling and a rope nearby. He hooked the rope to the hook and tugged slightly. He noticed a number 2 written on the hook. He didn't get time to think about it though as he jumped down the hole. If they don't find the rope and force the room to push them in, they waste time. The rope stopped just a little above the ground in the next room. Izuku quietly got off the rope before tugging on it hard enough for the hook to come out. He caught the hook and rope. The numbers have to mean something. He put the hook with the key before tying the rope around his waist in case he needed it later. He looked around the room and noticed a robot that seemed to be deactivated, red lasers around the room like a spy movie, and a glass case holding a big diamond. The third room is stealth. If they wake the robot it fires a BB gun at them. If they touch a laser it burns them. They need to get the diamond and get out. He did another look around the room before waking up to the lasers. He got his hand close but he felt the same tug that told him not to touch it. I could shift again. He looked at them all. They seemed close to the ground for that though. It would be easy to move in this form though. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, go ahead of me and see if there are any more traps. The dragon nodded before slithering on the ground to where the diamond was and checked everything. In the meantime Izuku got around the lasers, only getting burned a few times but never waking the robot. Once past them he looked to 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. The diamond has a pressure plate on it. If lifted it will be trapped in a metal box and wake the security. I suggest using the rope. There is also a false door. If opened something bad will happen. Izuku nodded while taking the rope. Thank you 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. The dragon nodded before going back onto Izuku's skin. He walked up to the diamond and stared at it. Let's hope I get this right. He put the rope in one hand and quickly swayed it with the diamond. Nothing happened. He breathed out and looked at the diamond. It had the number 3 on it, so the numbers did mean something. He looked at the door before taking a step back. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 said not to go to that door, so. He looked to where the security bot was and another door was there. Let's go back then. He put the diamond with the key and hook before he went back through the lasers, getting a few less burns than before. He looked at the door and saw it needed someone's hand to scan. It obviously wouldn't work on him, so that left the robot. He looked at the robot and saw a gauge labeled oxygen, so if that could work. He quickly wrapped his arms around the robot and covered its speaker. It thrashed in his hold as he watched the gauge go down. Once it stopped moving and the gauge was low enough, he let go and grabbed its hand and scanned it. The door to the next room opened. Any student that goes to the wrong will be chased by a boulder. But it looks like one is pulling ahead of the rest. A screen showed Izuku walking to the fourth room. The room was a long hallway with the design of an ancient tomb. There were markings on the wall. And the floor seemed to have tiles missing. Notes played in the background and seemed to be repeating themselves. He looked and saw the missing tiles in a pile, about 10 of them exactly. The music has to mean something. He picked up one of the tiles and pushed on it, causing it to make a note. That's it. The tiles relate to the song. You need to put them in the right order, then play them. He began listening closely to the song as he pushed the tiles until he got it right. Once he did, he placed them in their spots. He shifted into his cat form and jumped on each of the tiles to the music. Once he did that, a pillar appeared with a shark tooth on it. He shifted back and grabbed onto the shark tooth, seeing "for" written on it. He walked out the door into the final room. Most of the students have made it to the fourth room, where they have to solve the tile puzzle for problem solving. But it looks like one of us has made it to the final room. This room is a combination of traps from all the other rooms. He saw lasers around the room, small bumps like the one from the first room, and if he wasn't wrong, then the walls were very slowly closing in. He looked around the room and saw small things on the walls, a lock for the key, a hole for the hook, and a tile for the shark tooth, but where was the diamond place? He ignored it for now and got through the lasers and bumps as carefully as possible. He put the key in and the hook, making the bumps disappear and the walls stop. So each part deactivates a trap, so the diamond deactivates the lasers, but what does the tooth deactivate? He didn't remember any traps from that room. He looked to where the tooth went. Something didn't feel right. If they were numbered, then weren't they meant to go in order? He couldn't put it in order though, since he didn't know where the diamond went. God, I hope this gives me something to work with. He put the shark tooth in the tiles and everything stopped. The lasers went away. He took a breath of relief until the room flooded with water. See, where does the diamond go? The room flooded quickly, forcing Izuku up. That's when he noticed the tunnel in the ceiling. At the end of it there was a place for the diamond. The water was rising higher and higher. He felt around but couldn't find the diamond. He looked at the water and saw it at the bottom. He took a deep breath in and swam down and grabbed the diamond. He swam back up, but it took longer since the water was almost at the top. He took a deep breath of air before shoving the diamond into its place. The water quickly left the room, slamming him onto the floor. He coughed a little as a door opened. I hate water. He breathed out before walking out of the room. It opened back to the field where everyone had been watching. Midoriya Izuku wins first place. He jumped and realized that he was the first one out. Yes. He jumped and cheered, but quickly noticed that he was still soaking wet and it was now cold. Not long after, more people began to file out, with Tuya getting second, Ryako getting third, Rumi getting fourth, and Kigo getting fifth. As soon as Tuya was there though, Izuku latched onto him. Jesus kitty, you're soaked. He brought his body temperature up and Izuku purred. And you're warm. Kigo came out and immediately tackled the two, with Rumi and Ryako joining in and cheering. Once the timer ran out and they cleared everything, everyone that passed stood in front of the hero from before, waiting to hear about the next competition. Next we have. They all waited for the screen until it showed, capture the flag, capture the flag. In this game you'll work in groups of 3 or more. Each team will have their own spaces and points to protect. Everyone will also be wearing a belt with your team's color of cloths. If the cloths get taken off, you are out of the game. But if only 1 or 2 get taken off, then you have to wait in that team's prison until another teammate gets you. Izuku was already thinking of who he wanted on his team, and here's everyone's points. Oh no, Izuku was fed. It showed him having 1 million points since he got first. Now he really couldn't ask Kigo or Tuya to team up. Everyone then split up into groups. Midoriya, let's team up. Rumi shouted, with Ryako following her. Are you guys sure? We'll be the biggest targets. Rumi cheered while Ryako nodded. Of course, it's better if we work with friends. Izuku almost cried but hugged the two. I love you both so much. You too, Midoriya. Should we ask Todoroki and Tokomi? Ryako asked. Izuku shook his head. Why the F not? You 3 hardly ever leave each other's side. Rumi shouted. We're all really competitive. They'll want to try and beat me or each other before we even think about teaming up. To emphasize the point, Izuku looked to Tuya and waved. The other then moved his thumb across his neck. Izuku returned the gesture. He did the same to Kigo, who only stuck out his tongue and made an L with his hand. God, you 3 are weird. They had the area separated for all the teams and gave them all everything they needed. Izuku, Rumi, and Ryako all had chosen red for their color. So Midoriya, what's the plan? Rumi asked as they all huddled up. We need to protect our points. He picked up a ball that had their collective points on it, so we should put it in the far back, but not too close to the prison. The two nodded as they began setting everything up. Once they were done, they talked a little more strategy and situations, but once the timer finished, it was all-out war. A good portion of the groups all ran to Izuku, Rumi, and Ryuko. Izuku had his shadow animals help guard the points in case someone did get past them. The three had gotten a good portion of the competition in their jail already, with their teammates joining them soon after. The only issue was that if the entire team was in jail, then they lost. "You Sugiyama. I'm going for the open teams," Izuku called. Rumi nodded while taking another person's cloth. He ran and jumped over people trying to get to an open area. Once he crossed the way, he was running towards the points when someone stepped in front of him. "Come on, Zuku. I figured you would have noticed me coming," 𝐒𝐲 shouted while in a battle position. "Sorry, Kei-chan, didn't expect you in someone else's area." He didn't stop running though and slid under 𝐒𝐲's legs. 𝐒𝐲 didn't give him time to think though, as he sent large feathers his way. Izuku jumped and dodged. If he wanted to win, he needed to distract 𝐒𝐲. Izuku turned and started running back towards 𝐒𝐲. The other teen was shocked and flew up. Luckily, that's what Izuku wanted. He jumped into the shadow created by the other and appeared in the shadow caused by the ball. He picked it up. "Okami! Catch!" He threw the ball as hard as he could to his own area. He saw Okami jump up and catch it in their mouth before running and putting it with the other points. "Wow! That was clever, Zuku," 𝐒𝐲 shouted from his spot in the air. "But you left yourself open." Izuku jumped and barely dodged Tuia's fist before having to also dodge his foot. "Tiu-chan!" Izuku shouted, jumping before flipping away. "Hi Kitty!" Izuku had to start dodging feathers, fists, and kicks now while trying to get back to his team that had mostly been left alone at this point. "You guys teamed up." 𝐒𝐲 landed and used one of his bigger feathers to try and trip Izuku up. It didn't work though, as Izuku just caught it with his hands in a clap before shoving it to the ground. He jumped just as Tuia was about to slam his leg down and flipped before letting go and running. "And time's up." Just as it was called, Izuku stopped running and took a breath. Thank God. He turned back to the two others who had stopped chasing after him. "I didn't know if I could beat you too, or if I wanted to," he joked. The other two smirked before 𝐒𝐲 wrapped his arm around Izuku's neck and started rubbing his head. "Oh please, you could have just trapped us down," Tuia announced, walking past them. "The team in first place is Team Midoriya. Then Todoroki, Takumi, and finally Team Suzuki." The three looked confused. They didn't remember anyone named Suzuki. "Now please enjoy the break before we go to 1v1s. The five were all sitting around the table eating and talking about what they did during the first two competitions. "Okay, but how does Midoriya keep kicking butt?" Rumi asked jokingly. "Are you kidding? This guy would probably fight Endeavor, for fun," Tuia answered while taking a drink. "I don't know, I kinda messed up during the first one. I didn't see where the diamond went and almost drowned," Izuku explained, rubbing the back of his neck. "Same," Tuia said. "Really? But you weren't." "Oh yeah." Izuku smacked the front of his head. He kinda forgot Tuia could have just heated his body and made the water evaporate. "Yeah, Kitty, that's why you grappled onto me once I was out. You were drenched." Izuku laughed a little while rubbing the back of his neck. That was until someone slammed their tray into him. "Hey! What's the big idea?" 𝐒𝐲 and Rumi shouted. The person had orange hair and a smirk. "Oh sorry, didn't mean to slam into the oh so great Midoriya." Izuku quirked an eyebrow a little confused. "Just so you know, I plan on winning this thing." The guy then walked away with two others following. "He doesn't seem pleasant," Ryuko stated, glaring at the boy. "Could say that again. Hope I get to kick his butt," Tuia shouted, sending a glare to the retreating figure. Once the break was over, the classes all went to the spectator stands to wait for the fights. "For our first fight, we have Midoriya vs Watanabe," the pro announced. Izuku looked around. They hadn't heard of someone named Watanabe before. The other four looked around too till someone started laughing. "Looks like I'll take you down early, alley cat." The group glared as the guy from before stood on the other side of the barrier. Hey! Why don't you dash 𝐒𝐿 cut 𝐂𝐿 off? It's fine, let's get this over with, shall we? 𝐒𝐿 asked with a cat-like smirk. 𝐂𝐿 and 𝐭𝐲 could tell he was zest by the fact his tail was swishing from side to side. Bring it on. The two stood across from each other. 𝐒𝐿 stretched slightly while Watanabe just stood there with a smirk. On the right, we have Midoriya of Class 1A. A feisty cat who so far killed the competition. 𝐒𝐿 rolled his eyes at the announcement. And on the left, we have Watanabe of Class 1C, someone we haven't seen much of. But he made it this far. The other glared up at the booth with a growl. May the best man win. 𝐒𝐿 crouched low to the ground while Watanabe didn't move and only smirked. I plan on it. Just as the timer started, Watanabe disappeared. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. He looked around trying to see the other, but he couldn't. Behind you. He flipped out of the way and landed on his feet, looking around confused. Or did I scare the kitten? He whipped around and tried to kick the other, but nothing was there. He lowered his foot but stayed tense. He still couldn't see the other. A flicker of someone appeared in his peripherals. He turned and punched where they should be and was happy to be met with something there. Watanabe flickered for a moment and 𝐒𝐿 could see how angry he was. He jumped back away before the other disappeared again. Whoa! Does he have a teleportation quirk? 𝐒𝐿 knew he didn't. If he did, it wouldn't make sense as to why he flickered like that. So it was an invisibility quirk. 𝐒𝐿 shifted a little and looked at the ground. It didn't matter if he was invisible, he would still have a shadow, and 𝐒𝐿 could use that. He focused for a second just to confirm that he did have a shadow, but he couldn't see one. He looked to the side and saw Watanabe fully there, and he did have one. He dodged the punch and retaliated with his own, making the other grunt and stumble before disappearing again. If he had a shadow when he was visible, he could still use it. Is the cat having a little trouble? Or do you have your own tongue caught? 𝐒𝐿 twisted just in time to dodge a kick before grabbing the other's leg and yanking him to the ground. Wow! Cat jokes. Haven't heard those before. When the other disappeared, 𝐒� lost the leg. It's like it just, he's a ghost. He could turn intangible, not invisible. If 𝐒� could get him close enough to out of bounds, then maybe he could trick him. He walked slowly to the bounds and stood there, his back facing the open area. His ears twitched and turned every which way, trying to find any hint of sound. Looks like I win, 𝐒� smirked and grabbed the arm about to push him and flipped the other over the out of bounds. Not a chance. You did so good. 𝐭𝐲 tackled 𝐒� as soon as he walked through the entrance. Hell yeah. Kicked his butt. Rumi shouted, patting him on the back. You did quite well. 𝐒� laughed and hugged 𝐭𝐲 back. Thanks guys, where'd 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 go? He asked, looking around. Oh. It's his fight next, he's going against someone in our class. 𝐭𝐲 explained as they all sat down. Really? Who? You remember that brat from the first day of training? You know, the Fing Beach. Rumi waved her hand a little with a roll of her eyes. You mean Ito? With the metal quirk? Rumi nodded her head before turning back to watch. Though there wasn't much to watch, 𝐂𝐿 just sent a wave of fire, scaring the other girl and making her jump out of bounds on accident. A lot of the fights went like that, not very interesting to watch but still fun. So who's left? 𝐭𝐲 asked while they all sat around during halftime. It's me, you, Chen, Usajiyama, Tatsuma, Suzuki, Nakamura, and Abe. Rumi and Ryako looked at him in shock. How the F did you remember that? 𝐒� blushed a little. Kitty here has almost photographic memory, so he ended up memorizing the board apparently. Sorry, it was just kinda boring just sitting there. He defended, sinking into his seat while the others laughed at him. Who's going right now? Ryako asked, sitting next to 𝐒�. He looked up for a moment. It should be Chen and Suzuki, though I don't really know anything about Suzuki. I think he has a strength quirk. Just as he said that, the ground cracked around Suzuki as he took off and tried to attack 𝐒𝐿. Why I think cat boy? Rumi joked. The two fighting was pretty intense, well more intense than the others. Anytime Suzuki got too close, 𝐒𝐿 would activate his quirk and push him back, the only issue being Tuya could only use it so much before it started to affect his body in bad ways, though Suzuki seemed to only be able to use power in certain parts and leaving the rest of his body open. Tuya's gonna have at least a first degree everywhere. 𝐒𝐲 pointed out while on the edge of his seat. Izuku nodded, getting closer to the railing to get the full experience. Though that was a mistake apparently when fire got a little too close, luckily 𝐒𝐲 had acted fast enough and yanked the other back quickly. Thanks Kei-chan. 𝐒𝐲 smiled and nodded as they both sat back down. Soon after that Tuya was able to get him pinned so he couldn't move. Who's next? Rumi asked, looking over Izuku's shoulder. Tatsuma and Nakamura. Oh, Ryako's gonna kick there but 2 minutes tops. Rumi announced happily while Tuya sat down on the other side of Izuku with a few ice packs. You good Tuya? 𝐒𝐲 asked, holding one of the ice packs on his forehead. Warm. He laid down across the two, but they didn't stop him. Now who's using us as a bed? Izuku teased, making 𝐒𝐲 laugh. Shut it. Tuya playfully kicked him in his leg while they got comfortable. After the first 3 rounds with Tuya, Ryako, and Rumi winning, it was finally 𝐒𝐲 and Izuku's turn, though it was against each other. You know Zuku, if you drop out now, no one will hold it against you. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure Kei-chan, and no one will be angry you lost now, will they? The two got into fighting positions waiting for the timer to start. As soon as it went off, the two took off at each other. 𝐒𝐲 took one of his longer feathers and prepared to swing while Izuku dodged and slid in between the other's legs. He stood back up and tackled 𝐒𝐲, though it didn't work as 𝐒𝐲 decided to lift himself off the ground and go into the air. If you wanted to fall for me so bad you could have just asked Zuku. Izuku smirked before letting go of him and deciding to fall. 𝐒𝐲 knew he was gonna be okay, but he still tried to fly down fast enough to catch him. Izuku laughed a little when he fell through the shadow 𝐒𝐲 created and waited a moment before jumping out again. He dodged 𝐒𝐲's feathers again before tackling him and flipping him over his shoulder. He grabbed 𝐒𝐲's arms and pinned them to his back. Takomi, can you move? 𝐒𝐲 smirked before relaxing his muscles a little. Nope. Midoriya wins. Izuku squealed as he jumped up, then hugged 𝐒𝐲 tightly. Kei-chan, you did amazing. Your feathers are getting stronger than ever. 𝐒𝐲 blushed a little. Oh please, stop your flattery, you already won. Who's next? Izuku asked, sitting next to 𝐒𝐲 and Tuya. It would be me against Todoroki. Ryako stood up and bowed to Tuya before offering a hand. May the best win. Tuya glared before looking to the arena and standing up. I plan on it. The two stood across from each other, Tuya looking bored but angry and Ryako looking blank. Start. Ryako took off first, starting to shift to her dragon form and aiming a slash at Tuya. He smiled and used his fire to push him up and over her. That's a little risky. He used his fire and sent a powerful blast towards pushing her a little. And you're being risky as well, you'll burn out before this is over. Tuya knew she was right, he was already bad from the last few fights and this one might tip it over. Doesn't matter. He sent another powerful blast but she simply took it. He smiled wider before sending another wave of fire. It's useless Todoroki. I'm immune to fire. He ran at her with his arms lit up and a wide smile. But you aren't immune to force. He sent another powerful wave pushing her even further. He added more force to it though he could feel the burns setting in. It was enough to push her back. Tatsuma is out of bounds. Tuya. Tu-chan. Both of the teens ran over to Tuya who looked tired and warm. You okay? That looked like it took a lot out of YA. 𝐒𝐲 touched his cheek and jumped a little at the heat. He pushed past them and walked towards Recovery Girl's room. Something's up. Izuku nodded watching him walk away. Do you have an idea what it is, Kei-chan? 𝐒𝐲 shook his head. You'll probably find out soon. You fight him if you win against Bunny Girl. Izuku nodded and got ready for his own fight. Next up, our very own Izuku Midoriya and Rumi Usajiyama. The two walked out into the ring and smirked at each other. You ready to get your butt kicked, cat boy? She was stretching her legs as she spoke. You wish. He got in a low position, already having a solid idea of how it was going to play out. Oh really? Well then, game on. And go. The two ran forward with Rumi attacking first, aiming a kick to his face. He ducked and swung his own legs out, trying to trip her up. They both jumped back when neither attacked work and stared at each other for a moment before they both pounced. Izuku dodged a series of kicks from her, sending him back a little. He could see the line not too far away and knew if he didn't push back soon he would be pushed out. Dodging another kick, his back was up against the line. Seems like you're gonna get out early. He looked between her and the line before coming up with an idea. Not yet. He shifted to his cat form and jumped over her. It confused her so much she was frozen in place, letting him push her out of the ring. What the F? Izuku was trying not to laugh. He hadn't told any of the others he could do that yet. What the hell did you just do? He was now laughing like a madman as she shook him. I'm sorry. I learned I could turn into a cat. She pulled him into a headlock and started messing up his hair and ears. Stop it. No. You played a dirty trick. They both were laughing at this point and walking off the stage. Izuku. That was good. But you can turn into a cat. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 shouted with his wings flapping a little. Yeah, was hoping to keep that a secret. Izuku looked over to Tuya, who looked mad for some reason, almost ready for our round. Tuchan. Tuya stood up, glaring at the ground before pushing past them. Whatever, I'll kick your butt. Izuku looked at him worriedly but replied. We'll see. Next up. Tuya Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya. The crowd started going wild as the two walked up. Izuku was still worried about him since he seemed even angrier now. Tuchan. What's going on? Tuya didn't look up but smiled wildly at the ground. Get ready. You're about to lose, kitty. Go. As soon as it was called, Tuya raised his hand, small blue flames dancing on his palm before it almost exploded with fire. It rushed toward Izuku, who looked only in shock before jumping out of the way. Tuchan. Don't do that. You'll get dash. Izuku was cut off as another burst came rushing at him. Tuya only laughed a little. What's wrong? Think you'll lose to me? He set two more bursts at Izuku. He could already see the burns getting worse by the second. Izuku growled and used some shadows to wrap around Tuya's feet and yank forward, making him lose his balance. Stop. You'll hurt yourself. Tuya stood up on slightly shaky legs, but with a wild smile. Isn't that the point? To beat anyone at any cost. Even if it means hurting yourself. He sent another burst that Izuku couldn't dodge fully in time, getting a small part of his arm burned. He grunted and held it close to him. He saw Tuya pause in fear before growling and getting ready for another attack. Izuku used the shadows again and wrapped them around the other's arm to try and stop him and give Izuku time. He knew what was up, but he needed to find out why. His eyes darted around the arena looking for who he expected. Lo and behold, the fiery man was standing near the railing with a smile. That's not the point. You can't break yourself, Tuya. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stood up from his seat and watched closely. He had also seen Endeavor and was worried for both of them. No one wants someone who's weak. Izuku. Tuya broke out of the shadows and started running towards Izuku. So let's finish this already. He aimed a fire punch at Izuku, who rolled out of the way, grabbing onto more shadows and tying Tuya down stronger this time. You aren't weak. Tuya looked up when he heard the cracking voice. Izuku had tears in his eyes as he spoke. You are so much stronger than you think. He saw Tuya's eyes drift to Endeavor and stepped in the way. You aren't him and he means nothing. Now focus on the fight. The shadows crawled away and focus on me. Tuya glared, still angry and upset. He stood up and smirked at Izuku. You wanted my attention, kitty. Well, you got it. Tuya ran at him and this time Izuku didn't dodge but retaliated with his own kick. The two at this point were fighting quirkless and it seemed to be taking a lot out of Tuya, though Izuku figured it was likely from how much he used his quirk rather than actual exhaustion. Tuya was breathing and barely standing at this point. You're your own person, Tuya. You aren't weak, you aren't broken, you're amazing. Tuya had his own tears at this point. God, I hate you, you're always so happy and nice about everything. Tuya dodged a hit, I tried to kill you just now. And you're perfectly fine. Izuku laughed a little, knowing Tuya was in a better state of mind, a tired and emotionally exhausted one, but a better one. I know Chu-chan, but that's why we're here, isn't it? Izuku lightly shoved him as Tuya realized he stepped out of bounds to help others. Izuku Midoriya wins. Tuya glared but started laughing a little. Okay kitty, you win. Izuku and Tuya were both in the infirmary getting healed from the fight while 𝐒𝐲 yelled at them. Are you both stupid? He pointed to Izuku. You fought him full well knowing what was wrong and even possibly made it worse. He turned to Tuya and you. You attacked at full power without a cooldown system. And at Izuku. Both looked guilty. Baby bird 𝐒𝐲 didn't let Tuya finish. Nope. I'm not done yelling yet. You kept all that SHT inside until Izuku literally beat it out of you. He silently screamed before sitting down on Tuya's bed. You can't do that, Tuya. Me and Izuku care about you. You need to talk to us. Tuya looked down sadly. I know. But he got into my head, made me think you only liked me because I was strong and would leave when you found out I was weak. Izuku stood up and sat next to 𝐒𝐲 on the bed. Chu-chan, we wouldn't do that. Tuya sighed and leaned back with an arm over his eyes. I know that. But. 𝐒𝐲 sighed and finished the sentence for him. But it seems real to you. 𝐒𝐲 sighed again before cuddling up to Tuya's left side. Come on kitty. What are you doing? Tuya asked as they both laid down. We're gonna kill you with love and affection. Izuku answered, pulling them both closer to each other. Oh no, please, I have a wife and kids. They laughed a little before getting comfortable and falling asleep. The three had seemed closer after the sports festival. The group as a whole was closer, especially when it came to messing Izuku and his cat form. Stop it! Izuku yelled, running from Rumi who only cackled. Never cat boy. It's official. If you can turn into a cat you're our pet. Izuku ducked and rolled out of the way only to be caught by 𝐒𝐲. Kei-chan. He yelled at the other who only held him tighter and giggled. Come on Zuku. It'll look cute. Izuku grumbled but melted into the arms nonetheless. Besides, remember when we were younger? Me and Tuya already called you our pet. Izuku blushed and glared at the blonde. You're seriously going to let her put a collar on me? 𝐒𝐲 only smiled at him. I hate every single one of you. Ryuko smiled and showed him the actual choker. It will look good with your hero costume, I think. He looked at the choker and had a slight smile. It was a simple black leather with a metal blue and red heart. In his head he often associated blues and reds to Tuya and 𝐒𝐲, which made him blush. Try it on at least, according to the make it will stretch and change with your form. He took it from her and stared at it before putting it around his neck. Yes. Pet cat achieved. Rumi cheered with a wide smile. Izuku felt 𝐒𝐲's arms tighten around his waist and he turned to the blonde a little confused. Kei-chan. He was looking at Izuku with a blush before coughing and letting him go. Sorry, looks good though, definitely suits you. Izuku laughed a little at 𝐒𝐲's reaction, and me and Tuya called dibs years ago. Zuku's our pet cat. Wait, he put it on. Tuya ran into the room and looked at the choker on Izuku's neck. Not bad kitty. Izuku rolled his eyes and shoved the other playfully, and we totally did. Ask moms, they have proof. Rumi rolled her eyes. Well then I'm stealing the bird. You already have a pet dragon. What more do you want? They were all back in class within the week, having gotten a small break after the sports festival to rest and be ready for the next task. It's good to see you all back. I assume you had a good break. Nezu greeted as he handed them whiteboards and markers, but the break is over. We will be choosing hero names today. Once you choose one, come up to the front. Rumi was already writing something down with a smirk while Ryuko seemed to be thinking of ideas. Hey Zuku. Izuku turned to 𝐒𝐲. Are you gonna use Cheshire? I planned on using Hawks, cause why no? He ruffled his wings a little. Yeah, I think I will. I really like the name. Besides, you guys gave it to me right. 𝐒𝐲 smiled wider as Tuya leaned up. Hey, help me pick a name. Izuku and 𝐒𝐲 turned around in their chairs to face him. What about Flash Fire? "'Cause you're so hot," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 teased with a smirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 smirked back before hitting him with the whiteboard. "Very funny, birdie, but it's not a bad idea. What about you?" Izuku tried to think. Flash fire was a good idea, but it was too on the nose, so was Hawks, he guessed though. "What about salamander? Then we can all be matching." 𝐒𝐻𝐽 gasped and started shaking 𝐻𝐻𝐽. "Pick it. We have to match now." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 laughed a little. "Fine, but if anyone makes fun of it, I'm blaming you both." The two laughed as they all wrote down the names before presenting them to the class. Everyone had interesting names. Izuku was a little surprised by Rumi and Ryako's choices though. He liked the name Meko and Ryukyu. When he asked about them, they said they were names they had wanted to use since they were kids. Good. Now since you've picked your names, it's time to pick your internships. If you didn't get any, you will be assigned a list to choose from. Choose carefully, everyone. They showed the amount of offers everyone got, and Izuku was happy to see that their group all got a large amount. You'll have till the end of the week to choose, then you'll be going to their agency and interning with them for a week. So who did you guys choose? Izuku asked, still looking over his papers. He had looked up most of the heroes if he didn't already know everything about them. "I went with the Rescue Hero 13. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 explained. Izuku remembered reading about them. "I wanna find ways to rescue people and protect them, more than just hitting the problem with fire. I'm still not sure. I wanna go with someone who can teach me hand-to-hand and weapons. Can't rely on my quirk too much," Hawk said, looking through his own. "What about you? You've been mumbling and writing lists for the past 5 hours. Izuku blushed and ducked his head a little. "I don't know, most of the heroes on here aren't what I'm looking for. I was hoping for maybe an underground hero or someone who works closer with police. Spotlight's never really been me." "Yeah, but you look so good in it," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 said with a smile while 𝐻𝐻𝐽 took some of his papers and looked through them. "Wait." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 pulled one of the papers out and searched up the name. "Isn't this that underground hero that helped with our case?" Izuku took the paper and read over the name before gasping. He ran upstairs and grabbed his notebook before looking through his notes. "It is. They never actually answer my questions though. Maybe I can ask them more with my internship. I'm choosing him." Izuku filled out the form before putting them back into his school bag. "Can you two help me now?" 𝐒𝐻𝐽 cried out. "So who did you guys choose?" Rumi asked as they all walked to class. "I went with 13, they seem cool." Ryako seemed to brighten up. "I went with them too." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 smiled. "Hell yeah. They high-fived, making Rumi roll her eyes before looking at Izuku and 𝐒𝐻𝐽. "I chose Gunhead. I heard he teaches all his interns hand-to-hand and weapons, which is what I'm looking for." "I chose an underground hero. He goes by Eraserhead." "Oh yeah, forgot you wanted to go underground." Izuku nodded along. "It's a good idea with my quirk, and I can help more people if I'm not in the spotlight." "Well, I chose Gang Orca. He seems awesome and is strong as hell." Rumi cheered as they all sat down. "Really? I mean, he is strong. Only drawback for him would be his need for water. The two of you working together would be interesting too." And Rumi listened as he talked about the pros and cons of working with the hero while the others had their own conversation. "Hey Ryako, you like making jewelry, right?" 𝐒𝐻𝐽 asked the girl. She nodded her head a little confused. "Well, I have an idea for something and wanted your help. Think you'd be up to it?" "Of course, what is it?" He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her, not letting 𝐻𝐻𝐽 look at it. "I see, of course I'll help. Thanks so much. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead." "Jesus birdie, it's not the end of the world." "Yes it is, 𝐻𝐻𝐽." Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐽 were sitting on the couch while Xiaoto, Himiko, and Katsuki sitting on the ground and doing their homework. "Where are Fuyumi and Natsuo?" Izuku asked, looking up from his notes. "They went out with moms, remember? Something about a shopping trip, I don't remember." "Where's Bird Boy?" "He's with Ryako and Rumi, said he was working on something with them." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 looked up from his phone confused. "What? Those three rarely hang out without us. Maybe they are changing that." 𝐻𝐻𝐽 sat up and looked to the three on the ground. "Brats." Katsuki glared at him and threw a pencil that 𝐻𝐻𝐽 caught. "You know what's up with 𝐒𝐻𝐽?" Himiko raised her hand. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 pointed at her to talk. "Kay said not to tell you because it's a secret." She looked proud of herself. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 glared harder and crossed his arms. Why is it a secret? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 raised his hand this time but didn't wait to talk. Because you're nosy. Katsuki burst out laughing while Himiko giggled. Izuku was trying to hide his laughter but was failing miserably. Oh, you think so, brat? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 stood up and started chasing after 𝐿𝐴𝐷, who was giggling. Come back here. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 caught him and started tickling him. No. Stop it. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 was in tears. He swatted at 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand but jumped when 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand was frozen in ice. Are you okay? The others ran over hearing the shout. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked petrified. Whoa, it's okay. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 heated his hand, causing the ice to melt. See, all better, it's okay. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 still looked worried as the other three crouched next to them. What happened? Himiko asked, trying to reach out to 𝐿𝐴𝐷, who flinched back. She moved her hand away nervously. Half and half, what the hell? Katsuki looked at the other. He didn't look hurt but he seemed scared to touch them. Sho-chan, Izuku used the shadows to cover his arm. It's okay, come here. Izuku picked him up but he still seemed freaked out. What if I hurt you though? Izuku smiled and pet his hair back. You couldn't hurt us, okay? Your quirk activated is all. He sat on the ground as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 sat next to them. It's okay, remember when you learned about Himikan and Kaken quirks? You won't hurt us. Himiko and Katsuki scooted over to them, both holding onto Izuku and 𝐻𝐬𝐽. How does it feel? Are you cold? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 asked. His mom always felt colder than other people. Why yes. No. My right side is cold but my left feels warm. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 grabbed his left hand. It did feel warmer than before. Try focusing on your hand. Think of a small flame appearing like this one. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 created a fire in his hands and showed it to 𝐿𝐴𝐷, who closed his eyes and scrunched his face. A second later his hand caught on fire, though it wasn't blue like 𝐻𝐬𝐽's. Look. I did it. Katsuki and Himiko started cheering excitedly as Izuku and 𝐻𝐬𝐽 smiled. You did, now do the same thing with your right, but imagine an ice cube. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 did the same as before and an ice spike appeared. Good job. Izuku ruffled his hair. That's amazing, Sho-chan. Does this mean I can be a hero like you? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asked, looking at Izuku and 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Of course, you can be whatever you want. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 encouraged. All three of you can if you want, Izuku gasped, getting an idea. We can train you guys. If you want, of course. I wanna be like Izuku. Himiko cheered, starting to run around excitedly, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 wiggling out of Izuku's hold and chasing after her, making her squeal and run faster. Don't leave me out. Katsuki stood up and started chasing them both around the living room. The two teens laughed a little before 𝐻𝐬𝐽 got a serious look on his face. If we were still with that but, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 didn't need to finish the sentence. Izuku could already imagine where it was heading. But you're not. He grabbed 𝐻𝐬𝐽's hand and pulled him into a hug. You're all with us, not there. The two stood there holding each other before Izuku pulled away. We have to tell the others. They'll be so excited. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rolled his eyes as Izuku dragged him back to the couch and called their moms and 𝐒𝐻𝐽. Do you really have to go? Himiko asked, tugging on his sleeve a little. Izuku chuckled and picked her up. I'll be back soon, okay? It'll only be for a week. Himiko puffed her cheeks up and crossed her arms. Himikan, don't be like that. He pulled her into a hug before gasping, wait, I'll tell you a secret. Himiko lit up. Tell me. He smirked and sat on the bed with her. When we were young I made Tu-chan and Kei-chan a flower crown. I still have the one they made. He nodded towards a laminated flower crown that was on his bookshelf in a frame. How about when I get back we'll go shopping and get you one. And make it out of fake flowers so you can have any color and it'll last forever. Really? Can we? He laughed a little and nodded. Can I make one for Sho and Kat? She was bouncing now, making him laugh again. Of course. So while I'm away you think about the flowers. And colors you want, okay? That way when I'm back we can start right away. But keep it a secret. He whispered the last part with a finger over his mouth. I'm good with secrets. 𝐻𝐴𝐷. He ruffled her hair and picked her up. That's right, days. Now let's go say bye to the others, okay? I have to meet my class at the train station soon. Saying goodbye to everyone was an experience. Fuyumi, Natsuo, Rei, and Inko had all been excited and wished him luck, but Xiaoto, Himiko, and Katsuki had all been close to crying when they left. Can't believe the brats cried when we left. Tuya laughed a little, but Izuku could see he was just as nervous to leave them. They'll be fine, I'm sure they'll annoy Natsuo and Fuyumi a lot for us. He nudged the other, making him smirk before pushing him back. Kane. Izuku ran over and pulled the blonde into a tight hug, who hugged back. Zuku. Tue. I have a present. Izuku pulled back a little confused as Tuya joined them. A present? Is it why you've been secretive lately? 𝐒𝐲 blushed a little and nodded his head before pulling out two black boxes. Just open them. The two opened the boxes and pulled out a gold chain. On the end of it was a small red feather. 𝐒𝐲. Is this? Tuya held it carefully in his hand, inspecting it. 𝐒𝐲 lifted his hand a little, making both of the feathers start floating. Whoa. I just thought. 𝐒𝐲 rubbed the back of his neck before taking a deep breath. Look, I like both of you a lot and… oh god, I'm bad at this. He covered his face as Tuya started laughing. Tuya. 𝐒𝐲 punched him in the arm, only making him laugh harder. Izuku giggled before getting their attention. I like you both a lot too. He put the chain around his neck. It somewhat matched the choker he kept, but this is not a good place to confess. He was blushing like a madman since he could see their classmates not too far away. Kitty's right, how about this? Tuya slung an arm around both of them. When we get back we'll go somewhere nice, just the three of us, and then after we'll see where it leads. The two stared at him before 𝐒𝐲 spoke. Wow, you sound smart for once. Tuya glared and smacked him upside the head. That's the last time I give a good idea. The two started to play fight as Izuku rolled his eyes and walked over to Rumi and Ryako. Did he actually confess just now? Rumi asked with a large smirk on her face. Izuku blushed and nodded his head. Sorta. Tue-chan said we should go out when we get back and actually confess. Why no, not in front of a train. Rumi started laughing hysterically as Ryako nodded her head in understanding. F you bunny. Tuya raced over and tackled her as the two started fighting, with 𝐒𝐲 cheering Tuya on. Students. The three messing around stood up straight, hearing Nedzu's voice. I'm glad to see you're excited. Let's get going then. You all know where you need to be. The students started walking to their trains or towards their agencies. I hope you all have a good time and learn a lot. Ryako hugged them, with Tuya hugging 𝐒𝐲 and Izuku before punching Rumi in the shoulder. CYA losers. Get ready to lose when we get back. Rumi flipped them off before turning to the other two. You heard the burnt beach, prepare to lose when I get back. I'm training with the best. Rumi waved and ran to her train. Good luck Zuku, I'm sure you'll be amazing. 𝐒𝐲 left to go to his bus before Izuku went on his own. Izuku looked at the building in front of him. It wasn't large like other hero agencies, and he was thankful for that at least. He walked into the building and was greeted with a woman at the front desk. Hello. You must be Eraser's intern. He nodded his head. Just go down the hall and to the left, it's the training area. Thank you, miss. He walked down the hall like she said and came to the door. He nervously knocked before opening it. For some reason he felt like he should be careful. I'm Eraserhead. The woman at the front dash. He ducked when strips of fabric came at him. He rolled out of the doorway and quickly pulled his jacket off before getting into a fighting stance. Not terrible at least. Then a figure came at him. He dodged and sent a kick to their side, only for it to be caught and flipped onto his back. He kicked out again, making them let go before he was wrapped in cloth. You need work. He was shocked for a moment before realizing who it was. Eraserhead. The older man only glared at him. Why exactly did you choose me for your internship? And don't even think about lying, I'll know. The cloth around him tightened at the question. Oh. Well, I remembered you from back when you helped Tue-chan and his family. And you. And you work with the police, it seems, and an underground hero. It's the kind of hero I want to be. Eraserhead stared at him for a moment before letting him go. You have some potential. Izuku smiled wide, getting a small glare. You have 2 days. If you don't show any improvement, I'm sending you back to Nedzu, understand? Yep. I'm ready. Eraserhead smirked before swiping Izuku's feet out from under him. Izuku flipped and landed back on his feet with a smile. Good. Lesson 1, always be prepared. 12 a.m. Shouter Aizawa, for the love of God, please tell me you got the cat kid as your intern. I am begging you, not here to make friends. I did. Why? 12 a.m. Hisashi, you owe me 2,000 yen. Diminute. Shu, not here to make friends. Did you seriously bet if I would take him on or not? Maybe 12 a.m. Most definitely. You really like cats. Show, not here to make friends. That is not why I chose him, and you know it. 12 a.m. Completely irrelevant. You like cats and he's a cat. Not here to make friends. I regret every decision that led me to you. Good, you're done. Izuku nodded as he adjusted his gloves. Eraserhead walked around him before nodding. You have weapons too, know how to use them. Izuku nodded again and pulled out his staff before making it full size and spinning it a few times. I've been learning it for a while. I also know how to use the knife. He spun the knife in his hand before putting it back. And I can also create weapons from shadows. He pulled shadows from the corner of the room and wrapped it around his staff to create a battle axe. And it does damage. Izuku smiled, took his glove off and touched the blade before pulling away and showing a small amount of bi. Let's see how well you fight with the staff. No quirks. They both walked to separate areas of the room before lunging at each other. Izuku ducked under the capture weapon before spinning the staff and aiming for his legs. Eraserhead jumped before aiming a kick at Izuku, who blocked it with his arms. He grabbed onto one of the other's legs before dragging him down a little. Eraserhead kicked out before switching to hand. Izuku dodged a punch and sent one of his own that was caught before Izuku twisted out of it. They stood away from each other, catching their breath before jumping at each other again. Kigo looked at the agency before walking in. He looked around for a moment before someone got his attention. Good. You made it safe. He smiled and jogged the rest of the way to Gunhead. Are you ready to get started? Yep. I'm super excited. He pumped his fist into the air. Gunhead smiled and did a cutesy pose. Fantastic. Kigo only smiled wider, trying not to laugh at the hero. He would need to tell Izuku and Tuya about this later. First, I'll give you a tour and show you how we do things around here. Then we'll get a gauge on your skills. Kigo nodded and followed after Gunhead as they began walking around the agency. So are you and Rumi ever gonna be a thing? Tuya asked Ryuko as they sat on the train. I'm not sure, we have been close for a very long time, but I don't think it's the same as you three. What you three have is very special. Tuya blushed a little and rolled his eyes. Yeah. I'm lucky to have them. Ryuko smiled before standing up. I believe this is our stop. They both stood up and walked out, quickly finding their way to the agency, seeing 13 waiting for them. Hello. I see you both made it. Ryuko shook hands while Tuya nodded to them. We'll head inside and do a quick tour before going through some questions. The two nodded before following 13 inside. Rumi was practically bouncing as she got inside. You made it. She turned and smiled wide, seeing Gang Orca. Let's not wait out here for long. Follow me. She walked next to him excitedly. They seemed to be going to his office. When they got inside, they both sat down on different sides of the desk as Gang Orca stared her down. She only crossed her arms and smirked. Why did you choose me? Because you're a badass. I want to be able to fight like you. You're a great hero. Why did you choose me? So I can still fight without using my quirk. Can't be a one-trick bird. Why did you both choose me? To save people without just lighting the problem on fire. I don't want to be like my dad. I want to make a difference. I want to save everyone I can without violence. Animals plus Tuya Godzilla. Godzilla. This is the best Toothless. 13 is a great teacher. It's only the first day and I feel like I've learned so much. Daffy Duck. Gunhead's cool. He's kinda fun too. He did like this cutesy pose thing and I would die for this man. Bugs Bunny. Not as cool as Gang Orca Beach. He's the best. Daffy Duck. I will fight you right now. Bugs Bunny. Bring it, you overgrown bird. Godzilla. Now 13 got 'em both beat. Don't even Daffy Duck. I won't fight you cause he's too pretty to hurt, but I'll still get Bugs Bunny. Gay Toothless. I think it's sweet. Godzilla. 13 can be the best they them hero, but I'll back up Birdie cause he gave me a necklace. Godzilla. Did you just move the necklace to pat my face? Daffy Duck. I plead the American fifth Toothless. Does anyone know where Izuku is? I feel like he should be able to answer now. It's pretty late, Bugs Bunny. Do the necklace thing. Wake the beach up. Hello Kitty, is everything alright? Hello Kitty, oh. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. I was training some more before bed. Godzilla, why? Hello Kitty, I have 2 days to prove I'm actually worth something or he'll send me back to school. Daffy Duck. Izu, babes, I will kill that man if he says you're worth nothing. Hello Kitty, PZ don't. Bugs Bunny, look, you made him sad. Godzilla, no please do. Pretty bird, no one talks like that to you. Kitty, hello Kitty, no. Really, it's fine. I know I'm not worthless thanks to you all. He just means potential and I plan on proving it. Toothless, that's very sweet of you Izuku, I am sure you'll do amazing. Daffy Duck, that's so sweet, I wanna cuddle you. Godzilla, slap him with the feather like you did me. Bugs Bunny, again, they're gay. Your honor. Chapter text. Izuku breathed before blocking another fist. He grabbed the wrist and twisted it before flipping over the other and kicking them in the back of the knees. He jumped back when a foot tried to connect with his chest. He missed the other foot though as it tripped him before he was pinned to the ground. They both sat there breathing before Eraserhead got up and walked to the door. Drink water, 5-minute break. Yes sir. Izuku let out a sigh as he flopped back onto the ground. He used his quirk and grabbed his water, drinking a ton before staring up at the ceiling. He was honestly terrified. Today was the last day to prove himself and he felt like he hadn't at all. His fighting hadn't improved, quirked or quirkless. He was still slow on his reaction times and he could always use work using his staff and quirk together that wasn't sloppy and untrained. He could feel tears coming to his eyes before feeling the feather around his neck move a little. A small smile graced his lips thinking about all the fun Tuya and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 were likely having at their internship. Standing up, he whipped his face before doing a few stretches and taking a few more drinks from his water bottle. Midoriya, he looked to Eraserhead who had come back in with a stack of papers. Sit. Izuku sat on the bench as Eraserhead stood in front of him with a glare. I told you, you had 2 days to show improvement. Izuku looked down a little with his ears going back. Do you think you did it? Izuku rubbed his arm a little. No, he paused, waiting for the other to say something before continuing. I haven't improved with my fighting style. With or without my quirk, my reflexes are still too slow, and I'm sloppy with using my staff and quirk together. He finally looked up to Eraserhead. I think I failed honestly. They stared at each other, one looking bored while the other seemed upset but accepting. Eraserhead dropped the files onto the bench before sitting down. This is a kidnapping case. I'm working on it with the local authorities. They want us to patrol these areas tonight. I'm trusting you to listen to me when we're out there. Izuku was shocked into silence. What? Eraserhead sighed. You've shown a 30% improvement on your fighting, quirked and quirkless. Your reflexes have heightened double what they were, and you've shown great progress with using your quirk and staff together. Eraserhead gave a predatory smile. And you just passed the final test. You have potential. Izuku sat there shocked before tackling Eraserhead into a hug. Thank you. Eraserhead was shocked. Izuku soon let go. Oh god, I am so sorry. I was just so upset and then you said that and then I was happy. You were there. Oh god, I'm crying. Eraserhead stared at the other before standing up. He pet the other, making him stop and look at him. It's fine kid, get changed, we need to patrol soon. Izuku beamed. Right. As soon as Izuku had been ready, they had left to go to the police station. Izuku was ecstatic. He had picked the right internship. When we get there, don't wonder. Got it. I don't want to hear about how you messed up evidence. Yes sir. Eraserhead nodded at him as they walked in. Izuku looked around the area and waved to some of the shadows and people when they looked at him. As they were walking, he could hear people yelling. He recognized one of the voices right away as the detective that had helped with Tuya's case. Tsukochi. The detective looked over and sighed. Erasure, good to see you. He looked to Izuku and smiled, offering a hand. You must be his intern. You go by Cheshire. Izuku nodded. He looked around the room a little and saw papers, pictures of the scenes, different theories, everything. It looked like his room when he got really into analyzing things. Let's not waste time. What do we know? He let go of Izuku's hand and grabbed some papers explaining and showing them to Eraserhead. It's a kidnapping gig like you said. They're taking people with considered weak quirks or mental quirks or villain quirks. Izuku flinched a little at the last part. though he began walking a little and looking at the information or homeless people. Sadly, with how things are, those people are considered unnoticeable, people won't miss them. We still haven't figured out some of the quirks though. Izuku frowned a little as he pulled down a picture. It was of burned ground. The formation around it was weird. He saw a note saying it was a fire quirk, but that didn't make sense. This one's a lightning quirk. Both adults stopped and looked at him. He blushed a little before explaining, the burned ground makes people think fire, but the area around it looks strange, like cracks rather than like burned paper. Lightning using does that when it strikes the ground. It looks like a pretty strong quirk if they can do that. He looked at some of the other photos. It looks like they can make it travel through their body. It's why some of the burn marks look like footprints. I think they might be around 6 feet 4 inches and around 190 pounds. How did you figure that out? Tsukochi asked, a little shocked. The shoe size and how deep the ash around the foot was. Look at the files and photos and tell me what else you can figure out. Better yet, write it in this. Tsukochi handed him a notebook and pen. Izuku smiled as he started looking through everything. I'm so glad you kept him. Eraserhead smirked. He has potential. A couple hours later he handed the notebook back to Tsukochi. It was almost full with the quirks, heights and weights, and the weaknesses they may have. Do you remember all of this? Izuku smiled and nodded his head. Good. You and Erasure will head out. Okay. He bounced over to Eraserhead, who seemed already ready to go. Let's go. They left the building and Eraserhead immediately went to the roof with Izuku climbing up after him. This is the route we'll be following. Stay close to me, got it? Yep. Eraserhead nodded before they began going through the route. They had hooked Izuku's mic and earpiece to the comm in Eraserhead's ear so they could talk to each other without being next to each other. Hear anything? Izuku's ears twitched and turned, searching for something. Nothing yet, Eraserhead hummed as they continued. It was silent again until Izuku heard a quiet scream, someone screaming. Eraserhead whipped around. Where? Izuku pointed to their left before they both started running towards them. He kept an ear out to try and pinpoint their location. He told Eraserhead when to turn and when to keep going forward. There! Izuku pointed down to an alley just as the screaming started again. Stay behind me, you have permission to use your quirk. Eraserhead whispered as they climbed to the top of a building. Izuku nodded. When they looked down they saw a woman backed against the wall with 3 men cornering her. The 2 jumped down at the same time. They put space between the group and the woman, all of them soon fighting. Izuku kept an eye out for Eraser while dealing with his own guy. He seemed to have an electricity quirk, and that's when Izuku realized who they were. Erasure they dash. He was cut off as he heard something being loaded. Duck. Just as he said that, Eraser ducked and a dart hit one of the men he was fighting. He turned and saw the woman with a scowl. DMN it, kid. Keep your mouth shut next time. Izuku growled as he charged at the woman, knocking the gun down before shoving her against the wall. Soon both of them were fighting 1v2. Izuku was having trouble since it seemed the lightning weakened him due to the light it made, and Eraser had ended up fighting 2 mutant-type quirks. At some point Izuku had called out his shadows to help them, but even with that they were having trouble. Once Izuku realized keeping them out was draining his energy, he called them back, trying to use the shadows to hold them down, but it wasn't working. Eraser we dash. He heard a loud smashing and crushing sound. He saw Eraserhead bleeding on the ground. Growling, he pulled the shadows around him and used them to create a battle axe. It kept them away from him and Eraser, but not for long. The lightning user got close enough and made skin contact. Lights out, kitty. He felt the electricity before he felt the pain. It felt like his insides were burning from the inside out. He could see his veins lighting up, and even where the black covered his arms were glowing. Then he finally heard and felt it. The shadows screamed and cried out, but they were trapped. He felt them bursting away from his skin before they seemingly turned to ash and disappeared from him. He felt the light finally die out before he collapsed over Eraserhead. He could still hear the screams as he felt his body twitch and finally give out. Kigo jumped a little at the weird feeling. It felt like something zapped him for a moment. Pulling out his phone, he opened the chat that he, Tuya, and Izuku had. The boys read, "Hey, did either of you just get shocked or something?" Blue, "Nope, I'm chilling in bed." Blue, "It's probably the kitty, he might be training again, I wouldn't worry about it." Red, "Okay, but we're calling him in the morning." Blue, I know Birdie, don't worry, he'll be fine. Hey guys. I made a Discord. I would love to see you there. https://discord. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐝. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Gasping in air, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shot up from his position on the floor. He could still hear ringing in his ears and burning in his bones. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 placed a hand where Mayumi and Tokuge were, flinching when he felt pain. He looked at his arms and could only see black, the clouds and flowers no longer light grays or white but simply gone. He tried looking for them, Mayumi, Tokuge, Hiro, Okami, but they weren't there. He couldn't feel them, they weren't saying anything, they weren't anywhere. He felt a hand touch his shoulder. He jumped away, his eyes finally focusing on Eraserhead. What? Eraserhead stared at him before speaking again. What happened? 𝐒𝐿 zoned out again, trying to think. He rubbed at his head a little. They got you down. I was able to fight them off for a while until. He looked at his arms again before shaking his head. Until the lightning user hit me with his quirk. Eraserhead nodded, standing up. 𝐒𝐿 quickly noticed they weren't in the alley anymore. They were in a small cell with a dirt floor and something wrapped around their wrists. Quirk cancelling, 𝐒𝐿 noted out loud as he stood up. He looked at his arm, this time at the lightning burn. It was close to his shoulder, then branched off towards his wrist and face, stopping just a little over his chin. How long was I out? I only woke up a few minutes ago, maybe 10, otherwise I have no idea. 𝐒𝐿 quickly noticed that most of their gear had been taken. He was left with his shirt and breathes but nothing else. They had left Eraserhead with his own clothes and took his belt, scarf, and goggles. Feeling around his neck, he could feel the choker and necklace still there. He was happy he at least had those. Do we know what they want? 𝐒𝐿 had a pretty good guess. It wasn't hard to assume the worst. Eraserhead looked to him. It wasn't with anger or annoyance, just acceptance and sadness. 𝐒𝐿 looked back, but he didn't feel the same. He knew they were in the worst possible outcome, but he didn't care. He was going to make these people pay for what they did to those people, what they did to them, and what they did to his family. 𝐒𝐿 walked over to the door, looking through the bars, trying to see if anyone was nearby. He looked to the lock and placed his hand on it. He wished he had his quirk to figure out the shape and make something to open it. Cheshire, the teen looked to Eraserhead. Someone will notice when we don't check back in. We won't be here long. 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Eraser could see it was strained though. I know. 𝐒𝐿 looked at his arms again, the burns that drifted into the black part of his skin. It was white, like actual lightning going down his skin. His eyes drifted back to the bracelets he wore that were cancelling his quirk. He twisted them a little and noticed they were loose enough. With a little help he could slip them off his wrists. Oh good, you're both awake. They both turned back to the door and saw the same woman and the man with electricity. 𝐒𝐿 backed up as Eraser stepped in front of him a little. No need to be so hostile. The treatment says otherwise. Eraser growled back. 𝐒𝐿 glared and lowered himself a little. Well, it can't all be a 5-star hotel now, can it? She smirked and looked at 𝐒𝐿, who tensed further, ready to jump at any moment. I was only expecting you, Eraserhead, but imagine my surprise when you have a little cat with you. The red lipstick stood out against her pale skin. Is he your brother? Son. In turn. Eraser stepped into her view of him with a glare. Why were you looking for me? She looked back to him and smiled. Well, Eraser, you have an amazing quirk. We even have a buyer. What? He growled out. 𝐒𝐿 could practically hear his muscles tensing, trying not to attack the woman. It was actually quite easy. She took a cigarette out and twisted it between her fingers. Apparently they tried to get you when you were young, but your friend got in the way. 𝐒𝐿 watched as his whole demeanor changed, heard his still kicking. Maybe you'll see him soon. The two walked away as Eraser backed up into the wall before sliding down it. Eraser? 𝐒𝐿 asked cautiously. He crouched near the other but stayed a good distance. When the other's breathing picked up, 𝐒𝐿 got worried. Eraser, can you hear me? When there wasn't a response, 𝐒𝐿 moved to be in front of the hero Aizawa. That seemed to catch his attention. Can you hear me? The hero nodded a little. Okay, can I touch you? It took longer than before for Eraser to answer, but he nodded. With the confirmation, 𝐒𝐿 carefully placed his hands on the other's shoulders and guided one hand to fall against his chest. I need you to follow my breathing, okay? He began taking exaggerated breaths. It took a while, but soon 𝐿 had calmed down enough to breathe normally again. He rubbed at his eyes. I'm sorry. Izuku smiled. You don't have to be, you just learned something horrible. He looked to one of the walls with a glare. If I learned, any of my friends felt that. He didn't say anything else but looked back to 𝐿. Besides, when we get out I promise we'll fix this. He offered a pinky, making 𝐿 look at him weirdly. The kids make me do it a lot. He rolled his eyes before they linked pinkies. Do you have any ideas? 𝐿 asked as they stood back up. If we get the door down then we can run, but if we get lost it won't mean much. Izuku twisted the bracelet around his wrist with a smile. I do actually. He walked into one of the corners and whispered. He had already seen the cameras and figured out the blind spot. They're planning something. They've been kidnapping people and talking about buyers, but she didn't mention anything about selling me, so they have a different plan. Makes sense. You have a powerful quirk, though it can still be considered villainous. It matches the description. He smiled and held onto the 2 necklaces he wore. Only issue is, my family and friends will notice quickly. He paused as his eyes widened. 𝐻𝐻. What? Izuku started bouncing excitedly but kept his voice down as he lifted the red feather necklace. 𝐻𝐻. He made this from his own wings. He's able to move and control it. He can also tell when something happens to it. When I was shocked he must have felt it. So he already knows something's wrong. We never really got to test it fully, but if I break it he'll know something's wrong. He unclipped the necklace and handed it to 𝐿. Here's the plan. UBSTRD. The woman and man from before came running down the hall, hearing the shouts and what sounded like fighting. OSCK it up. If you can't deal with this then you'll never be a hero. They came to the front of the cell and saw Izuku pinned under 𝐿 as they glared at each other before Izuku flipped their positions and punched him in the jaw. Go in there and stop them, she demanded as he opened the cell and grabbed onto Izuku, shocking him again before throwing him outside of the cell and kicking him in the stomach. It looks like we'll be moving ahead of schedule. She turned to 𝐿 and glared. I suggest you sit there and shut up or we sell you early. He glared but sat down anyway, watching as they dragged Izuku away from the cell. Izuku smiled a little as he slipped off one of the bracelets. As soon as it was off he connected to the shadows and was able to map everything and find the exits. He sipped it back on as they came into a room with a chair. The original idea was to break both of you slowly, but you seem to be causing problems. He fought back as the man strapped him to the chair. He could feel the leather cutting into his skin with how tight the other made it so. We're going to go through some tests. We've learned that when put under extraordinary stress your quirk can evolve. He felt his eyes widen before water was dumped on him, making him choke for a moment. Be a deer and scream for us. He felt himself back up against the chair as the man walked closer, lightning dancing in his palms, until all he could register was pain. Aizawa waited till they were out of sight before going back to the corner. He broke the feather in half before getting another idea. He pulled the fuzzy parts off until it left 2 stick-like objects for him. He used them to pick the lock on one of his bracelets. When it popped off he smirked before putting it back on, but not activating it. He walked over to the door and felt around the lock. If he could get the bracelet off maybe he could. His thoughts were cut off as he heard screaming mixed with what sounded like a roar of some kind. He hid the pieces of the feather as suddenly the door they had gone through was broken down. He watched as a black panther roared and ran towards the cage. It growled at him before seeming to recognize him. The roar changed into screaming as the panther slowly turned into a person. Izuku had his hands in his hair as he screamed, his tail and ears twitching around wildly as his fingers swayed between claws and hands, his eyes turning gold before going back to the dark green he had gotten used to. Cheshire. The growling came back as the 2 from before entered the room. Grab him. When the man tried to even get close, Izuku pounced and slashed his chest, making him go down. Aizawa watched as Izuku backed up more until he was as close to Aizawa as he could get. Let me use my quirk. No. Aizawa growled as the screaming and growls didn't stop. If I don't this won't end. I won't run, just let me help him. She looked between them before hitting a button that unlocked his cuffs and the cage. Aizawa tried to get close as the screaming quieted down. It looked like since the bracelets were still trapping his quirk it was stopping him from shifting to full form. Izuku, The panther turned to him as he backed into the cage, knowing she would somehow get them back in even if he tried to leave. He couldn't with how Izuku was acting. "Come on, look at me, kid." The panther stared into his eyes as he activated his quirk, forcing him to turn back to human. Izuku breathed as his body shook, his ears and tail still twitching like something was buzzing under the skin. Aizawa laid a hand on his shoulder, grabbing his attention again as the woman activated the bracelets and door again. As soon as they all left, with the man from before being dragged by what looked like a medical team, Izuku collapsed and held onto Aizawa for dear life. "I got ya, kid, it's okay." He ran his hand through the other's hair, noticing the twitching still hadn't stopped. Izuku seemed to have trouble focusing on anything. After a moment, Aizawa thought back to what Izuku told them, to have a call and response to make sure they did what they needed to do, calm as a beach. It was silent for a moment before Izuku let out a small laugh. "So are you?" Aizawa let a small smile grace his features as he kept a hand petting the other. He knew it had to be getting late, at least for them, as Izuku's eyes kept trying to close. "Go to bed, kid." Izuku curled up and around the other as Aizawa threw a protective arm over the other. "We're getting out in the morning." 𝐒𝐭𝐲 was going through some simple moves when he felt a small pinch. He brushed it off for a moment until he felt ripping and more strange movements. "Something's wrong." 𝐒𝐭𝐲 ignored Gunhead as he ran over to his phone. He dialed 𝐒𝐿 right away. "Come on, pick up, pick up." It took another moment until the phone was answered. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, right? The feather isn't damaged." "Birdie, what are you?" 𝐒𝐿 cut himself off. "Call Izuku now." The other hung up as 𝐒𝐿𝐲 moved the phone and dialed the other. He paused as Gunhead finally came over. He knew he was right when the phone went to voicemail. "Takumi, is everything all right?" 𝐒𝐿𝐲 felt close to tears. Izuku was hurt and they hadn't known. How long had he been gone? How long had he been in pain before he finally broke the feather? "No. I gave these two guys I like these necklaces with my feathers on it so I would always be there with them. One of them just ripped it apart and is not answering the phone. I should have checked in last night when I felt the weird shock. Gunhead laid a hand on his shoulders. "Who was he interning with?" Eraserhead. "An underground hero who works with the police." "Gunhead, please, we have to dash." Gunhead was already shouting out orders as he seemed to get ready. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 quickly changed into his hero costume before following him outside to one of the cars. "Have your other friend go to the police station near there. We'll check at the agency." 𝐒𝐿𝐲 nodded as he called 𝐒𝐿𝐲 back. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 felt so stupid. He should have checked on Izuku when he didn't answer the chat and when 𝐒𝐿𝐲 talked about the weird feeling. It would be his fault if Izuku was hurt. They could have stopped it when it happened if they had checked. 𝐒𝐿𝐲, is everything He didn't let Ryuko finish as he ran up to 13. "We need to go somewhere." 13 looked to him a little confused before he continued. "𝐒𝐿𝐲 gave us these necklaces and he can control them. Last night he felt something weird but it wasn't me. Now he said one of them is broken and Izuku isn't answering his phone." "Who was he interning with?" 13 asked as all three of them got ready to leave. "An underground hero, Eraserhead. He works with the police and he was cut off as his phone went off again. Please tell me," he answered. Gunhead said for you to go to the police station. We're checking the agency. 𝐿𝐲, what if 𝐿𝐲 cut him off? "He won't be K, we're gonna get him, okay? He's not going anywhere without us. Right? I'll check in later. I love you 𝐿𝐲, you and Izuku." 𝐿𝐲 could feel the tears in his eyes as the other spoke. "I love you both too. I wouldn't be here without you." They both hung up as 𝐿𝐲 took a breath and explained everything as they headed to the police station. As soon as they parked, 𝐿𝐲 jumped out of the car followed closely by Ryuko and 13. He ran through the door and ran to the secretary. "Eraserhead and 𝐒𝐻ERE were here yesterday. Where are they?" The woman looked up and pointed to Tsukochi, who looked frantic. "Hey, Tsukochi, where's Izuku and Eraser?" The detective turned around shocked to see them. "Todoroki," 𝐒𝐻ERE growled and grabbed onto his collar. "Shut up. Where is he?" Tsukochi looked at him sadly. "They were attacked while on patrol last night. We don't know where they are." 𝐿𝐲 froze as he felt anger and sadness rush through him. He tightened his grip on the collar and slammed Tsukochi into the closest wall. "𝐿𝐲." He ignored them as he growled, tears running down his face before turning to steam. "You didn't tell us. How long has he been gone? How do you not know? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 put his hands up. He knew why the other was so upset and he wouldn't hold it against him. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, put him down. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 froze at the voice and sent a glance to 𝐒𝐻𝐽 who was holding onto his arm. Please 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 broke at that and dropped the detective. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 as he kept a hand on 𝐒𝐿. Tell us what you know. 𝐒𝐿 laid there almost unmoving. His ears and tail hadn't stopped twitching since he got back into the cell. His hands twitched a little but it wasn't as bad or as frequent as his other limbs. He knew 𝐈𝐴𝐴 told him to sleep but he couldn't, it was so quiet and dark now. He had never been afraid of the dark, he even preferred it since his quirk felt stronger, but now it didn't feel right. He wasn't afraid of it but he didn't feel safe either, it was unsettling now. He didn't have the random voices filtering in and out in a language only he seemed to understand. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 had pointed it out to him when they were younger. Anytime he was talking to a shadow and it talked back they couldn't understand him or even copy the sounds he made when talking. They could only understand the shadows when the shadows wanted them to, which wasn't often. Standing up, he carefully left 𝐈𝐴𝐴 and went to the darkest corner of the room. Staring into it he reached a hand out and spoke. 𝐻𝐿. Hello. He honestly wasn't expecting a response once he slipped the bracelets off, but he could hear the whispers as he stared into the dark void. 𝐼TISTNIC. 𝐿NEWEATSCMPA. NNS. It is the nice one, where are his companions? 𝐒𝐿 smiled sadly at the thought of his family. They were gone and he didn't know where they were. He wasn't surprised that the shadows had already learned. News traveled fast in the shadows. It was strange. When he was younger he thought only certain shadows could talk but all of them could. It was just very few that could take shape and communicate fluently in a human way. 𝐼MSOYIDONTKNWW. 𝐿EWAEATTACKDBYASAPL. 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽 2YAIENOLNJWI. 𝐔𝐬𝐽. I'm sorry, I don't know, we were attacked by a sharp light, they are no longer with me. The whispers got louder, almost disorienting as that was all he could hear now. All of them talking in panicked voices, sadness, grief, anger, empathy, all being edged into their words. TYHHURTYOUNDTOTH. ERSAIEGONE, WHATWLLYOUD. ONOW. They have hurt you and the others are gone, what will you do now? It was a simple but heavy question. He could go on like nothing happened, like those few shadows that stuck to him were nothing more than a tool, but they weren't, they had meant so much to him, he couldn't ever forget them. He wanted them back but knew it wouldn't happen and he wasn't going to ever do that again. He didn't want to lose someone else or get them killed. TYWLLPYDYIWN. TLETTSHGNAGN, teacher. SEWHOWISHMAYASK FORMYHL. ASSISTMEBUTIWNTDG. NYELCOUT. They will pay dearly. I won't let this happen again. Those who wish may ask for my help or assist me, but I won't drag anyone else out. He heard whispers of understanding and agreement ripple throughout the area. He knew the news of him more or less cutting ties would spread quickly. 𝐒𝐿. He jumped a little when he heard 𝐈𝐴𝐴 whisper his name almost violently. What are you doing? 𝐒𝐿 looked between 𝐈𝐴𝐴 and the corner. Sorry, I was just talking to them. 𝐈𝐴𝐴 brushed it off with a nod, at least he thought he did. 𝐈𝐴𝐴 had noticed right away. As soon as 𝐒𝐿 had woken up he had been acting strange. He would have brushed it off as being in a terrible situation and then more or less getting tortured and having his quirk forcefully activated while wearing quirk represents, but this was different. Anytime the situation was mentioned he seemed determined, like he knew he was going to get out of here. After getting back into the cell he had calmed down at least for the most part. He didn't seem too bad, other than the twitching, but 𝐈𝐴𝐴 quickly realized it was from being electrocuted so many times. So when he woke up to quiet whispers he was confused. He noticed quickly that 𝐒𝐿 wasn't there and was worried till he realized that the whispers were 𝐒𝐿 talking. He tried to listen in at first but couldn't understand a word of what he was saying. He got up and saw 𝐒𝐿 staring into a corner with the bracelets off, whispering in what sounded like distorted voices doubled over itself. 𝐻𝐻. The teen didn't answer as he kept talking to no one. Midoriya. He didn't want the people to randomly show up and see 𝐒𝐿 without his bracelets. 𝐒𝐿. The teen jumped, seeming to realize what was going on and slipped the bracelets back on. What are you doing? Sorry, he curled in on himself a little, almost unconsciously. I was just talking to them. He moved his hand away and seemed to focus on Aizawa. The older nodded but didn't want to drop the subject. Aizawa had seen him touch his arms a few times and had assumed it was because of the huge white scar there that may have hurt, but it was getting obvious that that wasn't why he was touching it. Izuku, the younger, looked up again, seeming to have zoned out, and of course was touching his arm. I know I'm only your mentor for the week, but something's up. What is it? The teen touched his arm again before flinching a little and looking to the corner, like he was searching for something he knew wasn't there. When they took you down, I jumped over and protected you as best I could. Aizawa felt guilt that he had been taken down so easily, leaving the kid to defend both of them. I called on Mayumi, Tokuge, H-Hero, and Okami. He remembered reading something about him having familiars, as he called them, shadows that had forms and could communicate and help him, but nothing was working and it was draining my energy. They went back to me. My weakness is light, and tears started running down his face as he spoke. Aizawa was a little shocked but stayed still, wanting him to finish. He used so much electricity, it was like my body was on fire. My veins glowed and it hurt so much, and I could hear them screaming and dying on my skin. He gripped onto his arm tightly, his hands shifting between claws and fingers, drawing BLD till they tried to escape. They. Izuku trailed off as his words turned to sobs. Kid. Aizawa reached a hand out and pulled him into a hug. Izuku gripped onto his shirt for dear life as the sobs got louder. He had no idea or way to console him. He had seen people die, had heard screams, everything, but he had never felt it like the way Izuku described. This wasn't just death to him, this was erasing everything. He didn't get to bury a body, mourn over a lost friend or family properly. He heard them all screaming, felt it burning inside him, felt them try to run from it. Then he was shoved into a cell, had to figure out how to escape so he didn't end up worse and deal with an adult having a panic attack, then got tortured in the same way that killed those close to him and forced his quirk to activate painfully. He knew after this they would likely need therapy, but this kid would need therapy. He wasn't able to properly mourn the loss of them and probably never will get that chance. I got why. He did the same as yesterday to calm him down. He didn't want to say it was going to be okay because he didn't know if it would, and he wouldn't lie to the kid like this. They'll pay Izuku, they won't be forgotten. His cries had slowly died out as he curled up to Aizawa, like a cat. Why keep calling me Izuku? Aizawa stiffened a little. He hadn't even thought about it. He just seemed to respond to Izuku more than anything else. I don't mind it. It grounds me a little. Aizawa hummed a little. You can call me Shouter then. It was only fair. He knew after this it would be a surprise if they weren't somehow close. Might as well skip to the part where they call each other their first names. See, can I call you Shosho? Aizawa looked at him weirdly. Well, I already called Tachan's little brother Shochan, so it's fine. Just don't let Hisashi or Nemirai hear you call me that. That got the kid to laugh a little. He was shaking less. It made Aizawa wonder if the twitching would ever stop as he got older, calm as a beach. Izuku perked up a little, letting the other go and WHP at his eyes. So are you? Aizawa had a feeling that would become a habit. From what we know, they were taken here. Tsukochi pointed to a part of the map, almost on the other side of town. We think they tricked them or something since it's far from the normal patrol route. Tuya, Kigo, Rumi, and Ryako all sat around near the back, their mentors taking the lead so far. They thought it was appropriate to call in Rumi and Gang Orca since as soon as the other teens had told her, she was demanding they go there immediately before she broke their spine. We think their base of operations are either here, or here. The heroes nodded along as the teens all typed in the chat, already coming up with plans and ways to save Izuku and Aizawa. Cat Protection Squad President Number 1, me and Kigo are gonna go to the place most likely to have them. We'll see if we can try and use the possibly broken feather to find him. President Number 2, if we can't, then we hope he'll hear us cause of his quirk and be able to get our attention somehow. Secretary, if he is at my location, I will inform you all quickly and make sure he is taken care of as quickly as possible. Secret Service, if he's at mine, I'm killing everyone there and giving him cuddles. President 2, bold of you to assume he's ever leaving my arms wings ever again after this. He is getting so many kisses and hugs. President Number 1, good, we're all on the same page. Squad out. Chapter text. Izuku stared into the dark corner of the room, thinking of the plan for tomorrow. After they had both calmed down, they went over a solid plan to escape. When they came to collect Izuku again, he would get the bracelets off and hold them down with his quirk while Aizawa knocked them out. Then they would follow Izuku's instructions to get out and find their weapons, armor, and belongings before finally leaving the building and contacting the other heroes. The only thing Izuku was worried about was the lightning user. If he somehow got past Aizawa and was able to target Izuku again, then they would have a problem. But Aizawa wasn't gonna let that happen again. At least he hopped. He knew Aizawa was only human though, and mistakes happened. You need to get a little rest, kid. Izuku jumped a little when he heard Aizawa speak. Your thinking is loud. Sorry, just worried. I know, we'll try our best, okay? That's all we can do. Izuku nodded his head before finally closing his eyes. 𝐒𝐲 paced nervously. He knew they were going to attack soon, and he prayed to whatever god was out there that Izuku was at their spot. He knew Rumi and Ryuko wanted to see him, but he needed to see him breathing and alright. He turned to Tuya, who looked just as worn out as him. Your walking is stressing me out, come here. Tuya opened his arms as 𝐒𝐲 crashed into them, curling into his lap with his wings around them. How do you think your moms are? 𝐒𝐲 didn't know if anyone had even told them yet. They're a little messed up right now, even Mitsuki is frazzled. They haven't told the kids though, just said Aizu was sick. 𝐒𝐲 nodded as he thought about his mom. He had been spending less and less time with her since they all started going to UA. She didn't even know he liked them. When this is all over, I want to spend time with my mom. Tuya looked down at him a little confused. I'm obviously going to smother Izuku, but I've been ignoring her. I haven't hung out with her as much. I feel bad about it. Tuya laughed a little. Only you would think about that. Tuya looked at the wall a little zoned out. I think I might convince Mom and the others to let Izuku and Inko have some alone time. They haven't been alone in a while. 𝐒𝐲 nodded his head. Izuku slipped the bracelets off, helping Aizawa out of them as they hid in the corner, going over the plan one more time. You ready? Izuku nodded as he took control of the shadows near the door, waiting for it to be opened. He could already hear them unlocking it. The seconds felt like hours before the door swung open. Hey dash, the man was cut off as Izuku grabbed onto them, knocking them to the ground. Aizawa activated his quirk. It seemed to confuse and distract them long enough they were able to knock them out. Go! Izuku was the first to run out, using his quirk to lead them to where their things were, keeping an ear out for anything strange going on around them. They made it to a closet-like room where they found their weapons and armor. Get this all on, don't let your guard down. Izuku nodded as he began to strap his weapons to him. He kept listening and mapping the area out while Aizawa finished getting everything. Explosion, ground floor. Aizawa hummed and looked around. Where's a less guarded exit? We can't risk that being another enemy. Focusing on the shadows, he finally saw one. The only issue was that they had to go up an elevator. This way. 𝐒𝐲 forced the goons back with a gust of wind as Tuya attacked people up front, though he didn't use his quirk in fear of hurting someone permanently. You two. Run ahead. We have them distracted. The two nodded before quickly running into the building. All the people were outside trying to keep the heroes back while others ran ahead and freed people on the first floor. That's an elevator, 𝐒𝐲 pointed out. We haven't seen or heard anything. They might be kept further down. Smart thinking, Tweety. The two ran over to the elevator and stepped in, selecting the lowest floor and going through them one by one will get him back. 𝐒𝐲 smiled at Tuya. I know. Izuku and Aizawa finally made it to the elevator but stopped when they saw it slowly going down to them. Stay behind me. Izuku nodded and pulled out his staff, holding it to his side while Aizawa got his capture weapon ready. The only sound they could hear was the quiet dinging of the floors and their breathing until it finally stopped, the silence stretching until the door opened. Well, seems we have some escapes. She lunged forward at Aizawa as the man from before went to Izuku. Izuku recognized the electric user right away, feeling himself shrink back before dodging a hit. He saw Aizawa holding off the other easily. Something was wrong. Izuku dodged again before falling into a shadow. He watched the person look around wildly before the picture became clear. They weren't fighting their captors, they were fighting 𝐒𝐲 and Tuya. Quickly jumping out of the shadow, he pulled others to hold 𝐒𝐲. who he had been fighting, down and looked to Aizawa, though at some point the fight had changed with Aizawa being held down, fire coming from Tuya. Kei-chan. Tu-chan. The two froze while Aizawa looked between them, seeming to finally understand what was happening. Stop. They're using a quirk on you. 𝐒𝐲 blinked rapidly as it seemed to fade. Zuko. 𝐒𝐲 looked at him confused before his eyes widened. Zuko. Tuya looked over at him before looking down at Aizawa. SHF sorry. He let Aizawa go before running over to Izuku and picking him up into a hug. Kitty, don't do that again. 𝐒𝐲 got up and joined the hug while Aizawa let them. He knew they needed to get out, but they needed this first. I love seeing you guys too. But we have to hurry. Izuku separated from them, but it was obvious he didn't want to with the way his tail wrapped around them. Are they near? Aizawa asked, looking around. Izuku took a breath and mapped everywhere around them, even the people. It felt strange to see them walking and talking. Duck. They all fell to the ground as something zipped through the air. Shame, looks like it worked then. They all got into a defensive position with Aizawa in front of them. No matter, my work is done, I surrender. She put her hands up. Aizawa didn't believe it and quickly used his capture weapon to tie her up. What do you mean it worked? Aizawa asked, tightening the hold on her. The experiment. She looked at Izuku with a smile as 𝐒𝐲 and Tuya got in front of him. You feel stronger, don't you? I saw you map everything. You're shifting your senses. Soon enough you'll be so strong. Sensei will be pleased to hear about it, and when you're ready he'll take you. It's a quirk-enhancing drag, the doctor explained with a slightly pained look. It's believed that when exposed to mass amounts of stress your quirk can mutate to protect you from outside forces. It seems like they used that along with a drag to force your quirk to evolve past what it was supposed to. He could hear his mom next to him SCK in a breath while he stared at his hands. Is there any way to fix it? Could this cause other problems? She asked in a whisper, like it was a secret to know the answer. No, sadly there isn't. His quirk would have evolved over time like normal, but the process has been sped up violently. We don't know what this could do to him or his quirk, besides what it's already done. He saw the doctor's hand touch the cot near him, trying to grab his attention. He looked away from his hands and looked at the doctor. I've already told your school, but they'll want to keep an eye on you. We'll have weekly to monthly checkups to make sure nothing else has happened and your quirk isn't hurting you. He stared at the doctor for a minute before nodding his head. His mom looked worried. He should do something about that. At some point the doctor had left the two alone in the quiet room. Izuku. He looked to his mom, a small smile on his face as she smiled back at him. Rei and Mitsuki are watching the younger ones all right. I asked them to keep 𝐒𝐲 and Tuya away, unless you want them here all right. It's your choice. His voice sounded rough. He was tired and just wanted to sleep for a while. I think I want to be alone for now, please. She nodded and stood up, placing a calming hand on his shoulder. He leaned into the presence more than he'd like to admit. Of course, sweetie. I'll be out in the hall for now. He nodded as she walked out. It felt strange to be in the quiet again. Grabbing onto the bandage on his arm, he ripped it off, ignoring the pain and mess made. Where his skin turned black, white lightning stretched across it, cutting through the darkness like butter with a scorching knife. He didn't even have the flowers or clouds to distract from it, the markings disappearing for an unknown reason. He rested a hand on it, just feeling the raised skin of the wound, the burning pain he felt even just touching it. Before he knew what he was doing, he was tearing into the skin with his own claws, as if he pulled the scar away and they would be back, they would be safe with him. They were never safe with him though, were they? The screaming ringing in his head proved that alone, he was never able to protect them. He used them like tools, then they were thrown away before he could stop them. I don't know what to do. His ears turned to the voice outside his door. He knew it was his mom on the phone, his practically unresponsive. He didn't even want me in there, Sakura. So she was talking to 𝐒𝐲's mom then. He couldn't hear the other half of the conversation, but he didn't need to. He felt like he already knew what they were talking about. I know. Maybe the boys can come tomorrow. The doctor said he's probably just in shock. I hope he's right. Izuku looked back at the hand on his arm and moved it. He tore some of the tissue off and now he was bleeding. He stood up and wandered into the bathroom, slowly cleaning the wound before laying back down in the bed and staring at the ceiling. At some point it had turned night, but he couldn't remember the sun ever setting. He let his quirk reach out and map the building. He didn't know what he was looking for, but he would when he found it. Pausing at a room, he focused on the location before sitting up and shifting into his house cat form and wandering the halls. It took him a couple of minutes, but he was finally able to find the right room. He nudged the door open before slowly looking around the room. There were two other people in the room besides the person on the bed. One had bright yellow hair and looked worse for wear, while the other looked slightly more put together with bluish hair. He jumped onto the bed and stared at the man laying there silently. At some point he shifted back to his human form and sat there crisscross, his eyes never leaving him. He knew why he was here, but he didn't want to bother the other. His eye bags looked worse than when they first met. "Are you just going to keep staring?" The voice was slightly slurred, but he understood him. He felt his shoulders move but didn't look away. It was silent for a while, the older male waking up slowly. "What happened to your arm?" He already knew what he was talking about. Not wanting to acknowledge it further, he shook his head. "Tore it." Aizawa stared at him, searching for something, like if he looked into Izuku enough he could find the hurt and stop it. "Come." He moved his arm and part of the blanket to let Izuku under. When the teen didn't move, he rolled his eyes and pulled him down. "You need sleep." Izuku curled into his chest and gripped the front of his shirt like a lifeline. "So do you? Your eyes look bad." Aizawa huffed, but there was a hint of a smile. "Fine, we both need sleep, go to bed." Izuku leaned closer into the arms that wrapped around him protectively. "Thank you," he whispered into the quiet dark, knowing the silence would never be filled like it used to. "Go to sleep, kid. There is a lion in your lap." A voice whispered, sounding angered but also shocked. "Panther, Hisashi, and yes there is, good job you have eyes." He heard someone else snicker quietly. "Why is there a panther in your lap?" His eyes opened slowly as the voice got louder. He was about to move when a hand met his head and pushed him back down a little, with a few pets for good measure. "Go back to sleep, you're safe." It was silent again as he drifted on and off consciousness. "There is a panther in my lap, Hisashi, because this is my intern who is stressed and needs to sleep, so I'm letting him sleep here. He must have shifted in his sleep. Or this is the little kitty." He felt another hand on him but didn't move. If Aizawa was there then he was fine. "Yeah, he needs more sleep." One of the hands patted his head. "And stop thinking it's loud." He nodded as well as he could before sleep finally claimed him again. When Inko woke up to her son missing from his room, she almost broke down crying right there, at least until a nice young woman got to her. "Excuse me, are you Inko Midoriya?" She nodded, taking a calm breath to fight back the tears. "My name's Nemirai Kiyama, I'm friends with Eraserhead. Last night Izuku walked into his room, he's asleep in there." "Oh thank God," she hugged the woman tightly. "Thank you, I don't know how I would have felt if he ran or something." Nemirai only chuckled and hugged her back. "It's alright, Shouta thought it would be a good idea to tell you in case you didn't know. I can take you there." Inko looked down the hall before looking back to Nemirai. No, not right now. If he's sleeping I would prefer he stay that way. I'll come get him in a few hours." She pulled out her phone. "Here's my number in case he wakes before then, so you can call me." "Of course." Inko made it back home, staying in her car and taking a few breaths. Ever since Izuku had been reported missing, the kids had been angry, sad, and restless, wanting to run and find their brother and hold on to him and never leave his side. She jumped when someone tapped on the window. Seeing Rei, Mitsuki, and Sakura, she stepped out. "Inko, you look like 𝐒𝐻𝐻," Mitsuki said with a slight glare. "When was the last time you went to bed since the kids been gone?" "I'm not sure." She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. "The kids will dash." She was cut off by Sakura. "The kids will be distracted with us while you take a nap, long and good. I'll make sure to answer if you get a call and wake you up if it's Izuku, alright?" Rei offered. "The older four have been keeping them busy enough for now, let's get you to bed." The three lead her inside, quickly walking past the kids before letting her lay down. "Thank you all so much." She felt tears come to her eyes as she relaxed, finally knowing where her baby was and that he was safe and protected. "I'm not sure what'd I do without you." "You'd manage," Sakura joked as they left her. "Tuya and Kigo have been worse ever since Izuku's been back," Rei spoke up. "I think they're close to storming the hospital at this point." They hadn't let anyone visit ever since Izuku asked them not to. Once the kid feels better he won't be able to get rid of them, Mitsuki replied, rolling her eyes fondly. Now let's get these kids some lunches. He didn't know when he woke up, but he had been staring at the wall for a while now. The two people from before had left finally while no one else showed up. What are you thinking about? He looked to Aizawa before going back to the wall. It's so quiet. It hurts. He felt his hand drift to his arm again before someone else grabbed it and moved it to Aizawa's chest. I know kid, I'm sorry. It was silent again. There wasn't much he could do. Sure, he had lost a friend before, but losing four like that and hearing it echo had to hurt more than anything in the world. Do you want to hear about my time in high school? Sure. And then Aizawa went on a long-winded rant about a specific type of shark that got him into a fist fight with an old classmate of his. Certain moments got him to laugh at least, so that was a win in Aizawa's book. Your mom stopped by for a second earlier, just checking in on you, he hummed in response. She wanted to know when you would want to see the others. They're worried about you. He looked at the hand resting on Aizawa before responding. I want to see them. Don't want them to see me. They both sat there for a moment before Izuku moved his arms around himself. It doesn't look good. What if they don't recognize me? Or they can't handle it? I don't want them to look at me like I need to be helped or fixed. They won't. Before Izuku could say anything, Aizawa continued, they're gonna look at you like they care, like they love you. They aren't going to pity you or try to fix you. They're going to want to hug you a lot probably. That got him to laugh again. But they aren't going to look at you differently than they already do. Promise. Aizawa huffed and offered his pinky. Izuku sat up and looked at him weirdly. Well, come on. If we're promising something like this, we gotta seal it right. Izuku smiled and linked their pinkies. Thanks. Get some sleep, kid. The next time Izuku woke up, it was actually morning for once and Aizawa was asleep. He looked around the room and saw someone's bag in the chair and his mother's purse in the other. On the other side of the room laid another bed empty. He turned his head when there were footsteps outside the door. It was his mom who walked in, a little shocked to see him awake. Good morning, sweetie, she whispered, not wanting to wake the other. How'd you sleep? A lot better, she smiled hearing his voice. Sorry for worrying you and the others. I shouldn't have. Inko cut him off, pulling him into a hug. You never have to be sorry for that. She ran her hands through his hair as he leaned into the hug. You are hurting from something none of us will understand and you needed a moment, all right? And we'll be. They'll be ready whenever you are. He felt tears come to his eyes as he smiled and hugged her tightly. Thank you, Mom. She only nodded and held him for a moment. Now that the emotions are done, can you be quiet? I'm tired. Aizawa rolled over and glared playfully at Izuku. And you need rest, young man. Inko pulled away and smirked at Aizawa. After this, you're coming over to our house for a family dinner. When was the last time you ate actual food? According to your friends, all you eat is food packets. I'm being mothered. Aizawa turned to Izuku with an actual glare. Your mother is mothering me and I'm blaming it on you. Izuku laughed at the other. This is why I hate hospital rooms. What if they don't want us to see him because he's so injured? It's horrifying. 𝐒𝐲 shouted, pacing the room nervously. We literally saw him, remember? 𝐒𝐿 tried to reassure. He was just as nervous and panicky, but it was better if he was the calm one. No need for a burnt-down house. I know, but he sat on the bed next to 𝐒𝐿 and leaned against him. Why doesn't he want to see us? The red-haired teen sighed and held the other closely. I don't know. 𝐒𝐿 tried to think back to the escape. I want to know what the lady was talking about, who Sensei is, what did they do to Izuku, and why the F would they take him? 𝐒𝐲 nodded along, not sure how else to respond. Hey, the two turned to see Sakura in the doorway. How are you boys? 𝐒𝐲 stood up and pulled his mom into a tight hug while 𝐒𝐿 stayed looking at the ground. I figured as much, but I come with good news. He wants to see you guys. What? They both shouted. 𝐒𝐿 jumped off the bed and ran past her. Why are we still sitting around then? We got places to be. Sakura calmly guided them out to her car while Rei, Mitsuki, and Masaru distracted the younger ones. Izuku sat on his bed with shaky hands. He was glad that the medical staff finally gave him a shirt so his bandages were more covered than before. though they weren't happy to find out he had made his injuries worse. Sitting crisscross on his bed, he tried to do what Aizawa had shown him to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he let his quirk reach out and map the hospital for what felt like the 100th time. He was confident that at this point he could walk blindly around the hospital and still know where everything was. He was almost done with the trauma area when he felt the bed dip on both sides of him. Pulling back, his eyes flew open and looked around himself, only seeing Kigo and Tuya there. "Kitty!" Tuya was the first to speak, not moving to touch Izuku, scared he might hurt or frighten him. "Can you hear us?" He looked to Kigo for a moment before pulling the winged teenager into a hug. He dragged Tuya into the hug as well, feeling tears come to his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, the two holding him just as tight. "I shouldn't have pushed you away like that. I should have let you know I was okay." "Zuku," Kigo rubbed a hand down his back. "It's alright, we're just happy to see you." He smiled at Izuku, who only held him tighter. "Tweety's right, we just missed you." Tuya ran a hand through his hair. Is there a reason though? That you didn't want to see us?" Izuku only buried his face into Kigo's neck, not wanting to say the reason. "Izuku!" He only shook his head as his shoulders shook violently. Hey, Kigo tried to move Izuku away so they could see his face, but he wouldn't move. "Zuku, it's okay, we're not going anywhere." I know, just..." Tuya smiled sadly as he pulled Izuku against his chest. "It's alright." Kigo sat behind Izuku and cuddled up to them. "Let's just lay down, alright? We'll give you time, kitty." When Aizawa walked back into their now shared room, he was expecting Izuku to be asleep or talking with his mom. What he didn't expect was for his intern to be stuck between two other teenagers. "Who are they?" Nemirai asked with a smirk on her face. "I have no idea." "Oh." Hisashi quietly shouted, "I remember them. They were at the sports festival. They seemed pretty close." "Can you shut up?" The three turned to a teenager with messy white hair and a glare. "We're trying to sleep." "Well, aren't you rude?" Aizawa sat on his bed, soon joined by Hisashi, while Nemirai sat down in the chair. "Wait." The teen stared at Aizawa, groaning. You're the guy that helped us, F." "Oh yeah, how's your family?" "We're fine." Tuya laid back down once Kigo reached up and tugged him back down to the bed. "Oh, they look so cute." Nemirai whispered with a large smile on her face. "We should take a picture." She pulled her shon out and snapped a few pictures to send to Inko and Aizawa. "Stop taking pictures of the kids." Aizawa kicked her in the leg. "But they look so cute." "Hey," they turned to see Kigo awake. "This time, send those to me." "I don't have your number." He grabbed her phone and quickly typed it in. "Now YA do." Nemirai smiled. "I think we're going to get along great." Izuku sighed and finally sat up, rubbing his eyes, and he smiled. "And here I thought I would get a good night's sleep." Kigo gasped before grabbing Izuku's face. "I thought you loved me." The teen blushed and shoved Kigo with a laugh. "Shut up." He looked to the two other people in the room. "We never actually got to meet. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's really nice to meet you." "Oh, you're so polite." Hisashi ran over and pulled him into a hug. "It's nice to meet you too. I'm Hisashi Yamada." The cat teen squeaked but accepted the hug. "Please don't suffocate him." Too late. Nemirai shoved the blonde away and hugged Izuku instead. "My name's Nemirai Kiyama, and you are just the cutest." She pinched his cheeks and petted his ears. "Already called dibs, our cat," Tuya declared, still laying down on the bed. Nemirai and Hisashi laughed while Izuku rolled his eyes. "Kid," Izuku looked at Aizawa. "Come out with me for a second." The younger nodded and stood up, separating himself from the others and following him out of the room. "Is everything all right?" "Sort of." Aizawa rubbed his face for a second. "Since your internship was cut short due to outside sources, Nezu has agreed to letting you do another internship once you feel better." Izuku smiled at the idea. He honestly enjoyed the training and patrols. "You should choose someone else." What? Izuku didn't understand. "Did I do something wrong?" "No," Aizawa assured quickly. This has not been an ideal situation, and I would understand if you wanted to go with a different hero." I don't, he messed with his own hands for a second. I enjoyed training with you. It was a lot of fun. And you've taught me so much already. I want to keep learning from you. He looked to Aizawa, who was covering his eyes. Are you crying? Shut up. Finally able to leave the hospital, Izuku was excited, nervous, and terrified all at once. He can almost guarantee that if he was alone he probably would be shaking and crying, but with Tuya, Kigo, and his mom with him he felt a little better facing his younger siblings. It'll be fine, just take a deep breath, alright? Kigo tried to offer his best advice, but all he knew how to do at the moment was be there. I know, but Inko cut him off with a wag of her finger. No buts, young man. They'll treat you the same, they don't know anything unless you want them to. He nodded slowly as Tuya laid a hand on his arm. Come on Kitty, let's go in. As soon as they walked through the door, Izuku was tackled by Katsuki, Shoto, Himiko, Natsuo, Fuyumi, Rumi, and Ryako. They were all talking over each other. It was hard to decipher what they were saying, but from what he could hear they were just asking what happened. Guys! You're freaking him out! Tuya shouted, picking up the younger ones while the teens all took a step back. Deku! What happened? Are you sick? Katsuki shouted, tugging on the older's sleeve. Yeah. Mema said you were in the hospital. Himiko added while Shoto nodded along, always being the quieter of the three. Izuku paused for a moment. What did he want them to know? He had been kidnapped, used, and experimented on, but they were so young. Yep. He crouched down to their height. I got a little sick so I couldn't be around for a while, but I'm all better now. The three smiled and all hugged him, though he could see Tuya and Kigo trying to explain things to Rumi and Ryako. I'll be right back, alright? I gotta talk with these two, then why don't we go play at the park? Yes. I wanna play on the monkey bars. Can we get ice cream? Izuku nodded his head as he dragged the teens into a separate room, knowing that Inko, Masaru, and Sakura would distract them. Izuku! What actually happened? Fuyumi asked, laying a hand on his arm with a soft look. They had all heard he was kidnapped but didn't know anything else. A lot. I'll start from the patrol. Voices echoed around him, bouncing off of invisible walls, causing it to grow louder and louder as he sat in the void with his hands over his ears. You let them go. You did this. They were safer without you. YOUSNLDHEDDWITHT. Waking with a jolt, Izuku gasped for air as he looked around his shared room. He saw Tuya asleep in his bed with Kigo on the floor and quickly placed a hand over his mouth to muffle his crying and breathing. Slowly on unsteady legs he was able to leave the room and make his way downstairs to the kitchen. He tried to steady himself on the counter, but after a while he let his body slide down to the floor. Izuku! Sakura whispered, a little surprised to see the boy curled into a ball on the floor. She slowly crouched down to him and let a hand rest near his ears. Sweetheart, what's wrong? I can't. His words were slurred and unsteady. She sighed and sat next to him. It's okay. Moving him a little, she let him rest against her side. She ran her hand through his hair to help calm him down. I know me and you aren't close like the boys or Ray, but I'm always here for you. Thank you. She smiled and hummed quietly until he was back asleep. Not long after, Inko came down to see them still there. Looks like it was a good idea to let you stay the night. Inko joked, carefully lifting Izuku while Sakura smiled. Kid's been through a lot. Kigo wants to make sure he's okay. I don't mind staying. Inko nudged her in lieu of a hug since her arms were full of Teen Cat. Thank you so much. You, Ray, and the Bakugus have been a real help. Slowly the two made it back upstairs and opened the door, setting him back in bed and tucking him in before leaving. Let's be real here. Our families are gonna be stuck together forever. The two laughed quietly before they went back to the kitchen to continue talking, Ray joining them not long after. Going back to school seemed like the hardest. It wasn't a surprise that news traveled fast about what happened. The school was receiving backlash from allowing one of their students to be attacked like that. It'll be fine, Izuku, Ryako tried to reassure as they made their way to class. Many of the students already staring at Izuku will try to keep it as peaceful as possible. Yeah. Rumi slung her arm around the cat hybrid with a large smile. No one's gonna say he with us around. Izuku laughed a little. feeling comforted by his friends while 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐭𝐻𝐲 stood behind and in front like guard dogs. "You two are ridiculous," Izuku deadpanned, looking at the two boys. "Stop walking like that, it's weird." "No chance, Kitty," 𝐒𝐿 wrapped an arm around his other shoulder. "We are now the guard dogs, and these two are the support. Is it 'cause we're women?" Rumi joked, though it threw 𝐒𝐿 off. "Of course not. I don't know, seems a little sexist to me." 𝐭𝐻𝐲 added with a smirk, making the fire user glare. "I hate all of you." Class had been pretty calm, at least calmer than normal. Anytime someone so much as looked at Izuku, the four teens would glare, and before anyone could walk up to him, Nezu would call their name to have them do something else. "Think he's doing it on purpose?" Rumi asked, leaning back in her chair. "Oh, definitely, he knows what we're doing." 𝐭𝐻𝐲 confirmed, sitting on top of her desk. "That I do." The shout made the three other teens jump, though 𝐒𝐿 and Izuku knew he had been coming over to them. "I greatly appreciate the faithfulness you show your friend. But I must steal him for a moment." Izuku nodded and stood up, already guessing what he needed him for. "It's about the extra week, right?" Nezu nodded as they walked to the teacher's lounge. "Correct. I'm glad you took such a liking to Aizawa." "Ha ha ha." The teen watched the teacher with a little confusion. It was obvious the rat was planning something, but he didn't know what exactly. When they entered the teacher's lounge, they saw Aizawa talking with Snipe and a few of the other teachers. Izuku hadn't thought about it, but he wasn't surprised to find out they had all gone to school together. "Oh, good you're here." If I had to hear him explain why guns are amazing, I was gonna use one to shoot myself. Izuku had to stop himself from bursting out laughing, though Aizawa looked pleased. "Great. I've already talked with Miss Midoriya. You are free to take him." Nezu left the room rather quickly. "He's planning something, isn't he?" "Oh, most definitely." Animals plus 𝐒𝐿. "Hello Kitty, hey. I'm going back to my internship. I'll make sure to text and stuff. Godzilla, call us every night or I'm assuming you're dead. Daffy Duck, valid and have fun. Toothless, I'm glad you're still excited to learn. Izuku, I hope you have fun as well. Bugs Bunny, FSHUP baby WO. Hello Kitty, thanks guys, I'll call later tonight to check in. Hello Kitty, oh. Kei-chan. I need a new necklace, remember. I miss it, Daffy Duck. Bold assumption there isn't one sitting in your bag right now. Toothless, he has gotten better at making them. Daffy Duck, I trusted you and you have betrayed me. // Bugs Bunny, she tells me everything. You were never safe. You sure you're ready, kid? Aizawa asked, looking Izuku over a little. Yep. At least I think so. The teen looked over the edge of the building, seeing cars and people rush around. So what's the plan? We'll split up but keep the comms open, remember? Tell me if anything happens. Right, he bounced on the ball of his feet. Think I can run around in Panther? I haven't been able to get used to it yet. Sure kid, just stay in the shadows so no one calls animal control. With a nod, Izuku shifted, still able to feel the comm in his ear. Taking a deep breath, he began running and jumping the small gaps between buildings. After a few seconds he stopped and perched on the edge of a building, looking down into an alley where a man was harassing someone. Shifting back for a moment, he whispered into the comm, "Guy in the alley, it looks like he's trying something. Be careful and keep me updated." He hummed before shifting back and jumping down, letting himself slowly slink out of the shadows with a low growl that got the man's attention. "What the F?" His words were slurred and movement sluggish. The person behind him seemed thankful for the distraction and took the chance to run. Holy S. Not letting the man get away, Izuku chased him before pouncing on him, slamming the man into the ground and knocking him out. The other person ran, but I knocked the guy out. I think he actually cessed himself. Gross, leave him there and keep patrolling. Izuku got off the guy before scaling the building and running again. He had to admit that his panther form was becoming his favorite. As much as he liked being a small house cat, being a large deadly animal had its perks, like scaring someone. After an hour of check-ins and running around, Aizawa called it good and had him meet back up on the roof. Have you heard anything about the group? Izuku asked. Even if it had only been a week since the incident, he wanted to know anything he could. No, still no updates. Even with that woman in custody, they haven't gotten anything. He nodded in understanding. Any updates on your quirk? Not really, my transformations are faster and they think my shadow travel is getting faster too. Aizawa stared at him for a moment. You're hiding something, Izuku. The cat hybrid froze a little before laughing awkwardly. Yeah, I am. He looked at his hands for a moment, his eyes meeting the familiar black before they traveled to the white scar hidden under clothing. They think I'm getting unstable. How so? I'm transforming in my sleep, my ears and tail never stop twitching. When I transport with the shadows they stick to me for hours, dripping off like water. The list goes on apparently, but that's all they've told me. Aizawa hummed, opening the door to the agency and waving to his co-workers. When was the last time you consistently used your quirk? The silence was enough to answer. That's what I thought. For the rest of the week I want you to use your quirk as much as possible. But aren't you always telling people they rely too much on their quirks? Those people do, but you're not using yours enough. If you want to get better then you need to train with your quirk. Izuku nodded along as they made their way back to the sleeping quarters. He could hear crying. At first he thought maybe it was a dream, but when he pinched his arm and nothing happened he knew he was awake. Sitting up he looked around the room to see Aizawa still asleep, so what was making the noise? Letting his quirk stretch out to the world around him he searched for whoever was crying. No one else in the building was awake, but there were a few people outside. Shosho, he nudged the other lightly, getting a groan in response. Someone outside is crying. It's a kid. Seeing a little more he spoke again. I think he's lost. He's covered in something though. Aizawa groaned louder but sat up. Get dressed then, let's see what's up. Quickly getting dressed, Izuku was the first one outside, Aizawa trailing behind him lazily. Looking around he couldn't see the kid, but he could hear him. Over here. He led Aizawa around the back of the building. When the older showed signs of finally hearing it he knew they were close. Go house cat kid, don't wanna scare them. He nodded and quickly shifted before jumping onto Aizawa's shoulder and hiding in his scarves. After a moment they were finally able to find the kid. They were hidden behind a dumpster, quietly crying to themselves. Their clothes looked ragged and covered in 𝐵𝐿DH. The child froze at the voice, looking to Aizawa with fear. I'm not gonna hurt you. He lifted his hands a little. Are you okay though? Hurt anywhere? Are you a hero? I am, so is my friend here. Taking the cue, Izuku hopped off his shoulders and sat in front of the kid who looked at him in wonder. Is it okay if he turns back to normal? We don't want to scare you. See, can I pet him? Izuku nodded, walking closer to him. Wait. He stopped and stared at the kid. When I pet my dog he disappeared. Is he gonna disappear too? What do you mean? I was holding and then he started to turn to dust. Is he gonna turn to dust? The two heroes looked at each other before Izuku turned back to human. Is it okay if I see your hands? What if you go away? I won't, I promise. The child hesitantly showed him his hands. Each of his fingertips looked like they were covered in something. I think he has a touch-active quirk. Which means we can't touch his hands and he can't touch us. Not exactly. Izuku took his own gloves off, ripping off 2 fingers from each one. Can I see your hands again? This'll stop us from going away. Slowly putting the gloves on, Izuku was happy to see they hadn't turned to dust. Alright, my name is 𝐶𝐻𝐻, can you tell me your name? He offered his hand to the kid. The kid stared at it for a moment before slowly and shakily taking it, almost crying tears of joy as Izuku didn't change. The kid quickly latched onto Izuku, crying into his chest. Whoa, hey, it's okay, I'm okay. The kid kept crying before hiccuping out a few words. But they aren't. Izuku looked to Aizawa who seemed just as shocked. Let's get him to the station. Getting him there had been the easy part. Since he hadn't let go of Izuku they could just have the team carry him around. Getting him to answer questions had been the hardest part though. With him crying and refusing to talk to anyone besides Izuku and Aizawa, it had become clear that the two would need to do the questioning. Can you tell me your name? Tenko. Alright Tenko, can you tell us what happened? I didn't mean to, I really didn't. Please believe me. I didn't. He cut himself off, dissolving into sobs once again. Izuku quickly pulled the kid close to his chest, rocking lightly and shushing him. Sure, it's okay, we know you didn't, You didn't do anything wrong. He slowly quieted down, but didn't try to say anything. Sighing, Aizawa turned to his intern. I'll have one of the officers run his name and description to see what we can find, see if you can get him into some clean clothes. Izuku nodded, watching Aizawa leave before looking down at Tenko. Hey, do you want to get clean? I bet those clothes are really uncomfortable. Can I keep the gloves? Course you can, they're a gift. Now let's get you cleaned up. Picking up Tenko and taking him into the bathrooms, he helped the kid get out of the clothes before throwing them into the trash. Using the paper towels, he was able to clean away most of the BLD and dirt, showing the kid only had a few scrapes and bruises. Taking off his jacket, Izuku put it on Tenko before picking him up again and going back into the office. Does that feel better? Tenko nodded, looking much better than before. Alright, once Shosho comes back I'll go and get you some real clothes, alright? Why you're leaving? Suddenly the kid looked close to tears again. Whoa, hey. Only for a second, it'll be okay. You can't leave though. Please don't leave. The kid began crying again, latching onto Izuku tighter than before. I'm not leaving, I promise I won't leave. He let Tenko cry a little longer before speaking. How about you come with me? We just have to let the others know. Where are we going? Just to my house. We'll have some clothes you can wear, but you have to be really quiet, okay? He held up a finger to his mouth with a smile. Tenko copied the gesture with a serious nod. Alright, let's let the others know first. Stepping out of the office, he could see Aizawa talking with one of the officers while staring at a computer erase ahead. What's up, kid? He saw Tenko in Izuku's jacket and cleaned off, feeling better, kid. Tenko nodded, staring at Aizawa in awe. I'm gonna go to my house for a second and get him clothes. Alright, shadow travel there, use your quirk. Izuku nodded and turned towards one of the corners. Okay Tenko, this might be a little scary, but I promise you're safe. Tenko nodded again and curled up in Izuku's arms, ready. Ready. Izuku gathered more shadows into the corner before stepping into it. Traveling through the shadows always felt weird, like you were falling through the air but still on the ground. When he stepped out onto the other side, he was in Tuya and his room, the other teen not there at the moment. Remember, quiet. He quietly snuck out of the room and walked to his little sibling's room. He saw only Himiko in the room, 𝐿𝐿 probably with his brother or mom. He opened one of the drawers and pulled out a plain black shirt and blue shorts. Aizu. He froze and turned around, seeing Himiko awake and rubbing her eyes. What are you doing home? Are you sick again? No, I'm alright, go back to sleep, alright Himikan. She only nodded mutely before falling back to the bed. Using the shadows in the room, he appeared in the office again, helping Tenko into the new clothes. Who was she? That was my little sister, her name's Himiko. He threw his jacket on one of the open chairs, deciding to wash it later and stay in his short-sleeved shirt. She seemed nice. She is, maybe after this you could meet her. I'm sure my mom would love to meet you too. Tenko looked at his hands with a frown. What if I hurt them? Izuku paused. It sounded so similar to what 𝐿𝐿 said when his quirk activated, full of fear and anger at himself. Hey, he looked at Tenko, you won't, and even if you did, that wouldn't change anything, alright? Oh. Okay. Kid, they both turned to Aizawa. We got a location. Izuku looked down at the kid in his lap. He didn't want to leave Tenko, but he needed to help Aizawa investigate. Okay, I do have to go for this, but let's make a deal. Tenko seemed willing to listen as Izuku pulled out a headset from his utility belt. This connects to a little device in my ear and this will let me hear anything you say. I have one too, so we can talk to each other the entire time, but I have to leave to help erase ahead. But you'll be back, right? And I just talked to you with this. That's right. It'll only be for an hour or so, okay? Then I'll be right back, but you'll have to stay here, okay? I can do that. Izuku smiled and ruffled his hair. Good. He helped Tenko turn on and put the comm in his ear. Now when you want to talk to me, just speak into this and I'll hear you, okay? Oh, okay. Izuku nodded and gave the kid one more hug before following Aizawa out of the station. He led them over to a group of cars, seeing the detective sitting in the driver's seat. See 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐿. Izuku pulled his mask on and changed the mic settings so the others wouldn't be able to hear him talk. I'm here, Tenko, is everything okay? Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that, it's okay, Tenko, why don't I tell you about my friends? You wanted to meet Himiko, right? She seemed nice. She is, maybe in the morning you can meet her and the others. There's Katsuki, he's a little loud but I'm sure if you asked him he could tone it down for you. Izuku heard the kid hum a little. There's also 𝐿𝐿. Why no, he was pretty scared of his quirk. Really? Yep, he can create ice and fire. He accidentally froze his brother's arm one day and panicked, but I told him the same thing I told you, it's okay because you didn't mean to hurt anyone. But what if I did hurt someone? Izuku leaned up, laying across the console and connecting his comm to the car. Tenko, did you hurt someone? Both adults perked up at the question. Aizawa and Izuku knew the kid mentioned people turning to dust, but if he could get Tenko to explain, it would help them with the investigation. I didn't mean to. I know, Tenko, but can you tell me what happened? Izuku pulled out a cord and connected his comm to his phone so he could record everything for Tsukochi to use. Dad put me outside again. He said I was being bad but Mom said I didn't do anything wrong. The kid paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. I was with our dog when a man in a suit came up to me. He said his name was Sensei. All three flinched at the name. Izuku laid a hand over his scarred arm. Echi said he could give me something to protect myself and I just wanted it to stop hurting. Izuku almost teared up, needing to breathe before he spoke. It's okay, Tenko, do you need a minute? We can talk about something else. But this will help, right? It can, but we won't force you to talk, Tenko. Tsukochi assured, revealing that the other two were listening. Okay. I won't get in trouble, right? No, you won't be in trouble. You telling us this helps us stop that from happening, okay? Okay. He gave me the quirk. I know he did because I didn't have one before. Mom said that's why Dad was always angry at me. Aizawa put a hand over his eyes, gritting his teeth as the child spoke. He said it would help me, but then Dad came outside and grabbed my hand. I don't know what happened, but he started screaming and then he was gone. Mom and the others came outside and there were slight sobs over the line. It's okay, Tenko, take some deep breaths, okay? Deep breaths. I grabbed Mom and then she was gone and it just kept happening until they were all gone. I didn't mean to, I promise. We know. Izuku looked to the others. We'll be back soon, okay? PR promise. You won't leave still. Promise. Tsukochi nodded outside, showing they were at the location. Izuku nodded back and disconnected his comm from the car as the other two got out. Do you have a favorite color, Tenko? Izuku asked, pulling his mask up as they wandered around the back of the house. I like red. So does Himiko. I have a friend with really bright red wings. I'm sure he'd love to show you. When they entered the backyard they all froze, seeing ashes surround a circle, likely where Tenko had been standing. Really? Is he a bird? Izuku pretended to laugh as Tsukochi took pictures while the two went inside the house. His name is 𝐒𝐭𝐲, but his hero name is Hawks. As they went further into the house it all felt wrong. Everything looked just a little too perfect. So different than what Tenko had hinted at, but 𝐿𝐿 has red hair. Whoa. I wish I had red hair, mine's just black. I think it's nice. Your eyes are red though, right? Going into the basement they saw more signs of abuse, scratch marks on the door with old BLD, belts hanging up, and even more disgusting things they had a hard time looking at. Yeah. Mom's were red too. Hana had red eyes too. They climbed back up the stairs. Who was Hana? She was my older sister. I think I hurt her. Would she be angry with me? No, Tenko, I don't think she would be. Okay. I'm really tired. That's alright, why don't you grab my jacket on the chair and get comfortable? Aizawa nodded outside where Tsukochi was waiting. We'll be back soon, okay? Okay, Ken dash, there you are. Izuku froze at the voice, getting Aizawa's attention. It didn't sound like anyone at the station. Tenko, who's in the room with you? Aizawa's eyes widened as they both rushed out of the house, the underground hero explaining what was happening to Tsukochi. It's Dash, who are you talking to? It sounded angry now. "𝐻𝐭, I need you to hide, okay? Go to the darkest place you can find and don't come out till I'm there, alright?" He turned to the others and pulled his mask down. "I'm shadow traveling there. Grab the kid and get the hell out, you won't have backup." Izuku nodded and ran to one of the shadows. There was shuffling on the other end of the line. He could hear the voice taunting 𝐻𝐭. "Where are you hiding, 𝐻𝐭?" I went into a closet, I think." "Stay there, I'm coming." He appeared near the front of the police station and looked through the windows. He didn't see anyone inside though. Silently opening the door, he ducked behind the desk before covering his mouth. The woman who ran the front was on the ground, her neck bent out of shape with a pool of blood under her. He dragged his eyes away from the scene and saw a few others on the ground, some still breathing. He slunk into the shadows, checking a few of the closest or cabinets near the front before making his way to the back. "What do we have here?" Izuku dragged shadows onto his staff, creating the axe and aiming it at the man. He looked almost exactly like 𝐻𝐭 had described, other than the fact the man didn't seem to have a face. "It's you. What did you do?" He knew Aizawa told him to get the kid and leave, but if this man had already seen him, he didn't have much of a choice. "Sadly, some of these people were in my way, but don't worry, the same won't happen to you or the child. You're both too important for my plans." Izuku took a small step back, letting his quirk reach out and locate 𝐻𝐭. "Neither of us are helping you with anything. Interesting creature, aren't you?" The man ignored him and took a step forward, tortured and changed for a greater cause you know nothing about. "You know nothing about me." "I know everything about you, Izuku Midoriya, or do you prefer 𝐒𝐻𝐵?" The teen glared and shifted his feet, ready to pounce. "I prefer you not refer to me at all." The man chuckled, lifting a hand. "Yes, well, I am here." Izuku jumped as he heard someone burst through the doors. Looking over, he saw the number 1 hero standing there in all his glory. Looking back to where the man was, Izuku realized he was gone. "Are you " He ignored the hero and ran to where he knew 𝐻𝐭 was. "Ah!" 𝐻𝐭 screamed as he opened the closet before he saw who it was. "You're okay?" "I'm okay." Izuku picked him up and held him tightly. "Good job, you stayed hidden. I was scared and he hurt 𝐻𝐭. You're okay now, you're okay." He covered 𝐻𝐭's eyes as he walked back out to the front, making sure the kid couldn't see the people on the ground. "Please tell me an ambulance is on the way." All Might nodded hesitantly. "As soon as the detective called me, he informed me that he would be sending medical personnel." Izuku let out a sigh. "You both seem awfully young to be in a police station." "I'm a hero intern. We found 𝐻𝐭 earlier and..." Izuku trailed off a little. "Can you take him for a moment? I should see who's hurt and if they need help." "Young 𝐻𝐭, this is All Might. Do you know who he is?" The hero stopped and looked to the child, who nodded, smiling at him. "Okay, he's gonna watch you for a few, okay? I'll be right back." "Okay." Izuku handed 𝐻𝐭 to All Might, who didn't seem capable of arguing with the teen. Taking a deep breath, he tried to remember what supplies he had on him. Shaking his head, he ran back in and listened for heartbeats and breathing. He checked over the ones with fainter heartbeats first to see if there was anything he could do before checking on all of the others. From the initial attack, he could tell there were at least 3 dead, 6 heavily injured, and 2 knocked out. What scared him was that a lot of them were lucky. They were also lucky the man attacked while most of the officers were out. When he heard the sirens getting close, he went back out front and took 𝐻𝐭. "𝐻𝐭, some nice people are gonna come here and help people, alright? I'm gonna have them look you over and take you somewhere safer, okay? See, can I still talk to you?" "Yep, just like before. Make sure this is on, okay?" 𝐻𝐭 nodded as different emergency service vehicles pulled up. It looked like Tsukochi had called enough ambulances for everyone that had been in the building. "𝐒𝐻𝐵, what happened?" The teen turned to Aizawa and Tsukochi. "When I got here, he had already attacked. I looked for 𝐻𝐭 before distracting the man until All Might got here, then he left." Tsukochi nodded before going to help some of the workers with collecting everyone. "Kid," he looked to Aizawa, "you had no way of knowing All Might was coming." "I know." The hero sighed before looking to All Might. "Why are you standing here? Shouldn't you be helping them or leaving?" That snapped the number 1 hero out of his shock. "Apologies." The hero ran off to help some of the workers lift some of the heavier officers onto gurneys. Izuku. Aizawa. Both of them turned to see 𝐒𝐭 running up. I heard them mention the station got attacked and had to check. Are you both okay? We're fine, Mom. She sighed and pulled them both into a hug, seeming not to notice the small child in Izuku's arms. Mom, this is 𝐭. She pulled back and looked at the child who shied away. Oh, she smiled softly. Hi there, honey, my name's 𝐒𝐭. 𝐭 waved a little. Can you take him to get checked out? Of course, do either of you? No, we weren't here for the attack. Aizawa assured the woman. Okay, 𝐭, I'm gonna give you to my mom. I'm sure she'll be happy to tell you about anything you want. The kid practically had stars in his eyes as he looked at 𝐒𝐭, who was more than happy to take him. That's right, 𝐭, I know all about everything. Really? Really? Izuku smiled as the two walked back to one of the trucks. Izuku, Aizawa grabbed his shoulder. What was your plan? I told you to grab the kid and go. What happened? I planned on doing that. Izuku thought back to behind the desk, seeing that woman's body. I was trying to find 𝐭 when he showed up behind me. He talked about me not knowing my purpose, that I was going to play a part in his plan. He held his arms, his fingers changing to claws and digging in. Hey, Aizawa used his quirk and stopped Izuku. You're not a villain, no one's gonna make you one either, okay? I know. But, he looked to where he could see 𝐒𝐭 and 𝐭, but he wanted us. He's the one that hired those people that, then we'll take him down. Aizawa tugged the teen into a hug, holding him tightly. No one's gonna hurt you or that kid got it. We won't let it happen. Izuku wrapped his arms around the hero, gripping onto his shirt tightly as his body began to shake with sobs. Aizawa said nothing, only running his hand through the kid's hair and rocking slightly. He knew that Tsukochi would want Izuku's and 𝐭's statements on what happened, but it could wait. The detective would be busy enough dealing with his grief and calling families about loved ones. It could wait. Once he calmed down, they both walked over to 𝐭 and 𝐭, sitting in one of the trucks. Izuku laid across the back and took deep breaths. 𝐭 looked to Aizawa, who shook his head. It seemed neither were sure what happened. Let's get you all to the hospital, all right? I'll have one of the doctors look over 𝐭 before we got home. Aizawa stood up, but 𝐭 stopped him. Oh no, you don't, young man. You're coming with us unless you need to leave. The hero sighed before sitting back down. Good. Izuku, take little 𝐭 here while I let the others know we're leaving. At the hospital, 𝐭 hadn't let go of Izuku. The kid seemed scared of even the old nurse that was helping them. Aizawa had stayed with the two since 𝐭 had needed to help some of the people that came in, and neither wanted to the two kids alone at the moment. Well, it looks like Mr. Shimura is okay other than a few bruises. The nurse smiled. I'll give 𝐭 his full chart once she's done. You three have a good day. Thank you, miss. Once she left, Izuku turned to 𝐭. See. It's okay, she was nice, right? Wire. The kid pulled the jacket around him tighter. What will happen once we leave? Well, Izuku picked him up and set the kid on his lap, leaning back against the bed a little. I'm sure Mom will drag us to the house where you'll meet everyone. We'll eat some food, then probably set you up in Himikan and Sho-chan's room if you're okay with that. I get to stay. 𝐭 loosened his hold on the jacket and grabbed onto Izuku. Of course. Unless you dash, I wanna stay. The child hugged Izuku. I don't wanna leave. It's okay, no one's gonna make you leave. 𝐭 seemed to somehow get closer, making Izuku laugh. I got YA. Oh god, you adopted another. Izuku playfully glared at Aizawa. You have like 10. I have 3. Well, 4 now. I was counting the others too. That got a pillow thrown at the hero. Animals plus 2 Daffy Duck at Hello Kitty, are you okay? Mom just told me your mom texted her in a panic about SM Godzilla. I swear to F if someone kidnapped you again it's gonna be my villain story. Bugs Bunny. Can't protect him from the problem, become the problem. Toothless. I'm sure he's fine. If he wasn't, I believe you would have felt it like the first time. Daffy Duck. Except that was because he was shocked and then broke the feather. What if he can't? Hello Kitty, sorry. I'm okay, smiley face Godzilla. What was other mom talking about then? 'Cause mom just woke me up to ask Hello Kitty. There was just a little problem at the police station. It's all figured out, I promise. Cat Protection Squad President number 2, his definitely lying secretary. I suggest we wait to question and keep an eye on the news. President number 1. or ask Mama Inko, she'll tell us if something happened. Secret Service. He's putting a lot of exclamation points, like he does that a lot anyway, but something feels off about them. President number 1, Def hiding something sad. Emotional. Then Izuku looked down to sleeping child on the bed. You're both too important for my plans. He whipped around, for some reason expecting the man to be behind him. The shadows reached for his feet, ready to teleport him out if he needed. You feel stronger, don't you? That woman's voice echoed around him as the room got darker. It was like someone had closed the curtains, shutting out the sunlight. Izuku wanted to be stronger. He wanted to be strong enough to protect his friends and family, to save as many people as he could. He needed to be strong. Claws dug into his arm. No hero to stop him this time. Miss Midoriya, I'm worried about your son. Has he been getting any counseling? Aizawa asked the woman as they stood in the hall. No, she sighed and rubbed her arm. I had wanted to get him some as soon as he got home. I know it was very traumatic what you both went through. The hero nodded, remembering his own friends begging for him to see someone, but then he was getting settled back at home and was having fun again. She smiled sadly, and then he was interning with you again and was just so excited, and now just she cut herself off. Aizawa has saved so many people that he gets pushed to the back. And now he's added another one. They both stood there silently for a moment. Did you notice his ears and tail rarely stop twitching? Even in his sleep. I remember. We're pretty sure it's from the electricity quirk, a side effect of so much exposure. She nodded. They had talked to the doctor extensively about that, along with the scaring. He claws at the scar a lot too, makes it worse. I've caught him doing it before. He calls out their names in his sleep sometimes when he's having a nightmare. Aizawa hummed, assuming she meant the familiars the teen had had sometimes. Sometimes it feels like he saves all these kids because no one saved him. I would love to blame his adoption on trauma, but he's been doing it longer than that. They both laughed for a moment, but yeah, I know what you mean. Inko sighed and pulled her phone out, frowning. Can you stay with him and Tenko? I need to let the others know what happened. Of course. She thanked him before going further down the hall. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the handle and twisted, but nothing happened. Trying again, he knocked on the door. Izuku. His mother seemed to notice and hung up the phone, also knocking on the door. Honey, can you unlock the door and let us in? There was no answer and the door still didn't budge. Looking down, Inko gasped. Aizawa. He looked down. Coming from the door was a smoke-like black substance. It seemed to almost ooze out of the door with dark whispers. They both recognized it as Izuku's quirk. SHT, step back. She did as told and watched as Aizawa kicked the door a few times before it finally broke. The room looked dark, the floor covered in the strange black smoke and the walls looking like they were shrouded in a black film. When they looked to the bed, it was only a black mass that seemed to be breathing. Izuku. Inko slowly went the bed with a hand out, making sure her footsteps made noise. Is that you, honey? The black mass moved, a large black tail appearing and hanging off the bed as it swished back and forth. There was a deep growl as a head appeared and stared at them, only stopping when it likely didn't see a threat. Oh kid, they both reached the bed, now seeing it was just an incredibly large cat, its body barely fitting onto the hospital bed. Its body seemed to move and drip onto the floor, creating the smoke. Can you understand me? He knew in-house cat Izuku could speak and understand them clearly, but in panther form he had trouble talking clearly. A large paw batted lightly at his capture weapon before turning back to his mother, nudging her hand with his head. I think he can, Aizawa agreed with her. Aizu honey, can you change back? That got the growl to return as the animal bared its teeth. Hey, it's okay honey, we just want to make sure you and Tenko are okay. He moved a bit, his body slinking to the floor and revealing the still sleeping child. That's good, you protected him well Izuku, is that why you're like this? Its massive head tilted to the side before huffing and slowly laying on the ground. Hey kid, the cat turned to Aizawa, you can change back, there's no one here to hurt anyone, okay? You're both safe, we're safe, your family and friends are safe. The reassurance didn't seem to help as the cat stood and began growling, but Aizawa wasn't scared. Hey, what did I tell you at the station? We wouldn't let anything happen, okay? The cat paused for a moment before letting out a pitiful cry and batting at its own head. Whoa. 𝐒𝐿 you need dash. The animal let out a mix between a growl and a roar, hunching in on itself. 𝐒𝐿. 𝐈𝐴𝐴 take 𝐻𝐿𝐽 please. He looked over to see the kid cowering please. He nodded and grabbed the kid, taking him out to the hall and trying to calm him down. Hey, it's okay. What was that? Where's 𝐻𝐻𝐽? 𝐈𝐴𝐴 shushed the kid, rocking him slightly. That was 𝐻𝐻𝐽, he's just a little scared right now. He's scared. He moved to look back into the room where 𝐿𝐽 was quietly talking to the large animal. But he'll be okay, right? 𝐈𝐴𝐴 looked into the room. He could confidently say 𝐒𝐿𝐽 Midoriya was important to him. The kid had carved out his own little spot in 𝐈𝐴𝐴's own small heart, right next to Nemurai and Hisashi. I hope so. 𝐒𝐿𝐽, it's okay to be scared. The cat yelped again as it shook its head. It's okay, we aren't scared of you either, we just don't want you to hurt yourself. The form began to flicker as the smoke on the ground dispersed. That's it baby, it's okay, Mama's here. Mom. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 was sitting on the ground, his claws in his hair as blood dripped down his arm. Did I dash you could never hurt anyone baby. She opened her arms, immediately catching her son as he sobbed. It's okay, no one's hurt, you're okay. I'm not. They did something and I can't control it. She shushed him softly, petting his hair. I could have hurt you, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, or 𝐻𝐽 and I couldn't have dash. He choked on his own sobs. I couldn't have stopped myself. I barely know what was happening. You didn't hurt us. They both turned to see 𝐈𝐴𝐴 and 𝐻𝐽. The child looked ready to hug 𝐒𝐿𝐽. You could never hurt us. But dash, why you told me it was okay? 𝐻𝐽 patted the teen's unblooded arm. It's okay 𝐻𝐻𝐽. I'm sorry 𝐻𝐽. I dash don't apologize kid, you did nothing wrong. 𝐈𝐴𝐴 slowly helped the teen up. Now we're gonna leave your mom with 𝐻𝐽 and then we're gonna go get a doctor to look at your arm, okay? Alright, mom dash, it's okay honey. I think I'll call the others so they can see their new brother, okay? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 smiled brightly, even though he was still crying. Thank you mama. Once he got his arm wrapped up he was left alone with 𝐈𝐴𝐴. Wanna explain? 𝐒𝐿𝐽 looked at his arm for a moment before sighing. I don't know what happened, he took a deep breath. I thought about what that man said and the woman that took us. And then I just felt weak, I guess. Like I couldn't protect them and then I couldn't protect myself and then dash he put a hand over his mouth before he could say much else. 𝐒𝐿𝐽, 𝐈𝐴𝐴 sat next to the teen. I might only be a little older than you but I've been in this industry, so you can tell me, okay? It's not that. This is gonna sound bad but it's not that fact some people died. He rubbed the back of his neck. I mean. I wish I could have helped them, if we had taken 𝐻𝐽 with us, if I had stayed, or. I don't know. Hey, he grabbed the teen's shoulder. I understand that your feelings are complicated, you've barely gotten a break from everything. You now have 2 adopted little siblings, your friend's family also living with you, wanting to be a hero who can help people, and I've lost track of what I was saying, but I get it. Thanks 𝐻𝐻𝐽. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 balled his fists before sighing. I think I should get a therapist. Oh thank God. 𝐒𝐽 glared at the hero. Sorry, I just didn't want to bring it up, but I know a good company and I can send you their information later. Thanks 𝐻𝐻𝐽. The teen rolled his eyes. I think I'm okay to go back now. Are you sure? Yeah, maybe just. 𝐒𝐽 turned into his house cat form and jumped up to lay across the other's shoulder, curling into his capture weapon. Oh I see, make me do all the talking. Yep. Stupid cat. While this seems to be the worst case scenario, it should be simple to set up a plan for you Midoriya. Nezu shuffled some papers. We have an on-site counselor, but if there's someone else you would like to see. Eraserhead gave me the card for a company he uses. He handed the card over. Mom said she'd help me set up an appointment with them if I wanted. I would, they're a fantastic group. 𝐒𝐽 nodded along. He trusted 𝐈𝐴�'s judgment. As for your quirk, one of his hands drifted to his arm. I believe you should also look into a counselor for that. I'm sure 𝐻𝐽 and Himiko would appreciate one as well. None of you have quirks like anyone in your family. Right. Midoriya. Nezu hopped onto an desk and stood in front of 𝐒𝐽, putting a paw on the teen's head. It is nothing to be scared or ashamed of. You are a powerful young man and will make an amazing hero. 𝐒𝐿 felt tears come to his eyes and tried to wipe them away before 𝐻𝐻𝐻 handed him a tissue. Thank you 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Of course Midoriya, I am proud to be your teacher. Hi. My name's 𝐒𝐿. This is 𝐿𝐼 and Katsuki. 𝐒𝐿 shouted, having a death grip on the other boy's hands. What's your name? Tenko hid behind 𝐒𝐿. What's wrong? 𝐒𝐿 sighed a little and crouched down, pulling Tenko in front of him. 𝐒𝐿, Shochan, this is Tenko. The black-haired boy tried to hide his face in 𝐒𝐿's chest. He's a little scared right now because his home was like yours and a bad man was after him. But you saved him, right? 𝐒𝐿 wasn't sure how to answer that. He did. Tenko peeked out a little. He gave me gloves so the people wouldn't disappear. He showed off the new pair of gloves, the hospital giving them a pair that actually fit the child. Sounds like Deku. Katsuki shouted proudly, my name's Katsuki Bakugo and I'm gonna be the next #1 hero. He offered Tenko a hand, the other taking it hesitantly. Tenko and I wanna save people like Cheshire. Me too. I wanna be like my big brother. 𝐒𝐿 watched the three drag Tenko into the yard to play while Masaru and Rei watched them. Zuko. He turned to see 𝐒𝐲 sitting on the couch. Can you come here for a second? Yeah, he sat down next to the other. Where's Chu-chan and the others? They're helping Mitsuki and Inko with something, so it's just us. 𝐒𝐿 felt slight dread at the words. 𝐒𝐿, you've been avoiding us. 𝐒𝐲 tried to meet his eyes but the teen just kept looking away. And not exactly, just there was 𝐒𝐿 and then there was the whole kidnapping thing and then Tenko and the 𝐒𝐿. His ears went back a bit. What do you want me to say, Kei-chan? I want you to tell us what happened. What's going on in that brain of yours? At least tell me. 𝐒𝐿 thought about it for a moment before grabbing 𝐒𝐲's hand and dragging him upstairs. He sat the other on the bed so 𝐒𝐿 could pace if he needed. When we were kidnapped, one of them used an electricity quirk on me and I guess electricity is a huge weakness for me because 𝐒𝐿 covered his face for a moment because it killed the others, Hiro, Tokuge, Okami, Mayumi. I felt and heard them die before we were taken. 𝐒𝐿 was glad 𝐒𝐲 was staying silent. If he stopped he wasn't sure he could finish. Then they force-activated my quirk. It's how I got panther form. That woman talked about me like I was some kind of experiment, saying they had done things to me to make me better for some stupid plan, and suddenly my quirk felt out of control again. I felt alone because they weren't always there and he took a breath. I know you, Chu-chan, my mom, everyone, will always be there for me but they were different. 𝐒𝐲 grabbed his hand in comfort, still not saying anything. And when I went with Eraser again we found Tenko. His dad was awful, the house looked like a nightmare and I'm glad he could get away but the man that forced a quirk on him is apparently the same one that had them do that all to me. He said we had a purpose or something and I got so scared that something just started happening and suddenly I was this giant cat. 𝐒𝐿 laughed a little, and I couldn't think straight or talk. All I knew was that I had to protect Tenko. Mom and Shosho had to calm me down but what if I attacked them? You wouldn't. 𝐒𝐲 squeezed his hand. I think even at your worst, as a 50-foot Godzilla-sized cat you wouldn't even think of stepping on them, on us, on anyone because you protect them, you protect people, you've protected Tuya and me even when we didn't want you to. 𝐒𝐿 huffed and sat down, leaning against the wing teen. That felt good to say. Thank you, Kei-chan. You don't need to thank me. I love you and you deserve to tell someone all of this. You love me. Would you look at the time? 𝐒𝐲 shot up with a red face. I bet the others are back by now. We should go help them. Kei-chan. Are you guys ready? 𝐒𝐿 nodded excitedly but Tenko was still hiding behind 𝐒𝐿's leg. You three will be just fine, Tenko. It's just a little visit with someone who can help you with your quirk, okay? 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 will be there though, right? Yep. Tenko grabbed 𝐒𝐿's hand tightly as they headed into the building. Hello, how can I help you? We're here to see a quirk counselor for my kids. Should be under the name Midoriya. The secretary nodded before pulling out 3 clipboards. All right, it looks like Miss 𝐒𝐿 and Mr. Tenko has the basics and Mr. Midoriya has a different specialist, is that right? Inko nodded. All right, then fill these out and hand them back. then the specialist will be right with you guys. Thank you. They sat down in some of the chairs, Himiko sitting in 𝐭𝐸's lap to help her fill things out while Izuku showed Tenko how and what to write down. You boys got it over there? Yep. Why yes. Izuku and Tenko took longer to fill out since the older had a different document. Once they handed them in though they didn't wait long. The Midoriyas. The group stood up and followed the woman to a back room. Alright, I'm Dr. Monoma. How my quirk works is as long as I have contact with you I can give you a rundown of how your quirk works, okay? Who would like to go first? Me. Himiko jumped up and down. I wanna know. Well alright then, come here honey. The doctor took her hand, waiting a moment before letting go and writing some stuff down. Well Miss Himiko, it looks like you have a BLD related quirk. She turned to 𝐭𝐸. We'll have her do some tests with donation BLD we have. Don't worry, it's completely clean and safe. We run tests daily for this sort of thing. BLD quirks are rare but not impossible. I wanna be like Vlad King. Now Mr. Tenko, would you like to go next? The younger was hesitant but nodded and offered his arm, still nervous to let strangers touch his hands. The doctor did the same as before. It seems like you have an interesting quirk, mostly touched base, which explains the gloves. It also seems like a mutation of some kind. We'll have you touch some old boxes, okay? As long as it doesn't hurt anyone. The doctor nodded and stood up. We have a while before Mr. Midoriya's own appointment, so I'll get our supplies. It didn't take long for her to come back with a few small vials of BLD and a couple small boxes. Let's have Mr. Tenko go first, okay? I want you to take a glove off and touch this box. But what if Tenko? Izuku crouched down. It's okay, if anything goes wrong I can wrap the shadows around you, remember? You can't destroy those. I can't destroy the shadows. Tenko took a deep breath and slowly took one of the gloves off. He lightly touched the box, almost watching in wonder as it slowly turned to ash. Whoa. As soon as he seemed calmer the decay began spreading faster. Luckily only the box disappeared still. Why did it speed up? It's okay honey, your quirk must react to your emotions, so when you're happy and calm it reacts normally, but when you're scared it goes slow, the doctor explained. Do you want to do it again? And not right now. Let Himiko go next. I wanna try. Well aren't you excited? She pulled out one of the vials. This is my own build, okay? I want you to hold the vial and then do what you feel is right. Okay. Himiko stared at the vial for a long time before uncapping it and drinking it. 𝐭𝐸 and Izuku were surprised while the doctor only smiled and watched as Himiko's form changed. Suddenly she had long blonde hair and looked exactly like the doctor. I turned into the doctor. It looks like when you consume someone's BLD you turn into a copy of them, completely identical to it looks like. She wrote it all down in the file. I'm sure the amount of BLD translates to time. But that's something you'll want to test with a different doctor. Same with Mr. Tenko's quirk. I can give you the number of the professional. Thank you. Do you know if she can change back? Himiko had picked up Tenko, still looking like the doctor, and spun him around. I can try. Izuku offered. My quirk allows me to change my own form. Usually I just image myself looking human again. Himikan. The girl turned. Can you try imagining what you normally look like? Sure. Her face scrunched up and slowly the form turned into a clay-like substance, falling away and revealing Himiko. I liked being the doctor. That's okay because now you're Himiko. 𝐭𝐸 picked her up, and you're perfect the way you are. It looks like you also needed a physical done on these two, so let's get that started. Once they were done it was almost time for Izuku's appointment. He had asked the others stay. If they were going to get him to try and change into the larger cat form, he trusted his mom and siblings to get him back to normal. Alright, I got everything in your file as well as everything your teacher and what looks like a pro hero sent me. The man shuffled the papers a bit. So you've always been able to change forms? Sort of. I discovered one day that I could turn into a house cat, then after everything I was able to turn into a panther, and one night I just kinda turned into this giant cat made of shadows. 𝐭𝐸 nodded along. We saw black smoke coming out of the room. It almost flowed like water, and when we went in the entire room was dark and covered in it. Izuku was a large cat and when he walked around it looked almost like his body was melting. The man hummed. I see. Well, let's go over the basics of your quirk first. They had Izuku travel around the room using the shadows. talking to the shadows, controlling them, and even checking his eyes and ears for sound and seeing in the dark. Well, everything seems normal, though your tail and ears twitch more than normal, and I'll assume that was caused by the electrical damage. It's been that way since. Alright, let's go into forms then. Change and tell me how it feels and how clear-minded you are. Izuku nodded and hopped onto the table, turning into his house cat form. I can talk fine, everything feels normal and I still feel like myself. The man nodded and waited for Izuku to change again. He jumped to the ground and turned into Panther, getting a few gasps from the kids. Harder to talk, his voice was more gravely, still thinking clearly. Okay, before you change again, I was warned and we're prepared if something goes wrong, so don't be scared. Right. Izuku thought back to the hospital room. He had changed because he was scared, but he wasn't scared now. He thought about protecting his friends and family. That's when he felt the change. Instead of a panther or cat, a large animal stood there, its body seeming to leak onto the floor and create the smoke Inko had talked about. The room seemed to get darker, but neither of the children cared. Kitty! Izuku, you're so big! Himiko shouted, getting the large animal's attention. It let out a huff before nudging her with its head. It feels weird. How does it feel? The doctor had a feeling Izuku would react badly to a stranger at the moment. It feels really soft, but not there. Like I'm touching a cloud. He's a little cold. Tenko added, petting the animal's neck. Okay, I think that's enough for now. Izuku, you can change back now, we're all okay. Slowly the form shrunk until it was Izuku sitting on the ground. He seemed a little disoriented but otherwise fine. Can you explain how it feels in that form? Like I'm dissociating. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I recognize them somehow, but not you exactly. It's hard to explain. That's alright. I believe that when you change forms, your mind changes with them, your instincts get stronger. That form, it seems like a combination of your mutation and the shadows. Your instincts simply wait for something to happen, like an actual cat. If I had gotten too close and you didn't recognize me, then you would have attacked or growled at me. The doctor wrote down a few more things. I suggest doing some research on larger animals. It might help clear up a few things. I'll send this all to your teacher as well. Izuku, the cat-eared teen, turned to him. They had just officially graduated UA and had invited Aizawa and Kiyama since they had. Izuku has an intern a few times. I wanted to offer you something. You don't have to say yes obviously, but just get on with it, show. Yamada shouted, nudging his new husband in the back. He'll totally say yes. If he doesn't, I'm offering. Aizawa glared at both of them before looking back at Izuku. Look, we've worked together multiple times, you've worked well with my friends, and we've been through a lot together. Since you're officially a hero, I would like to offer you a spot at my agency as my partner. Izuku was stunned into silence. It would be like when we worked the police cases together. We have our own separate jobs but work on the big ones together. If you don't yes. I would love to. Izuku talked the man into a hug. We graduated. Rumi shouted, joining the hug and prompting the others in the group to do the same. I regret my decision already. And you boys have everything. You don't need help. Are you sure you got this? Izuku cut his mom off with a chuckle, pulling the woman into a hug. Mom, we're moving across the street. I don't think it'll be a big deal if we forget something. I know, but you boys have gotten so big. And now you're independent. The woman began crying as Izuku tried to comfort her. Mom, it's okay. He rubbed her back. We'll still come visit every day and we'll watch the kids. Mama Kitty strikes again here. Tuya came around the corner with Ray behind him. Swear you adopted them instead of Mama Inko. Shut up, Tu-chan. He glared at the other, who only shrugged. And even if we work a lot, you still have Ray and Mitsuki to help. Even Sakura said she'd visit often. I know. But I'll miss my boys so much. Inko sobbed harder as Tenko and Himiko joined in trying to calm her down. Don't worry, Inko. I'm sure we'll grow tired of Kitty and throw him back over the fence. Shouto came up and punched Tuya in the leg. Oh, brat. Don't be mean to Izuku. Don't be a brat, you little essay. House party. Rumi barged in with Ryuko behind her. Come on, assholes. Let's get this SHT moved in. Yeah. Katsuki Bakugu, do not use that thing language. Oh god, Kigo groaned. It's gonna be a frat house with us 5. The best frat house on the block. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rolled over in bed and came face to face with his little brother, Himiko, Katsuki, and Tenko all standing there. We had a nightmare. How the F did you get in the house? Tuchan, don't be rude. Izuku sat up and paused. Wait, how did you get in the house? Kaken, how did you leave your own? Shut up Deku and let us sleep here. Looks like another one. Tsukochi lowered the blanket covering the body. We got any idea? They have to have a blinding quirk of some kind, this doesn't make sense otherwise. Izuku's ears and tails all twitched as he thought, their eyes are practically melted but nothing else. Could be a concentrated acid. There was no chemical trace. Aizawa pointed out, I'm with the kid on this dash, I'm only 5 years younger than you. Only the eyes, and they said it looks like sun damage almost, light-based quirk that blinds people. Alright. We'll bring that up and have someone build a profile, you two head out. Finally. Bye, detective. As they went back to the agency, Izuku could tell something was up with Aizawa. The pro was more hunched than usual and kept looking to the other. Alright Shosho, what is it? What's what? You wanna say something? The pro sighed. I hate that you know that. Izuku only chuckled, taking a moment before changing into cat form and hiding in Aizawa's scarf. I also hate that you know this too. It's what makes us good partners. Now spill, I'm sure you already told Hisashi and Nemurai. Aizawa hummed. I did. He took a deep breath. This decision will affect our work, more specifically mine, but I've already prepared for that. Since you're my partner, though, it's important you know this. He looked to the cat. Nedzu, as the principal, has offered me a teaching job as UA. He wants me to take over the hero course for him. Whoa. Izuku was surprised. He knew Nedzu planned for more things for the school, but this would be a big change. That's amazing, Shosho. I'm so glad you took it. You're a great judge of character. I take everything back. Izuku threw the folder down in front of Aizawa. You've only been here for 2 years and you've expelled both classes. They didn't have potential. I think you raised his bar, Izuku. Kiyama teased. He just wants another Izuku. What I want is for kids not to be so cocky and stupid. They got themselves expelled. Izuku sighed and sat down, spinning in the chair a bit. Can't argue there. I just hope when the others come you'll be more lenient. You don't want me to be lenient. True. They've all worked hard and deserve to be treated as such. Izuku pointed to one of the students' names, except some of them just annoyed you. They shouldn't have been so rude to the other students then. So you guys all changed your last name? Yep. You are looking at 𝐻𝐬𝐽 Himura. He shoved the papers in Rumi's face. It's Mom's maiden name, we all changed them. Won't that be an issue when you inevitably marry these guys? She gestured to Izuku and Kigo, who were both now blushing and looking anywhere but 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Nah, we'll just hyphen all of our names. If you propose like this I'm gonna cut you. Kigo shouted. We deserve the best, 𝐻𝐬𝐽. Jesus, pretty bird, okay. I brought the children. Ryuko walked into the large house with the 4 teens behind her. Where's the brats? Rumi came around the corner and immediately grabbed Katsuki and Tenko, my favorites. Let me go, you bunny beach. Hi Rumi. Himiko ran further into the house and tackled Kigo as soon as she saw him. Vampy. Birdie. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 rolled his eyes at them as he came to the entryway and stared at Xiaoto. What? No love for me? I like Fuyumi better. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 huffed and tried to grab Xiaoto, who dodged. Brat. Get your butt back here. Izuku watched the two run around before joining Ryuko on the couch, waiting for the teens to finally calm down and join them in the living room. Aizu. Himiko jumped onto the back of the couch. Today in class we're supposed to do our family tree. So we put you and Mom down as our parents. Himiko grabbed the paper Tenko was holding and showed it to the hero. Did we draw you right? Why, you both did great, but why am I put down as your brother and dad? The teacher was Tenko rubbed the back of his neck a little awkwardly, was talking about family dynamics and well. We know you're our brother, but you also tend to act like our dad. Yeah. You found us and took care of us with Mom. She's our super mom and you're our super dad and brother. I told you. Mama Kitty. Shut up, Tuchan. So you 4 all wanna go to UA? F yeah. You 5 did right. Katsuki answered easily, writing down the school name on the form. We wanna be heroes like you guys. They got a point. Izuku. Rumi wrapped an arm around him. The four of us are high-ranked and you're considered one of the best underground heroes in the business. Izuku blushed a little at the compliment. I think it's very nice you four want to work hard and become heroes. Ryuko set her cup on the table, looking over Xiaoto's homework. You have the talents for it. I'm just worried about my quirk. Tenko looked at his gloved hand. I know we've been working to control it more, but what if I hurt someone during the exam? They still had a year or so before Tenko and Himiko had to worry about the exam while Xiaoto and Katsuki had another. Hey, Izuku rested a hand on his shoulder. You want to be a hero and help people, to save others. You're not going to hurt anyone, okay? Thanks. The teen hugged him. I just get nervous. Chill out. Tuya patted his back. We can keep working on control. You'll be ready by the time of the exam. Midoriya Izuku. One of my favorite students. Nezu and Izuku shared a quick hug before the hero sat down. It's good to see you, Nezu-sensei. What is this meeting about? The principal fiddled with some papers before folding his hands. As a prominent hero in the underground, I'm sure you're aware of the uptake in crimes, the missing criminals and homeless, and the appearance of more mutilated bodies. Yes, sir, Eraserhead and I have been working to get it sorted out. Of course. My best students doing their work. Izuku blushed a little, but there is a favor I must ask. Of course, Nezu-sensei. With all of these added together and All Might appearing less and less, I worry for the school and its students. I worry for all of society, but the school will always be my main priority. Izuku nodded in understanding. So we have talked about more security and help with the teachers. This is where you come in. Nezu handed over the papers he had been fiddling with. I would like to have you as our school security and teacher's assistant. His eyes widened as he read over the contract. Are you sure? I know Hound Dog already does security and is a counselor, but wouldn't Midoriya, you have the brain and strength to help keep the students safe? He patted the teen's head. I would be honored to have you on staff. Oh, of course I'll help. But wouldn't I need a license or something to be a TA? Just some simple courses. They will take you less than a week to do. What about the kids? They want to go here and I don't want them to. You being on staff will not affect whether or not they get into the school or the hero course, I promise you. He took a deep breath. Then I would love to take the job. Hey guys. I've decided to end this part of the story just so the entire fic doesn't get too long. I'm not done with it yet, don't worry. I'm just turning this into part 1 of the series so that way if people don't want to read about Izuku working at UA while Tenko, Himiko, Xiaoto, Katsuki, and the others all attend, they don't have to. I'll be posting of the second chapter soon.